Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Welcome back, everybody. Love you guys. Happy to see y'all again. Happy you guys made it over from the portal. So you guys are, that's really funny. Happy to have our mod here as well, Twiz. Okay, because I love you guys just so very much, we are going to start out with some good things here. Actually, this probably needs to be on normal. So we're going to start out with this because, you know, I guess I'm a masochist, right? To where it's like my face still hurts from laughing from the Twin Flames day, but like let's just see where we can push, what limit we can push it to here.
Very good. Madam Forelady, how's the jury doing? Doing good. Very good. You have heard the state's case. It is now the defense's turn, and you may call your first witness.
Are you guys ready for? I'm not. Sorry. Oh no. Oh no. Oh dear. See, this is what I'm worried about. Like, I'm worried about it because I'm like, my face is gonna break. I'm already. That's all it took. That's all it took. That's all it took.
The state's case is now the defense's turn, and you may call your first witness.
Oh.
All right. Coroner Richard Harvey, please. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Here he comes. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Here it comes.
Did you swear affirm any testimony you give it?
The defense's first witness, for anyone who missed this, it's just so worth watching again. The defense's first witness in their case in chief.
Say it will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God?
I do.
You would, sir, be seated. State your full name for the record. Spell the last part.
Okay.
Before
This is the best part.
begin testimony, I
This is the best part. He has to wait awkwardly.
think Mr. Waters, you're going to formally rest.
May it please the court, Your Honor. In the matter of the indictments of the defendant Alec Murdaugh for the murders of his wife Maggie and his son Paul, the state of South Carolina rests.
The state is rested, and now it's the defense's turn.
For anyone who hasn't seen it yet, I'm just speaking especially to you, official, because you mentioned Depp Heard often. I don't know if you've seen it, but that's how I got started covering cases, was Depp Heard. But I have some videos that are like the best of moments that were voted on by people in the chat that they voted for the funniest moments, and they're pretty fucking funny. And so anyone who, like, I feel like you'd probably get a kick out of that. So there's some great Spiegelisms in there. All right, so here we go.
State your full name for the record, please.
My name is Richard Harvey.
And Mr. Harvey, you are an elected official here in Colleton County?
Yes, sir. I'm the coroner of Colleton County.
Okay, and briefly describe your duties to the jury so they understand what a coroner does.
We basically investigate any death that occurs outside a hospital, any death that dies within 24 hours of admission to the hospital, any emergency room death is reported to the coroner's office as well. And primarily our responsibility is to do an investigation as to the cause of their death, including medical records, autopsies, and that's basically my responsibility, is to determine what the cause of death and the manner of death is.
So,
Poot.
you don't have a medical degree, though.
No, sir.
Okay.
But I was one of the first medically trained coroners in the state of South Carolina.
In the 1700s.
And how long have you been coroner?
300 years.
This is my 30th year.
30th year. So let me talk a little bit about in general. Well, no, let me just go ahead and cut to the chase here.
Oh dear.
You have a file with you, and I believe it's a file concerning the deaths of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh.
I do.
And how did you get notified of their deaths?
I was actually notified by one of my deputies who was on call that evening. And any time there's a homicide along that lines, in most cases, I attend those. And he was on call. And basically he told me he also has another job because he's only part-time. And he told me, he says, look, I can't stay. He
Great.
says, I've got to work tomorrow morning. He says, I hate to dump this on you, but he says, but this is going to be yours.
So you took, well, first, let me back up for just a second. Did you respond? And if so, what time did you get to the scene? And I'm going to lead you and say in Moselle.
Poot.
I was notified at 23:04, which is 11:04 in the evening.
Okay.
And I arrived on the scene. Let me back up there.
Oh God.
I arrived on the scene at 23:04. I was actually notified about 22:30 by my deputy who was on call.
So 22:30 would be 10:30?
Yes, sir.
So you got notified at 10:30, you got on the scene at,
At 11:04.
and were you by yourself?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to jump ahead a little bit.
Okay.
Did you process this scene? Did you
Here we
take,
go.
did you have somebody take, did you take photographs or somebody?
Yes, sir, I did.
So the photographs in your file
Yes,
are your
sir.
photographs?
Yes, sir.
And in taking those photographs, did you, for instance, go into the feed room and take some photographs?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And had that crime scene been processed by SWED at that point?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you do anything to, I mean, and I'll be frank with you, there's some footprints that have been identified as law enforcement or perhaps your folks that were in the feed room, perhaps in blood, before SWED had finished processing. Are those your folks or SWED or who, do you know?
I'm unaware of those.
Okay. So when you took those photographs, did you take precautions to, I mean, how do you not disturb evidence?
We've always kind of followed a pattern that we follow the same path in and the same path out. Therefore, we don't cross over into any possible
You're ready, guys.
assailants.
Okay. And again, you're
Like-
preserving evidence.
For example, 5'2" ninja children.
It's a homicide, so this is your
Correct.
case, right? And you do that pursuant to state law.
Yes, sir.
And and we've received your photographs. Thank you for those. And I think you gave them to SWED also, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you perform a function also. I've looked at the
Here we go.
death certificates of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh, and you have a time of death of 9 o'clock. Is that
Here we
correct?
go, guys.
Yes, sir.
Ready?
Okay, so let's go through, when you begin to examine the body to determine a time of death, tell me how you do that.
Get ready, guys.
Well, initially that evening, when I initially got there, I was told that SLED was coming, which I knew, depending on where SLED was coming from, it depends. It could be an hour, it could be 2 hours. It all depends on what part of the state and what group is actually coming to you. My initial processing was that I went and checked both bodies. And I simply put my hands in their armpits
Okay.
to determine how warm they are. This is one of the
SLED, South Carolina Law Enforcement Department. So that's like their state law enforcement.
things we do sometimes to try and
Okay.
estimate a time
Oh,
of
Twiz, you will see very shortly. Good question.
death. Is
For anyone
the
who
body
hasn't seen this,
cold?
get ready.
Is the body warm?
Oh my God.
And one of the other things we check for is what they call rigor. And rigor is basically
Rigor.
when a person dies, the body goes through this process. And as it goes through this process, your joints start to stiffen up. And when I initially got there, that was all I did initially because I knew sled was coming.
So with Riger or Rigger, I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
I call it Riger.
I call it Rigger, but so if you allow me to say Rigger. because
That's fine.
I've never said Riger. Was there Rigger or Riger?
There was not.
Okay, so these folks had been dead less than a couple hours?
1 to 3 hours typically is what they say that Riger should start developing.
Okay, and in terms of trying to estimate,
Okay, here
get
we
it a
go.
little bit closer than 1
Oh,
to
dear.
3 hours. You took your hand,
Okay.
show me what you
Here
did.
it comes,
And you
guys.
did both to Paul and Maggie?
Yes.
How about,
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
see it? Could you step down here, please?
Sure.
And they were
dear.
laying on the ground,
Oh,
both of
dear.
them, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh dear.
And did you move them?
No,
Okay, so.
they were covered with a sheet initially when I got
Right, so let's have you stand over
there. Okay.
here so the jury can see me. And you went up to Paul, and where did you put your hand?
I have to think now which
Here we go.
Paul was laying.
I'm not worried about
Right,
whether it was left or
okay.
right.
Basically what I did is I lifted his arm up just a little bit here and I stick my hand up into the armpit. And
Poot's face every time. Poot's face.
his arm up just a little bit here and I stick my hand up into the armpit. And that's one of the central areas of your body without using the only other choice is a rectal thermometer. And in most cases, when you have that many people around, I'm not going to pull somebody's pants down to utilize the rectal thermometer. So I stick my hands in their armpit and like say, I can get an idea, how warm they are.
Okay, and you did the same thing to Maggie.
I did the same thing.
Okay,
to Maggie.
Okay. Now with that, we're going to switch. Some of you guys may have seen this before, but I think it's just worth watching. So we're going to go now to the little clip of the mashup of me and EDB reacting to this. All right.
It's a house.
All right.
And I simply put my hands in their armpits to determine how warm they are. This is one of the things we do sometimes to try and estimate a time of death. Is the body cold?
What?
Is the body warm? And one of the other things we check
This
for
is
is
why
what
the
they call
prosecution called the
Riger.
pathologist.
And Riger is basically when a person dies, the body goes through this process, and as it goes through this process, your joints start to stiffen up.
Is it Riger or Rigger? I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
I call it Riger.
I call it Rigger, but so
Most people call it rigor.
No one
That's
calls
fine.
it Riger. Uh-huh.
Was there Rigger or Riger?
There was not.
Show me what you did, and you did it both.
Oh, God.
Yes.
Oh, please don't stick your hands in Dick's armpits. Oh, no.
Could you
No.
step down here, please?
Sure.
No.
Paul,
I'm dying.
where
I'm
did you
dying. I'm
put your
dying.
hand?
And you know what's
They were
coming.
covered with a sheet
You know what's
initially
coming.
when I got.
You know
Right,
what's
so-
coming. You can't stop it. You can't. There's nothing we can do to stop this from happening right now.
And you went up to Paul, and where did you put your hand?
God. Here we go.
Which way Paul was.
Uh,
Okay. Basically what I did is I lifted his arm up just a little bit here and I stick my hand up into the armpit.
Thank you, Coroner. Please answer any questions.
Here we go. This is the part. This is my favorite part. So- A new character. Who is this guy? It's literally, who are you? Who are you?
Who is that?
Like
Mr. Harvey.
this conversation between these two. It's like they walked into, it's like Creighton and Poot walked into like a retirement home or something and just found two individuals that maybe have like Alzheimer's or dementia, but they're like harmless and like just pulled them in. You guys want to play trial? Let's do trial day, dress up and literally bring them in. I mean, this
Who is this?
And you did not use rectal or any sort of thermometer on that night?
No, sir.
Why are there new characters?
And isn't it true that the best way to determine the actual time of death, particularly in a violent homicide, is to take the temperature?
Yes, sir.
Yet, as I understand your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, you really do not have a general idea as to when that incident actually occurred.
That's right. Yes, sir. That's true.
Because you didn't take the temperature, correct?
Right. And thermometers are not always accurate either. So, and that's one thing that we've learned over the years. I mean, we do have, and actually we now have the, I can't think, ultraviolet light, the light that shoots for the forehead. But what I've determined with that is that it's not necessarily accurate, is that I may shoot it at the forehead and it'll say 99 degrees. But if I shoot it in your ear, it might say 103.
That's right.
So, I mean, they're not necessarily accurate either.
That's correct. And it's also impacted by body weight, correct?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Age, elderly
Yes, sir.
versus youth, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the weather.
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
If they were covered by a
Yes, sir.
sheet, that
Which
would,
they were at that time when I initially got it.
that could maintain something.
Yes, sir.
If they got wet through rain, that could affect it.
That could, yeah, that could
And
definitely.
you had rain at that time, didn't you?
It had not rained hard at that point. Both of their hairs were, heads of hair were dry.
Okay. But the bodies were warm, correct?
Yes, sir.
Based upon
And
your,
Riger had not started.
yeah, and that usually begins to occur within
Riger.
1 to 3 hours.
1 to 3
Right.
hours.
He
So
doesn't
that's the
dispute
time
that,
frame that I
Riger.
was looking at.
Okay. And you
doesn't
walk
dispute it.
around the area, got close to them.
He's like, yeah, Riger's fine with me.
Yes, sir.
I can't.
And you were walking in the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yep, we established that.
No further questions. Sir,
Mic drop, you guys.
Sure.
He's like, no further questions. I can't.
2 questions. Do you remember when Sled showed up?
I did. I do have probably the times for that.
Oh, you guys, I forgot about this part. Y'all, if you only knew how much. This is a clip that I have to the mashup, right? Because that, in other words, I added it to make a mashup of me and EDB. So this is from when I covered the whole trial, whenever that was, some period of time ago. So that's why you're not seeing, if you saw like Black Widow and Super Planner Girl, this is from, that's because those comments were from whenever we watched this, like, I don't know, a year ago or something like that. Yeah. Yeah. I love that fact that you're like,
This is the defense's first witness. I see why the state called the pathologist and not the coroner. Could you imagine if the state had called this guy, what the defense cross-examination would be like? Because I can.
So I made this mashup.
I did not see Sled.
Okay, I'm not joking when I tell you the amount of dead silence that I had cut from this was unbelievable. To answer this, and the funniest thing is, like, sometimes there's silence, but there's like background noise, or people are talking, or like there's papers shuffling, or there's something happening. Literally, the whole courtroom is not even. It's like everyone takes a nap, and they have time. It is like everyone takes a nap, and but dude, this part with
you walk around the area, got 1 to 3 hours.
And Riger had not started hard at that point. Both of their hair, which they were at that time when I initially got it.
That could maintain something.
Yes, sir.
If they got wet
that
through
could be.
rain.
I love it. There's so many that could maintain something. Elderly versus youth, wet through rain. There's just so many. So, okay. So that's the little mashup of that. Now, again, we're going to go to the next bonus round, the 2 gray boys bonus round. So we're going to just go to this real quick because it's amazing. All right. So this is the defense expert from day 19 on cross, where he gets slaughtered by the prosecutor on the 5'2", 11-year-old assassins. And this should be around the right spot. So let's.
Did you analyze it?
I didn't analyze it,
Okay.
but
Are you assuming?
not allowing him to answer the question. He said, I didn't analyze it, but, and then he interrupted him.
I didn't hear the but. Go ahead.
Oh, so the window got shot, right? Most of the pellets went through the.
Okay, we can go ahead a little bit to where we get to the two gray boys.
And did your equipment, has it been calibrated recently?
Yes, we calibrate every year.
Every what? Sorry.
Every year.
Did you actually operate it this night?
No, I believe Michael
Or this
Whitley,
day, whatever it is?
who's a biomedical engineer in my office, I believe he was the one that day that was doing the scanning.
And you described Faro as the time, as a sort of time of flight laser. Is that your testimony?
Yes, it uses a laser and it creates points. It creates a point cloud.
Is it fair to say that it's not actually a time of flight laser? It's a phase-based laser? Would that be more accurate?
I have no idea.
So you don't know?
Huh.
I don't know.
All right, beginning at, if just toward the very beginning of the slide works. No, the first slide, just the beginning of the presentation, the defense exhibit.
You maybe
Yeah,
just
slide
have
one. Did you do the addition? I know that we're going to get to it, but there's some individuals you put in the Faro report. Were you the one
The individuals in the Faro report, you say?
who actually added that 3D render, or was someone else?
Here we
Someone else do it?
No, I had several engineers help me on this project. So Aaron Kiefer is an engineer in my
Which individuals are we talking about here?
office. He did a lot of the work on the point cloud. And Matt Kiefer, actually his brother, did work with taking those scanned people and turning them into shooters. So I would say 5 or 6 engineers in my office have worked on this particular project.
All right. What we're seeing here is a quail, what's called the quail pen. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And again, this is not your picture. This was the one taken from the night of the incident.
This is a crime scene picture the night of the murders.
And next exhibit, please, exhibit 63. Would this be a close-up of that?
Yes.
And the panel here, that's a paper product. I think you already testified to it, but that's a paper type product.
Yes.
Really nice. That's what she says as well here, I believe.
You can actually see it's like bending, warped because it got wet.
Yes.
Wet through rain.
So it's pretty thin.
Yes.
All right, and the next slide, please.
Uh-huh.
Now this is what's purported to be a projectile hole. Is that your understanding as well?
Oh, a projectile hole, you don't say.
Yes, that is a projectile hole.
And you testified.
We're going to talk about how the length of the rod, the hardness of the rod, the straightness of the rod, and going through the hole.
I think you testified about the what you told me. What did you call this indentation on the right side of that hole?
I called it a white mark. The bullet's coming in at 41 degrees kind of from the right.
There.
So that represents where the tip of the bullet first touched the cardboard or the fiberboard.
And I think you already testified this, but you have no formal training or experience or certifications in crime scene investigations. Is that correct?
I've answered that. It all comes from experience.
Right on time, Heather, for the
And are you aware that there's a margin of error for the angles that may be measured in a projectile, especially if it's a soft paper product?
Sure.
So what he's basically saying is if it's not hard enough or straight enough, the angle may not be as true.
Can be, and also depends on how you measure it. So I took what
That's how you
Special
measure
Agent
it.
Worley measured. Like I said before, it looked like our angle varied a little bit based on it didn't match up with the other physical evidence. That's why I picked a range. I picked a range of 1.5 to 3 degrees.
Keep going. Next one, please. And right here, we're seeing a metal dowel. Is that your understanding what that is?
I don't know if it's metal or fiberglass, but it's some type of material like that that's going to be straight.
And on top of it is an angle measurer. Is that
Yes.
fair to say? And they're sitting on top of that hole, which is essentially a paper product. Is that right?
Yes.
And no projectile was actually recovered from this direction of shot. Is that correct? Is that your
That's fine.
understanding?
That is my understanding.
All right. If you wouldn't mind skipping forward to exhibit 35. How
Well,
tall is that doghouse at its highest point?
oh my God. This is, dude. So I have it, when we watched this last time, I timestamped it. So I know this is coming up. There's a part right here where he talks about the hardness of the wood. Anyway, I timestamped it verbatim because, so I know I remember it's coming up because of that. Amazing. So good.
It's probably going to be about 4 feet tall.
What are you relying on when you say that?
This is Special Agent Worley's notes.
Does your Faro scan make measurements of items? I think you testified to that.
It does. You know, if you wanted me to give you my measurement of it, I would, have to open it up. It might take a while if you want to take a break.
So you don't know off the top of your head?
I do not have the doghouse height memorized.
All right, moving forward. And I think we saw here, this is the entry spot of the projectile into the doghouse. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Moving forward. Moving forward. And this again would be the same thing, a rod, but this time in a more firm, you would agree? Moving forward. And this again would be the same thing, a rod, but this time in a more firm, you would agree the wood in this case is much more
A rod, more firm, the wood.
firm than
Hold on, one more time.
moving forward. Moving forward. And this again would be the same thing, a rod, but this time in a more firm, you would agree the wood in this case is much more firm than
I would agree. The wood is much more firm.
the coil pen paper product, right?
Yes, it's thicker.
Also thicker. It's harder and it's thicker. You guys.
And the bullet, which appeared to have gone through the doghouse and
And
was
you can tell a difference with the rod in that hole versus the rod in the other hole.
recovered from inside. Is that your understanding, having reviewed the crime scene?
Yes.
Crime scene reports?
Yes.
And do you have any formal study, experience, training,
I mean,
or otherwise on what a bullet might do when it strikes wood or whatever the interior of the dog pen held, including the earth?
Well, again, it's the same line of questioning. It would be based on my experience. I can't say that I've ever done any specific testing for wood. I've certainly reviewed papers and literature concerning
he
such,
hasn't
but
done any specific
typically I don't
wood.
go into that area of ballistics. I look more at impact marks and then just the flight path of the bullet, because that's just physics.
And then I'm going to fast forward to some of your Faro images. If you wouldn't mind, speak forward a little bit more. Keep going, please. All right, here in these, the body that's laying there covered in a sheet that was added after the fact. That's not part of the Faro scan. Is that right?
That is correct. That was added as well as the evidence markers.
All right, and I know the markers we see on this picture is just representative. There's the placards, and is this the one where you tried to merge? Kind of, is that the
To get to the
green lines?
Okay, green lines.
There you go. All right, we're looking at exhibit. It doesn't even say, but exhibit with the two lines spread out. Is that the representative of the two different angles that were noted on the coil pen?
Yes.
So do you know which one's which? Which one's the 1 degree and which one's the 3?
Well, the 3 degree is going to slope towards the ground quicker. So that would be the bottom line. And then the 1.5 slopes less, it's more gradual slope. So it would be the top line.
Going forward 1.
Here we go. Here we go.
And here's where you inserted a 3D person as a
Here we go.
5'2" person. Is that who you inserted there?
Yes.
Okay. And you chose to insert a 5'2" individual shooting from the hip in that manner that aligns with that green line. Is that what you did?
Yes.
Okay. And nowhere on here is any other individual on that green line. Is that correct? You didn't put any other images here. You only chose to put a 5'2" individual slinging a gun on his hip.
Well, that's what matches. If the person was any taller, then they would have to be towards the coil pin. If they were any shorter, then they would be behind the shooter, or the shooter would be in a different posture.
And do you have any idea if a bullet can ricochet?
Of course.
They can, right?
Yes.
If they hit something.
Yes.
And you don't know, because we didn't recover that bullet, but you don't know if that was a ricochet. Is it possible?
It could be possible, but I don't see any evidence from the crime scene investigation that it was a ricochet.
Okay, but it's possible, right?
I think it's very unlikely because of the hole in the side of the coil pin. Usually when a bullet ricochets, it'll get upset. So the hole in the coil pin should have been bigger.
So the shooter, according to your lines here, the shooter could have been anywhere on that line. Is that correct? Anywhere on that line?
Yes.
All right, if we keep going. This is just another one showing them same posture, just on different points of those lines. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So as long as that's done, and we'll not worry about the 5'2", 11-year-old, but if anyone's on that line, it could have been accurate, right? If that gun is anywhere on that line, according to you, it could have been accurate. Is that right? It could have been that shot.
Yeah.
Oh my God, the 5'2", 11-year-old. And as far, just real quick, I will say, so as far as the affidavit with the Faro scanning for Idaho, so we covered that on the last live stream, and I can pull that back up if we want to take a look at something. But my understanding was, from what my recollection of going through that, was that they only scanned the 2 bedrooms initially and not the whole house, which is really worse than like scanning it all and not turning it over. Like they should have scanned the whole house initially. That's my understanding, but we can always pull that back up. But yeah, I want the 5'2", 11-year-old.
That's another one showing them same posture.
It was made on this day.
Just on different points of those lines. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So as long as that's done, and we'll not worry about the 5'2", 11-year-old, but if anyone's on that line, it could have been accurate, right? If that gun is anywhere on that line, according to you, it could have been accurate. Is that right? It could have been that shot.
Yes. And
Anywhere.
that's what I explained is that the line by definition establishes where the weapon is. Then the next step would be to figure out where the person is or where the shooter is.
I just want to be clear. Anywhere from this point all the way, I guess, until it hits it would eventually hit the ground, right?
Correct.
Anywhere until it hits the ground, somewhere back behind where the bodies are located. It's your testimony that that is consistent with what you're seeing. As long as that gun is on that line.
Yes.
So we can just remove the 11-year-old from the equation. As long as that gun's on that line, it fits with what you're saying, your mathematics is saying. It lines up. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you didn't provide any renders of any other adult-sized human beings, perhaps kneeling, did you?
Repeat that.
You didn't do any other renders along these lines of an adult-sized human being kneeling on the ground.
Adult-sized human being.
No, what I did do is consider that because, I mean, obviously from your question, you kind of can see that in your mind. Okay.
I'm just asking for a yes or no.
Well, I did. Let me explain.
He's attempting to answer the question. Again.
Okay. So what I did for that question, because I figured that you would ask me it, but what I did was at 1 foot increments from the quail pen all the way out to 60 feet. And at 60 feet, you're getting pretty close to where that line goes underground. It actually goes underground about 73 feet, okay? So what I did was I looked at the height of the shooter's hand, just like we did this morning in front of the jury. And the other thing I looked at was where the center of the shell casings, the empty casings were, okay? And I looked in a 12-foot circle around the shell casings, like the center of those shell casings, figuring that everything that I've seen, typically these rifles are going to be 8, 10, 12 feet, big variable. It's just, just a rough number. This is what I did though. First thing you look at is that Alex is 76 inches tall. I measured to his knee is 25 inches. So that means that if he went down on one knee, his shoulder is still 51 inches above the ground.
So this is where he's
And
gonna.
if he shouldered the rifle in a kneeling position, he still can't make the quail shot because.
So this the whole point of this, right? Is this expert was brought in to say that it could only have been the only possible explanation is 5'2", two 5'2" shooters, right? And that's the only possible explanation for the angles of the shots, right? And so, but this prosecutor is going to obliterate this here in a second using his own physics against him.
The muzzle would be above where the hole is. So that's number one. So the more you back them up, then it just gets more and more improbable. So then what I said was this.
I'll put it in the
So I
chat,
looked at this
Micah.
and the height of the shooter's hand, whoever the shooter was and whatever posture they were in, was between, assuming a 12-foot, big 12-foot radius circle. So however big that is, 24 feet circle around the shell casings. The shooter's hand is 16.2 to 27.6 inches above the ground. So that's basically 2 feet above the ground. So that's why it only fits. You said 11-year-old kid, but it only fits with a short person or with some bizarre shooting posture that doesn't match an aiming position or a normal shooting position or just an abnormal shooting position. That's where I'm coming from and I invite you, I mean, with the blackout here, if you want to.
Okay, so they're going to demonstrate this. So I put it in the chat who he's testing. So we watched his entire testimony on the last live stream. We're just doing our bonus round of watching him get obliterated with these two the two 11-year-olds because it's hilarious. So its qualifications and everything, like he's on the witness stand for a long time on direct, a really long time on direct. So we watched all that last time. Sadly, he's from North Carolina and went to NC State, and I don't want to be associated with this dude. I always wonder if he still has a job after this. Are they redoing this trial? Do you mean because of the Miss Becky shenanigans? Is that what you mean? Because if that's what you're referencing, that is still in the appeals process for the South Carolina Supreme Court. That is still happening. So that'll take time. And then after that, I expect it to probably go up to the U.S. Supreme Court before they make a decision on the divide there between the federal and the state case law as it pertains to which standard needs to be used for a public official interfering with a jury. So yeah, it'll be a long time. I did check on that just recently. So yeah, it's still, it got fast tracked, right, to bypass the appellate court and go straight to the South Carolina Supreme Court, but we haven't heard anything from them yet. So who knows when that'll be. But I do expect this to go to the U.S. Supreme Court because it's an issue that does need to be situated. It is a mess. It is a huge mess, but Becky caused a huge fucking mess. That's for sure. I mean, who would have thought, right? Like that. Again, we very well may see U.S. Supreme Court case law from Murdaugh because of Ms. Becky. Wow.
Try to put this gun.
I'll be there. It's a crazy thing about, right? Because I was here from day one when this case went down, and I'm going to follow it all the way through, and it'll be crazy, right? If it's like 10 years from now, still going through all this. I mean, it's possible.
27.6 to 16.2 inches.
And
tell me that
could it result in him getting a new trial 10 years from now? It could. It fucking could.
that's not somebody that's very low to the ground.
Hey, answer me this. How far off the ground is that gun right there in the 12-year-old's hand?
Which one?
12-year-old.
Objection is overruled.
Which shooter?
Doesn't matter.
There's no record, nothing in the record about a 12-year-old shooting this gun.
Objection is overruled.
Let's go with the back guy. I'll call him the far shooter.
12-year-old. How high is that gun?
So he is 33 feet from the quail pin. And if you look at that, which is the 1.5 at 33.
Look at the two of them. Just the two of us.
Yep, the bottom of his hand is gonna be like right there at that 28-inch mark.
Where's the line located? Right there. The line with the barrel, according to you, is
At 33 feet, the muzzle,
the muzzle.
33 feet for the rear shooter. 39.6.
39 inches.
39.6.
39 inches.
Yep.
Do you have a tape measure? Oh, here we go.
Here we go. So he's going to demonstrate right now. This is so powerful right here.
39 inches right there.
Yep.
If we back it up 10 feet, what's the distance? What's the green line at? 10 feet back, so 40 feet.
It would be 36.5.
36.5. That's 3 feet. 3 feet 5.5 inches. Is that right?
That is correct.
My finger. That look about right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yes.
Right there.
Yes.
Damn. Good job. So
We got this. We got your renders that you went with are these two, right?
Yes.
Okay. If you wouldn't fast forward a little bit. Right here. Okay. So now we got, what's the angle of this doghouse that you calculated?
That's 14 degrees.
All right. And the shooter, the little youth there, the youth is how far away from that?
Oh God, it's so good. A little youth.
.4 feet.
And how high off the ground is that green line where he's standing? Little guy.
This little guy. I love it. I just love it.
The muzzle is 29 inches above the ground.
29 inches.
Maybe 30.
Okay.
30.
So what happens is he continues to get obliterated, and then on redirect, Mike Sutton doubles down and says that there's no possible way that Alex Murdaugh could have been the shooter, which is just hilarious. And so that, and thus concludes day 19. So now so that was our bonus round. So now we're on to day 20. So new day. It's a new day. So here we go, day 20. So we're going to start out. So again, we're at the defense's case in chief. And first, they've got some more issues outside the presence of the jury. So we'll take a look there. Then we're going to have Mark Ball. And then we get into some more defense witnesses. And what's interesting here is they're going to call Kenneth Zercie, which is their crime scene. So remember Karen Reed, right? And the whole thing about someone who comes in and talks about the investigation. They got one of those dudes. And then after that, it's their iPhone expert, Micah Sturgis. And he's a great expert. Actually, both Kenneth Zercie. Okay, let me just back up. So the defense has a couple experts that are complete disasters, right? One of them we just saw, Mike Sutton, or we're looking at him right now. The other comes later, and that's the dude who then follows up with this testimony saying that, basically suggesting that the 5'2" ninja children assassins must have been hiding in the ceiling of the feed room wearing goggles. Those are their embarrassments. I think most people could agree. But then the defense also has two experts that are actually really, really good experts. And I love it because it's a great example of what a really good expert looks like and where they're not willing to go with their opinion versus the other two dudes that are the clowns. So those two experts that I'm talking about that are really good experts are going to be today on day 20. So you're going to have Kenneth Zercie, who's the dude who is talking about the quality of the investigation, right? Like what they wanted to bring in for Karen Reed. And then you have the iPhone guy who does a great job. And so, but first we're going to have some argument outside the presence of the jury, and then we have Mark Ball. So. Oh God, right.
Ready for the jury?
Mr. Griffin has a matter he wishes.
There's Miss Becky right there in her little gray suit. So he says Mr. Griffin has a matter. Now you can see Miss Becky better. Yeah, Mike Sutton is only slightly more qualified than Trooper Paul. So.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. We are.
Prior to Trooper Paul, I probably would have said Mike Sutton is the most embarrassing expert of all time, but that was before Trooper Paul.
Discussing with Mr. Murdaugh his right to testify.
Oh boy.
Or not testify. And one of the issues that has come up is the scope of cross-examination that the state would be permitted to go into should he testify. And the basic rule is when the defendant takes a stand, he waives his Fifth Amendment privilege as to matters to which he testifies on direct and relevant matters subject to cross-examination. Your Honor has let in.
By the way, we will either, I don't know, I'm trying to figure out how I want to do it. We could start Alex taking the stand today. But also I might save that for the next one. But Alex taking the stand is imminent. And I don't even know. It's like so epic to me because I need to do the math and see how many hours we spent with him on the stand last round. But I'm just so ready to have another go at it. So yeah.
And over our objection, evidence under 404B of financial misconduct.
I don't know.
And what we're asking is for an order excluding the state from being able to question Mr. Murdaugh in cross-examination matters related to the financial crimes that's been put before the court under Rule 404B if we don't testify about those on direct examination. We need a ruling from the court at some point in time today before tomorrow. We're not putting them up today, but we're asking that we be able to advise him of what the state will be permitted to go into on cross-examination should he choose to testify. Adequately advise him and for him to adequately waive his right and his Fifth Amendment privilege and testify or not. And that's what we're asking.
Would you like me to review with him at this time his right to testify or not testify?
Not at this point in time, Your Honor. We have to, we're trying to get a understanding from the court as to the parameters of the waiver of the privilege. Is he waiving, if he testifies about the murders?
Look at Poot and Alex looking at him like this.
Is he then subject to cross-examination about the financial crimes?
Of course he is.
That's what we're asking.
All right. Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Here's what I think this is about. Judge Newman's face, though. Hold on. Here's what I think this is about. I think Poot and Jim don't want Alex to testify, understandably so. And they're asking this question now, preemptively, because I think that what they're hoping is that when Judge Newman says, of course he's going to be cross-examined about the financial crimes, that then they're hoping that that might be something that they can, that could convince Alex not to take the stand. Of course, it doesn't work. But that's what I think they're doing here.
That's what we're asking.
Watch Judge Newman's face, though.
All right. Ms. Waters.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. First of all, obviously, the general rule is that cross is generally wide open.
Creighton.
The defendant who testifies. Your Honor, Rule 611B on the scope of cross-examination expressly says that a witness may be cross-examined on any matter relevant to any issue in the case. And of course, Your Honor has ruled through 404 and 403 the financial matters independently relevant. But the rule goes on to further say, including credibility. So even if that had not happened, these matters, which go right to the heart of the credibility and frankly, the extensive dishonesty of this defendant would be relevant if he took the stand anyway, regardless of the 404. So independently under that rule of the credibility aspect, it would be admissible under Rule 611B. But again, Your Honor has ruled these matters as relevant in the case, and so that clearly within the scope of cross. Your Honor, citing State v. Gilbert and Gleaton, 273 SC 690, they said right there, as I think the defense recognized, when the accused takes a stand on his own behalf, he waives his privilege against compulsory self-incrimination and must answer all proper questions. Your Honor, Taylor v. State, which I believe may have been overruled on other grounds, but 258 SC 369, when the appellate elected to testify, he waived his right against self-incrimination and became subject to cross-examination like any other witness. And then finally, citing the U.S. Supreme Court, Brown v. U.S. 356 U.S. 148, it says, it's talking about a defendant in a criminal case. It says if he takes the stand and testifies in his own defense, his credibility may be impeached and his testimony assailed like any other witness, and the breadth of his waiver is determined by the scope of relevant cross-examination. He has no right to set forth to the jury all the facts which tend in his favor without lying himself open to a cross-examination on those facts. Those are the general and well-established rules, Your Honor, and they're particularly relevant in this case, and so we believe that those financial matters would be well within the scope of this particular matter and authorized by the rules in the case law.
Mr. Griffin.
Yeah, just briefly, Your Honor, with regard to credibility, I mean, the rules are pretty strict as to what evidence of criminal conduct can be used to impeach a witness's credibility, and there are limited to convictions, and that's Rule 609. Your Honor has let the financial evidence in under theory of motive, and you've done a 403 weighing test. And Your Honor, I think when you get to cross-examination of a defendant, I think Your Honor has discretion under Rule 403 to prohibit the state from further inquiry in this case.
Guys, another game.
On the financial.
Without looking it up. First in the chat to say 403. What's 403? What's 403? First in the chat gets a billion scroll points. No looking it up.
Evidence, which they contend is a motivating factor for the crimes. And that's, and so that Brown v. U.S. and all, I don't disagree that that's the black letter law, but the question is, what's the scope of cross-examination? And here he's charged with murder. He's not charged with financial crimes. He's charged with murder. And we're asking the court to limit, the waiver of his Fifth Amendment privilege to the murder charges.
It's a nice try by Jim. It's a nice try. It's the best they can. Again, he's saying this knowing it's not going to work. And again, hoping that Alex won't want to testify knowing he's going to be crossed on the financial crimes. So at this juncture, I don't think he'd admitted a formal plea, or I don't think he'd entered a formal plea on the financial crimes. I think he admits, or quote unquote admits to them on the stand for the sake of being able to be like, look, I'm owning up to this. If I did the murders, I admit to that too. But yeah, because they didn't. His sentencing for that was long after his conviction for this. So anyway, but here's the thing. So what Jim is trying to say is he shouldn't be able to be crossed on that. Now here's the problem, right? That came in, the defense opened the door, left, right, and center, triple opened the door on themselves, kicked the door open on themselves, actually. The defense opened the door on themselves for that one. And then, so it's already in. It's already in. It's I understand why he has to make the argument, but there's no way to make this argument because if it wasn't already in, it would be different, right? However, even if it wasn't already in, there is a wider latitude on cross, a wider girth, you could say, on cross. But in this case, it doesn't matter anyway because it's already in. So of course he's going to be crossed on it. Right. I think I follow you, Twiz. That is, part of how the state was able to bring in some of the evidence with bring in part of the reasons how they were able to bring in the financial crimes. Part of it is because the defense opened the door. But the other part is because it goes to motive, and they're allowed to present evidence that could point to motive. And yes, the 11-year-old ninjas. Oh, Tonka's weighing in on the 403. Exclusion of what type of evidence and due to what? You're getting there. You're getting there. You get a 500 million scroll points, Tonka, for that one.
Yes, sir.
Again, moving back to 607, of course, the credibility of the witness may be attacked by any party. 608B allows cross-examination of a witness concerning their aspect of truthfulness and untruthfulness, which this clearly goes to, as well as 608C, which talks about bias, prejudice, and any motive to misrepresent. And again, we're not just talking about purely dishonesty and credibility, which I think is alone more than enough. We're also talking about examination on issues that are specifically relevant to this particular case based on the 404 ruling.
Rule 607, Rule 608, particularly.
Quiz said the evidence rule. Okay, you're getting there. You're getting there. You're not wrong with the probative, but what kind of evidence? Excluding blank evidence. What type of evidence?
Portion of 608.
This is the teacher in me, because I'd rather you guys to think it through and remember it versus me telling you guys.
The evidence of bias, prejudice, or any motive to misrepresent may be shown to impeach the witness, either by examination of the witness or by evidence otherwise deduced. Rule 6.
Good guess from P-Box.
11 and 609 also addresses the issue. I am not going to issue an order in advance limiting the scope of cross-examination.
Of course he's not going to. Okay, you guys saw, okay, y'all are on the right track. So Rule 403 is excluding relevant evidence. Remember, Rule 401 is it relevant? Rule 403 is excluding relevant evidence for, yes, you guys are not wrong. So it's confusion, waste of time, and the list goes on, but basically part of it is cumulative could be part of it, right? That's waste of time, cumulative, right? And then it is also includes the balancing test, probative versus prejudicial. That's 403. So excluding relevant. So again, evidence first has to pass Rule 401. Is it relevant? Is it the relevancy test, right? If it's relevant, then you move right on along. And 403 is you determine it's relevant, but now are we going to exclude it for these other reasons? Again, waste of time, confusion. Is it more prejudicial than probative? Those types of things. Sure, Twiz, sure. Right. Yep. So good job, guys. Good job. Earlier we did a one on we did a little 404 quiz, and the points went to too fast on that one. Shout out to too fast.
Any objectionable matter must be addressed
for being a Twiz.
On it as the evidence is presented, and not based on any advance ruling by the court.
Your Honor, the request for the ruling is not an evidentiary ruling. It's the scope of his privilege. And so would he be permitted to assert the fifth, for example, if they're permitted to ask questions such as they intend to on cross? And that's.
I can't give you any advisory opinions about.
Remember, Twiz, everyone let's all remember that Twiz can pop on whenever he feels so inclined because he's co-host status.
The evidence and the scope of cross-examination, the scope of his privilege, I'm willing to review with him the scope of his privilege against self-incrimination, if that's what you're referring to.
We would certainly need to have that colloquy at some point at the end of the day, perhaps.
At the end of the day.
But
for the court to issue some blanket order limiting the scope of cross-examination, that's unheard of to me.
Wow.
Again, Your Honor, I'm not. The question is the scope of the waiver of his privilege when he gets on that witness stand. That's what we're asking for, not an evidentiary rule.
Well, Mr. Waters has some cases.
Look at Alex. Alex dude, it's so crazy, right? He's good. Did y'all hear the candy wrapper? Whatever. Alex is chewing some other candy now.
There, I assume he'd like for me to look at, and if you do, I'd be happy to look at what you have as well.
Heather's getting caught up. That's funny. Glad you're laughing.
Anything else?
Yeah, you're welcome.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing with the bench, Your Honor.
Let's bring the jury.
Wait a second. We've got something for that.
Bring the jury.
Yeah. All right. Now we're gonna jump ahead because they get the jury.
Hey, that's great news.
Excellent.
Well, we're now in day number 22. Defense's case. You may call your next
Here we
witness.
go.
Called Mark Ball.
Let's do this. So this is interesting, right? Because Mark Ball testified for the state, right? Now they're calling him. So this is risky. You guys, this is so fucking good. This is so good. I'm remembering how good this is because, yeah. Oh my God, there's Miss Becky again.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So not you not. I see what I'm saying. This is just that microphone. Just take your full name and spell your last name.
Mark Ball, B-A-L-L.
Mr. Ball, will you tell the jury a little bit about yourself? Where you from? What do you do?
I'm a lawyer in Hampton. I practice with the Parker Law Group now. I've lived in Hampton for 20 plus years. I now live in Rome Gully here in Colleton County. Have for about 8 years, 9 years.
Actually, so that's making me realize that no, the state didn't call him yet. What it is I think he was, okay, it would have been in the voir dire outside the presence of the jury when it was the trial within the trial. The first trial within second trial within a trial. That's where he testified at. So this is the first time the jury has seen him. And then the state does call him on rebuttal as well.
I practice.
How long have you been a lawyer?
33 years.
And where were you born and raised?
In Ballantyne, South Carolina, up above Columbia, about 20 miles.
And when did you move down to this part of the state?
I started with the law firm 34 years ago. I moved down. I was a law clerk at first and have never.
Okay, I see where you're asking at. So he is before the two experts I was just talking about. He's a law partner at the law firm, former law firm, PMPD. But so he's first, and then we have the two experts I was mentioning that are not I wouldn't call them the best experts ever, but just great examples of expert witnesses that the defense calls that, I love Kenny Kinsey. If I had to pick a best or favorite expert ever, it's probably Kenny Kinsey, to be honest. But the two experts that we're going to see after him do a really good job, in contrast to the other defense expert witnesses, which are clowns, right?
Left since 1988.
Do you know the defendant, Alec Murdaugh?
I do.
How long have you known him?
34 years.
And did you practice law together?
We did, about 20 something.
Did you become personal friends of his?
Yes.
And were your family friends with his family?
God.
Yes. Our children grew up together, as did everybody in the firm.
And your wife, Lisa,
fuck you left, right, center, up, down, sideways, and diagonally. Yep, all of the above.
become good friends with Maggie.
Yes, sir.
On the, you remember the evening of June the 7th?
I do very well.
2021?
Yes.
How did you learn about the tragic murders of Maggie and Paul?
It was about 10:30, and one of my partners, Ronnie Crosby, tried to call my phone, and before I could get to it, he called my wife's phone, and he said, give me, hand mark the phone, and
love it.
He said Maggie and Paul had been shot and get over there. And so I scrambled and got over there. I live about 8 or 10 miles from there. I live over in Rome Gully, and that's Moselle.
And why did you go over there?
To find out what was going on, to see what we're out in the middle of nowhere, and somebody calls you and says your law partner's wife and child have been shot. You go.
And who did you go with?
I went with my wife Lisa.
And when you got there, who was on the scene? Do you recall?
Yeah, I came in by the cabin, what's referred to as the cabin side of it, and there was a ambulance was pulled up next to what I would call the hangar building. It was pulled up there, and then Barry McRoy's vehicle, he drives a SUV of some type, and then there was a police car pulled off to the right-hand side, probably 50 yards before you get to them, and I pulled in right behind them on the left-hand or the right-hand side of the driveway coming in, and then walked over.
Will you remind the jury who Barry McCoy is?
Barry McRoy is the chief of the fire and rescue here in Colleton County.
So when you arrived, I think so Barry McCoy was present?
He was there. He was standing there speaking with a deputy, and there were two EMT paramedics standing over near their ambulance.
And when
okay, I'm pausing it real quick. We're just going to take a little look-see here. It's just some little field tripping as we do. Okay, so let's just to remind everybody here, for anyone who's less familiar, So Heather, I think, is catching up. Love it. Okay, so the buildings, the different structures, right? So here, can you guys see my mouse? So there you got the house, the main house, right? Okay, now let me just do it this way. Okay, hold on. Let me do it this way. Okay, there's the house. Then you got, all right, so now this is the airplane hangar, right? This is the kennels. This is the skinning shed. And this is the little cabin they're talking about. So now let's just take a little look at the cabin because it's fun. We love this. That's not the one. Wait. Yeah, there it is. That's the one. They don't ever, no one lives in there. This is the little cabin they talk about. So let me just go, let's do this. Let's go this way. There we go. You can kind of see it better. So that's a little cabin. So, we heard testimony about how Paul and Buster and shit lived in there certain summers or what have you. Some of the friends in the little cabin. There you go. And then that little cabin is right there before the entrance to the kennels. Which is right there. And that's the entrance to the kennels. And remember, the mailbox is down, let me zoom in. Yeah, there's the mailbox right there. Right? So there's the mailbox with the sign. And that comes up a lot, or came up a lot already in the trial with that being like considered the main entrance because of the mailbox being there. Then I dig a tunnel, my window to yours. Anyone know that song? Yeah, tunnel. I don't think there is a tunnel, but love that song. My window to yours. Anyway, so, and then, by the way, that looks like, last I checked, they had repainted this gate over here since back in the day. Let's see what it looks like here. Or, where I saw it was different color, that was actually in the pictures of the house being up for sale again. Now, the gate looks the same here. Oh, that's why. So this image captures from 2023. That's why. So since then, right, now that the property's up for sale and whatnot again, the gate is been repainted. It's like they painted it white or something. So, all right. So there you go. Now we'll go back to where's Fight Club? What? Twiz, I don't even, what are you talking about? Okay.
When you pulled into the, I guess the lower driveway by the cabin, had any roadblocks or barriers been put up to stop cars from coming in there?
None. I got there about 10:50, 10:52, something like that.
Did you have a conversation with any law enforcement officers about the need to block the entrance?
I did eventually. I was talking to Barry about, I had found out just before I got there, somebody had called me and they work with sort of the maintenance side of fire and rescue. And they had come across the radio that there were two dead. So I suspected that Paul and Maggie had passed away. So when I got there, I was talking to Barry and asking him some questions. I could see Randy kind of through the alleyway between the dog kennel and the sort of wing shed that comes off of the hangar. And then Buddy Hill, the sheriff, came over and then I spoke with him.
And did you talk about the need to block the entrance into the Moselle property off Moselle Road?
We did just briefly. He said, I need to get this blocked off. And I think he took a phone call or something. And I walked back to tell my wife what was going on. And I saw another deputy coming in. So I walked out to the head of the road there and I said, I think the sheriff wants this blocked off. And then I walked back to where Barry McCroy was. And then
did that entrance get blocked off?
No.
What happened?
People just kept piling in. I mean, it was just more and more people kept showing up.
Roughly how many cars do you think piled in?
I don't know, because shortly thereafter I walked around to the other side, but there were a good many. When I walked back over there an hour and a half later, there were a good many cars over there.
And when you say you walked around the other side, I don't think we need a diagram, but just tell the jury what you're talking about.
Well, there's a dog pen. From where I was standing, the dog pen would be to the left. The aircraft hangar with 2 wing sheds coming off of it would be directly in front of me. There's a skin and shed that would be to the far right. And then directly across from the hangar shed, probably 50 or 60, 75 yards, would be another storage shed, equipment shed. And so I walked down almost to where the skin and shed was, and then back around in front of the far shed, the equipment shed.
So you did not walk directly between the shed and the kennels?
No, sir.
You walked around the shed?
Correct.
Before you walked around the shed, did you stand and observe what was happening within the taped off area?
I did. I mean, people were walking between the dog pen, and the law enforcement and responders had walked between the 2 areas, the wing shed and the dog kennel. And I could see where Paul was, but he was covered up. Barry had covered him up.
And what was the weather?
It was misty. It wasn't really raining, but it was one of those kind of foggy days that
Anyone know that song? Name that tune. Okay, so I'm going to answer this question. So Dude got kennels. So the kennels, so, this property, Alex bought it from, what's his face? Oh God, Barrett Boulware or whatever. So, so the kennels is where they kept all the dogs. The skin and shed is like the way that Alex describes it, is like their main spot where they're tinkering. But basically, I suppose because they do a lot of hunting and they probably skin animals. I don't really want to think about it. They probably skin animals there, but they're on all, they've got whatever it is, like 1,100 acres of land, right? It's a hunting, swampy, woodsy situation. So that's like the whole point of it. So, they have the dogs because the dogs are helping them do the hunting, right? That's what the dogs are for. So like the dogs, they're like hunting dogs, right? And then they got the skin and shed, and then they got all the guns, and they got the tractors, and it's all that stuff.
or nights that it's more than just a fog. You get wet, and eventually it got where it would drizzle off and on, and later on it didn't rain hard, but it was intermittently sprinkle in that kind of floating heavy fog.
Did you make any observations about water coming off the roof of the kennel?
I did later on when I got around to that side.
Okay, and what observations did you make?
Eventually the water was running off. That dog kennel is built with a small cantilever on the front of it, and then a longer part off the back, and water was dripping off of the front of the shed where Paul was.
Was water landing on Paul?
It was.
And could you see where the water would then accumulate after it landed on Paul?
It would drain off. There's a cement apron right there in the front of that feed room, and there was water there. There was water in the gravel to some degree. The grass was wet. I mean, it wasn't raining so hard that.
And remember, because we just watched the coroner just to laugh at it basically, but remember what he said, both of their hairs were dry or whatever. So, but we know this to be true anyway from all of the testimony, that the rain was a coming, as they say, right? Like initially, like when the murders happened, it wasn't raining. It was like gonna rain. I'm not gonna start singing Bob Dylan, my brain. Okay, so anywho, and so eventually as the night wore on, right? And that's why when they did his interview, they had him in the car. So so by the time Mark Ball gets there, right, there's rain happening, and there's rain on and this is why the defense, now here's the thing. The defense is calling Mark Ball, or has called him, he's there on the stand, because they're trying to set it up before their expert to come in and talk about the quality of the investigation and maintaining the integrity of the crime scene. And so they had to do a cost risk analysis situation to decide if it was worth it to call him, because they know surely without a doubt that this is a risk, right? So and that's what you guys can think about. Like, what is it that he's going to offer them that they could use with their expert witness versus potentially what could come out of his mouth, especially on cross, because, cross here will be from the state. Knowing that Alex, again, fucked him over left, right, sideways, up and down, and every which way. Kane, hello. Tonka, is this a quote or is that a quote from something about the refrigeration unit? Why did who get where? So many questions.
You couldn't just stand there without an umbrella, but it was drizzling enough that you were getting wet.
And the fact
grass
that
was
you
wet.
observed water dripping off the roof onto Paul's body, did that concern you?
It did. It did.
Why?
Well, one, I didn't think that, it's a crime scene. You don't want just water dripping all over the place. But more importantly, I thought it was pretty disrespectful. I mean, Paul was a good young man, and I
can tell you right now, he's protesting because I haven't made him a mod. I guarantee you. And the thing is, too, all these attorneys had a really close relationship with Paul.
You observed water dripping off the roof onto Paul's body. Did that concern you?
It did.
It was the beginning of his testimony was him explaining why he was there. But the first thing that Alex did was he called all his friends. And it's a small town where all of these attorneys are best friends and they all are partners in the law firm and they've all known each other for fucking decades. So it didn't take long. Like Alex called one of the law partners, and within minutes, the entire fucking town knew, right? And they're all family, essentially, right? Like that's what you do. You show up, you go because you're wanting to help. You go because you not only did he love Alex, but he loved Maggie and Paul. And that's true for all of the law partners. And that's why when law enforcement was there was like 18 attorneys in the house, right? All the law partners showed up to help out of love for Alex, out of love for Maggie and Paul. And including Jim Griffin, the lawyer who's doing the questioning. It's where it could be, the whole people, when they want to talk about lawyer being made a witness, they got no idea because Jim made himself a witness in this case so many times. It's insane.
It did.
Wow.
Well, one, I didn't think that, it's a crime scene. You don't want just water dripping all over the place. But more importantly, I thought it was pretty disrespectful. I mean, Paul was a good young man, and I, quite frankly, it just pissed me off.
I understand. Did you have a conversation with anyone about trying to prevent that?
I don't think I did about that aspect of it, but I just thought that they should have put a tarp or something. I mean, just out of respect.
Right.
They eventually did with Maggie, put up what I would call a tailgating tent, very similar to the media tents that are out front, those little lightweight, and they put that over Maggie.
What cave?
Right. To my knowledge.
What cave? And so they only had one tenty thing. Now, not that it really mattered, right? Because they had already done the coroner had already come over at that point. But anyway, he did fuck up. That is true.
Never did over Paul, at least while I was there.
When you walked around the shed,
You mean like the man cave?
to get on the other side, who was on the other side?
Well, I could see through the alleyway between the dog kennels and that wing shed coming off of, if you were standing in front of the aircraft hangar, it'd be the right-hand side where Maggie was. I could see Randy over there and Alec. Alec much more infrequently, but Randy was on the phone walking and I could see him. I think he and I got,
Alex is the oldest brother of the siblings for Alex, right? So Alex has Randy Murdaugh is the oldest brother. He's also partner in the law firm. Alex also fucked him over and stole from him. And then there's the sister who, I forget her name. They don't talk about her very much. And then there's the youngest one, which is John Marvin. And then Alex is somewhere in the middle there.
got there about the same time. He had come through the main gate.
When you got up, what did you get up to greet Alec?
I did. When I walked around, Alec met me about halfway where that equipment shed is. Alec came as soon as he saw me coming up through there. He met me about halfway in front of that shed and just went to pieces. He's Alec's 6'4", 6'5", whatever he is, and I'm 5'9". He pretty well smothers you when he hugs you. And
What was his demeanor?
He was devastated. I mean, he was crying. He was, just beside himself. And I told him we'd get through it. And go ahead.
Yeah. Eventually, did SLED arrived on the scene?
He did. Well, Alec was.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Kind of, I'm trying to console him and patting him on the back, and he said, "Look at what they did. Look at what they did."
Yes, correct. Echoes. So there's Alex again trying to the made up boat people thing. Yes, correct. They did not. So at this point in time, let's just review this. So at this point in time, where they were at with the whole stolen fees and all that, right? Where they were at with that was they were looking for the Ferris fees, right? That's the whole thing with Chris Wilson and all that. There was the missing Ferris fees, right? And they were going to have a meeting with him, right? And they were right. He was very good at hiding it, correct. So at that point in time, basically they were like wondering where the fees were, but they didn't know anything was really amiss. Okay. It was, they talk about where it was like the storm was a Bruin or whatever. It was like they hadn't discovered the fake forge. The fake forge is really the end of the whole thing for him, because when they discovered that, there was no way around it. And so at this point in time, like they were basically, remember, they were going to confront him. They were going to confront him about the missing fees and just be like, hey, where are they? But not necessarily thinking that there was criminal activity going on. And then they didn't because of the murders, right? Because of the murders, that's the whole thing. Because of the murders, they were like, okay, this doesn't matter anymore. Now we're worried about our own safety. Now we're worried about Alex and da-da-da. And everything else about the fees just went by the wayside until September. And then what happened in September, right? So the homicides, by the way, so June 7th, 2021, right? So they go by the wayside, or the Ferris fees, the money, right? My recollection was that they had said over $8 million, but I think it was a lot more. And then I thought about it after the fact. I think the $8 million might have been from the Satterfield family alone. And then, the total is somewhere. We could find it, right? The total is somewhere in the testimony, especially when he pleads for the financial crimes. But it was either 8 million total or 8 million from just the Satterfields alone, but whatever they think, it's probably more than that in actuality. So anyway, so then, yes. So they went by the way, they didn't ask him about the missing fees, right? For between June 7th and then September 3rd. And then what happened was, like in September, beginning of September, that's when one of the paralegals discovered by accident a check for fake forge, right? The fake forge account. And that was when it all went to pieces. And that was on September 3rd. September 3rd is then when they fired Alex. And then they called all the law partners and all that. And then September 4th, that's the day. That's the day that Chris Wilson confronted him. That's the day that Alex first said anything ever to anybody about opioids and having an addiction. And it's the day that Alex staged the whole side of the road, suicide for hire, roadside shooting thing, that whole mess. And it all went to more of chaotic than from there. It's what are the words I'm looking for? It's insane. This case is insane. It's just insane. There you go. P Fox is saying there's a piece of he came up with the fees. Well, if he came up with the fees, they wouldn't have had any okay, if he'd come up with the fees, but they found the fake forge account, absolutely they would have said. The thing is part of the reason why there's rightfully so resentment. If I can't speak for them emotionally, right? Resentment is a poison you give yourself, so I don't recommend it. But should there be any resentment or ill will towards Alex from these law partners, there's so many reasons for that to be the case. But one of them is literally every single person at that law firm, including the paralegals, should they have known there was criminal activity going on, and should they have looked the other way, they would all be in jail. And perfect example of that, Alex's cohorts, Russell Lafitte and oh my God, Corey, why am I blanking on his last name? Oh, it'll come to me when I'm not trying to think of it. Anyway, they're in federal prison. And the reason why the rest of these guys did not end up in prison is because they really did not know. And had they known, and it was it's not only is it in the ABA rules. Okay, let me back up. It's in the ABA rules code, that model code of ethics. Like if you see something and you don't do something, see something, say something, like that type of thing, right? If that happens and you're an attorney and you don't do something, you lose your bar license. So there's that. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. When you're an attorney, it takes a certain type of attorney to do something knowingly, knowing that they will lose their bar license if they're caught. Alex Murdaugh is in that category. What's his face? Girardi's in that category. But most attorneys will never do something that could make it's just not worth it, right? But beyond that, again, it goes past losing your bar license and it goes into they know they would be in jail. They would be serving time. So God, what's his fucking name? Corey, dude. It's driving me crazy. Yeah, went to Helena Fleming. Thank you. Yes, went to Helena. Thank you for finishing my sentences. Yes, Corey Fleming. Yep, went to Helena Handbasket. Yes. So yeah, it's just not, again, if you, and that's the thing too, right? In terms of the Ferris fees, right? That's how you've been getting away with it before, is because if there was something like that, it's like, oh, well, then he turned over the money. They had no reason to suspect anything. But finding of the fake forge account was a completely different thing, because that's when it was clear that he was stealing all this money. That is part of the state's theory of the case. Echoes of Clarity's asking he killed us because of the financial stuff, but I have other things I think are involved, but I've talked about that at length, and I don't want to bore y'all by being redundant. So.
To them, I mean, just right off the bat.
So during that initial encounter with Alec, he referred to they, look what they did. Is that correct?
Yeah, they, which I didn't really think about at the time until I was taking my wife home. I just thought it was an odd comment.
The sled arrived sometime later?
They did.
Do you remember about how long after your initial arrival sled got on the
I think they came kind of in, because I'm sure they were coming from various locations, but they were there probably within an hour and a half of me being there.
And by the time sled arrived, were there other members from your law firm and family members out on the
So I'll sort of summarize again the state's theory. So the state's theory really is like that, and it's not. I'm not saying it's wrong, but that he knew that they were on to him. There was also the whole thing with the boat case and the discovery for that, and Tinsley was going to get the discovery that would get access to all of Alex's financial accounts. Alex didn't know that the law firm was really as onto him as they were, even though they weren't quite onto him. He didn't know about that. Alex knew about Mark Tinsley with the boat case because that's how it works. There were motions to compel. And what happened there is as soon as Mark Tinsley got access to those accounts, they would have seen it. It would have been over for him. It would have been over for Alex. But so the state's theory is like that he committed the murders, I guess, to distract. Well, but also I will say one thing I do think is true is that Alex knew that with the murders happening, the boat case would go away. Both the criminal charges for Paul, but also the lawsuit, because Alex would be too sympathetic to be a defendant in a lawsuit like that. So, and it worked, right? So what Alex would have known is when he kills Maggie and Paul, now now the boat case goes away, right? And why does that matter? Well, because again, the boat case was going to literally unravel everything for Alex, because the boat case would completely have exposed all of the stealing, right? I guess the state's idea being that he's trying to keep everybody from learning, and including the authorities, that he's stealing all this money. He's trying to avoid going to jail for the rest of his life, right? And I guess in Alex's mind, according to the state, it's it would be such a done deal with the financial crimes once they were discovered, once that thread was pulled, that he was better off taking his chances with murder, right? And that, again, Tinsley getting that discovery would have been the end. And I've said it before, I'll just say it again real quick, that in the state of South Carolina, they have the 3 strikes rule, and Alex knew this, right? So he had 101 charges for the financial crimes. All you need is 3 in the state of South Carolina. It's a mandatory LWOP, life without parole. Alex would have known that. He would have known it was a mandatory LWOP, right? And there would have been a money trail to prove all this shit, right? So it would have been a done deal, potentially. So so for Alex, it's by committing the murders, it ended the boat case. The boat case goes away. And again, why does that matter? Because now Tinsley is not getting into the discovery to expose the accounts, right? What Alex didn't know is just how much digging was going on with the law firm, right? And so once the fallout of that happened in September, right? And this does, again, support the state's theory, same, right? So now they're like, hey, now we know you've been stealing fake forage and all that. And so what does he do? He pivots with something else. Oh, now I've been shot and it's just, side of the road, that whole thing. Oh, and also I'm a drug addict, right? He pivots. He comes up with another story to distract, another story to get out of something, another story to, the way I always explain it is one other lie, because whatever he's hiding is worse than the thing he's lying about. Like, so hopefully that kind of makes sense.
There were, by the time SLED got there, pretty much all the lawyers
My personal theory is that it all goes back to Gloria Satterfield. So
in the firm, with the exception of maybe 2 or 3, one of them had small children, and one got forgotten, and pretty much everybody that was a lawyer was there. And family members, all of Alec's family was there.
Were you directed to leave the area when SLED started processing the crime scene?
Eventually we were. The coroner came over, Rich Harvey, came over and said SLED was there. They were ready to start processing the scene. He said, y'all need to, go over to the house, and I said, are you sure about that? And he said, yeah. And I said, are you sure it's okay for us to go to the house? And he walked back over and asked somebody and came back and said, yeah. And I said,
did you have any concerns going to the house?
I did.
What were your concerns?
Well, it's twofold. One, this is a pretty big farm, and
right.
I don't know who's over there. 2 people have been gunned down, and is it safe? So safety is one concern, and the other is that part of what went on here? And so where's the crime scene start and stop?
And when you got to the house, did it appear that the house had been searched and cleared in any form or fashion?
I didn't see any signs of that, but I'm not a criminologist. I'm not a prosecutor. I'm not a defense lawyer, but it looked like just a regular house.
Okay. But before you go to the house, did you have any conversations with law enforcement about, your knowledge of Paul receiving threats?
Yeah, I had asked, when I was standing where I had driven up, Buddy Hill had come over there, and he asked me if I knew, because I know Sheriff Hill, and he asked if I had any idea of who might want to do this, and I said, not really.
Tonka's saying that he's hiding it. If there's no record of it being spent, it's hidden somewhere. Yep, couldn't agree more. I 100% think that's exactly it. I think it's hidden somewhere. 100%.
He said, do you know if
we know he's still paying his attorneys? And he had incentive to start hiding it even before the murders, because that was part of the whole thing too. Again, going back to Mark Tinsley, the hiding assets, right? So that you don't, because when it comes to those civil cases, they can't sue you for money you don't have. And that was part of the reason why Tinsley wanted the discovery. Tinsley, when he testified, he was like, I didn't think Alex was stealing. No one thought he was stealing. And then Tinsley speaking for himself, I thought he was hiding assets because it's something people will do, even if they're not supposed to, for a civil lawsuit. And so he was already in that process anyway. But I tell you what, and he did a good job of it, right? Because they were not able to uncover all of it. They were only able to uncover whatever pittance of an amount it was that they got. And then it was something like $2 million, which is to be divided equally between all the victims, which is just pathetic and sad. And that was it or whatever. But yet, and that's why it's like gives me the ick feeling, because he's still paying his attorneys. And among other things, there's money.
any threats? And I said, I know Paul had gotten, since the boat wreck, that he had gotten several, threats and just people cranking off from all over the place, not necessarily local, but from everywhere. And I would hear it from, Alec from time to time and different stuff. And so I told him that.
Did, when you had that conversation with Sheriff Hill, had you spoken to Alec?
I had not at that point. I hadn't gotten over to him.
When you had that,
that's one of the reasons they wanted him to testify, right? That Mark Ball on his own, having not spoken to Alex yet, his first thought was it had to do with the boat case. That's supposed to be validating Alex's story. Sad that I mean, it's not, I don't know if sad's the right word. It's a tough case for the defense here, right? Because that Snapchat video does him in, right? They're trying to validate, but it's like, yeah, that was plausible for Alex to say that it wasn't him trying to set this whole thing up. It was a genuine thing,
That conversation with Sheriff Hill, had you listened to the 911 call?
No, sir.
That thought of threats, was that an independent thought of yours?
Well, it was response to a question,
right, from
Sheriff Hill.
And your thought process was about the boating accident.
Well, that was the only threat that I knew of that Paul had ever encountered.
Right. When remember who went to the house when you went into the Moselle residence?
Yeah.
Who was with you?
Well, I mean, I probably can't name them all. I'll probably leave somebody off, but it was myself, Ronnie
So many
Crosby,
people.
Lico, Austin Crosby, Neil,
It's so
Alger.
it's so many attorneys that every single attorney that testifies, when they get asked the same question, they answer it the same way. They're like, I'll probably forget somebody because there were so many people. They all say that.
Randy Murdaugh, Alec.
Had Buster gotten there yet?
Crazy.
Buster had gotten there, I believe, but I'm not sure. He and Brooklyn, I remember when they came up, but I can't tell you whether it was over before we left over there. It seems to me that they drove up at the house, but I can't tell you for certain.
Yeah.
And then there was Corey Fleming and Chris Wilson showed up.
Corey
Lynn-
Fleming. I forgot Corey Fleming was there too. God, everybody was there.
John Marvin, just a host of people. Greg Alexander, chief of police in Yenisei, who's a friend of theirs, showed up. There were
A lot of people in that house.
a lot of people.
What did you observe the condition of the house?
When we came in the door, we obviously went to the den, and we're standing around the den and the kitchen in that house are connected, and there were pots on the stove. So Lee Cope and myself and I think Austin got pots. I think I set something in the sink.
This closes the
And-
loops on how the pots got in the fridge. Because when Blanca testified, and it's not her fault. I mean, she can only testify what she knows, right? She observed the pots being put away, and she thought that was weird because she said the family never did that. But you know, this explains how that happened. That this would be reason number 2 so far why the defense. So we're going to do like again cost benefit analysis. This would be reason number 2 why the defense called him. So far, the first main thing. Well, I guess there was also the thing about how he was like the water on Paul, but I don't know that that's really that important. I don't know. I'm going to leave that off. I'm going to say the first main thing for why they would call him is that he independently thought maybe it had something to do with the boat case before talking to Alex. Reason number 2 is this. He's the one that put the pots and pans away in the fridge.
And they stuck some in the refrigerator.
When you entered the house, it looked like there was food out that had been prepared for dinner.
There was food on the stove, yeah.
Okay.
I don't recall seeing any plates, but somebody else could have picked them up. I wouldn't.
But were folks cleaning up?
Sure.
And what time of day was this?
It was probably 1:30 or 2 in the morning.
Do you remember what time you left the Moselle residence on that night, early morning?
I probably left at 3:30 or 4. I left when Alec was leaving.
When did you go back to the property?
I had a deposition the next morning, and I ended up having to take it, and then I got out there about 11, I guess.
And was Alec there when you got there?
I went over to the dog pen over that way. I had gotten a call that morning about 8 o'clock from Randy, 8 or 8:15, and John had gone over there trying to clean up and couldn't do it. I mean, emotionally. And Randy had asked me if I could see about finding somebody to come clean it up, or did I know anybody? And I called the coroner's office to find out if they had people that did that type of work or knew of people that did that type of work. And ultimately, the coroner called me back and gave me the names of 2 companies, and I gave those to Lee, and he started trying to run them down.
Okay. I inadvertently skipped over something on my outline. When you were at the house before you left, so you left about 3:30 in the morning or so, were you there when SLED agents came up and took custody of Alec's clothes that he was wearing?
I was. They knocked on the door. Somebody answered the door. For some reason, I got up and walked over there, and they said they needed his clothes and to, I think, swab his hands. I walked back over. Alec had been sitting next to me on the couch. There's 2 couches in the den that sort of face each other, and then 2 chairs that are headed towards the kitchen. He was sitting on the far couch, and I walked back over and I said, Alec, they need your clothes. Can you step back here with these folks? And it was a male and a female.
Okay. Well, before we go any further, let me ask you, were your clothes wet or dry when you're sitting on the couch?
They were pretty wet. They weren't soaked, but they were uncomfortably damp.
And do you recall whether Alec's clothes were damp as well?
I would assume they are. I didn't reach over
And did you see how the clothes were, I guess, collected? Were they put on a hanger, wrapped up carefully, or what happened?
The male went into what Alec's bedroom, at least I assume that's Alec's bedroom, and he came back out, and then I saw Alec just kind of, the female agent or officer was holding the bag, and Alec dropped him in.
Okay. There was one bag, multiple bags?
I thought it was 1, but I couldn't tell you whether it was 1 or 2 or 3.
So something that might come up when they have their expert. Again, it's going to be really interesting, guys, when we get to Kenneth Zercie, because again, he's being brought in. Just think about this. Wrap your heads around this, right? Karen Reed was denied Michael Easter to come in and be the expert for the defense on the quality of the investigation. It was denied, okay? And I think most of us, if not all of us, know how that investigation went, right? Red Solo Cups, need I say more? And then we're going to see how, in this case, right, where it's not a judge that is completely out of their mind biased or whatever you want to call it, how different it is, right? And so in this case, we're going to see what an expert says about the investigation. And I think it will be very interesting and eye-opening to see how much it pales in comparison, right? Yet still, they were allowed to bring in an expert to try to critique this investigation. And what will they have to say? What flaws do they find? How big are these flaws? How much do they matter? And yet still.
Went down, I'm jumping back where we were on the morning of June the 8th. After you got out of your deposition, did you go to the property?
I did.
And you went down to the kennels?
I did. I drove over there.
Had the crime scene been released?
It had been released, and because I asked Randy that morning, he said, yeah, they've released it when John was down there.
And what'd you do?
I just wandered around. There was a sled agent there. I think at some point Duffy Stone and Sean, his deputy Thornton, was there. And I think one of their investigators, they were over inside the hangar, and there was a sled agent. At least I'm presuming he was a sled agent. And I don't know who he was. It wasn't any of the ones that were working the case that I came to find out they were working the case later on, that I can remember. And I looked around at different things.
Did you look in the feed room?
I did.
What did you see in the feed room?
Well, by that time, I think Ronnie had either come up or was over there.
Ronnie
Crosby.
Your law partner.
And I think Lee Cope was there as well, but I'm not sure about that. I'm pretty sure. And I was looking in the feed room, and you could see, obviously there's still a pretty raw scene. And were
there still remains of Paul in the feed room that had not been collected?
At first I didn't see it. I saw shot, on the floor, steel shot on the floor, number 2.
Steel shot. You mean pellets from a?
Like bird shot, except it was number 2, steel.
And you saw that in the feed room?
It was all over everything. It was on the floor. It was on the shelves. It was various places. Okay. And then I got to looking around, and there was you could see where a piece of buckshot had gone through, and you could see where it knocked out, or shot through twice where the window was, or is. 2 had gone through that. There was some plastic crates or something, and you could see where one of the shot had gone through and had embedded in the window frame right there, the molding. And then there was a piece of buckshot laying on the ledge of the windowsill.
What did you do when you observed the shots?
I walked back out and asked what I thought was the agent. And
what was the agent?
He said, we've got all we need. And so I walked back over there and looked around, and then looking around around the floor and all that, there was a piece of Paul's skull about the size of a baseball laying there.
Did that upset you?
It did, very much. I mean, it just really infuriated me. And I don't know who I was supposed to be mad at, but it just infuriated me that this young man had been murdered and there was still his remains there. And there was a large blood spot and tissue out right off of the apron of that area right outside the feed room that was there. And it's kind of like walking across a grave. It's one of those things you just don't do.
And it's really, it's one of those hard things, right? Because I totally understand it. The thing is that, and I don't know that I really knew this until this case, right? And we learn it, of course, from Kenny Kinsey on, in the state's rebuttal case when they bring him in, that, I think that what I had known prior to this case, right, is like that it's not law enforcement's job to clean up a crime scene, but it's actually further than that. Legally, they're not actually allowed to clean it up because it's in the possession, custody, and control of like the coroner's office or whatever. Like it's like and Kenny Kinsey explains that there's like the rules for health and safety or whatever. It's like that, right? So no one else can do anything. And then So, but I understand how when you see it, anyway. So in my mind, the best thing that can happen, right, is in the situation like this, that they're automatically provided and set up with one of those services who's allowed to come and do all that, right? Biohack, exactly. Mm-hmm. Yep. But I totally understand how, it would seem like when they release the crime scene, you would think, right, that means that you can go there and you're not going to see part of a skull somewhere. That would make sense. I understand that. And I feel like it should be, I feel like they should get in touch with those companies prior, right? Because what Mark Ball describes, and he's going to describe it further too, what he goes through here is just shit that no one should have to go through, both him and John Marvin. So
After you spent time down at the kennel area, what'd you do next?
I ended up going back to the house, and I remember Gary Brandstatter, Maggie's daddy, was there, and several other people, and I spoke to them and went in the house, and eventually went towards where the gunroom was that afternoon.
Did SLED agents come up to search the house while you were present?
They did.
And I think the jury's seen a video of it. We don't need to play it, but were you present in the gunroom?
I was. I think they probably 2:30 or 3 o'clock, something like that. They showed up, and I had a discussion with that same agent. And I'm assuming it's a SLED agent. It could have been a sheriff's deputy, but I made the assumption that it was a SLED agent over at the kennels in the hangar. I asked if they'd figured out what kind of gun it was, and at that time I I assumed it was a 223 based on the night before. Barry McRoy had said that he thought it was some type of assault rifle, and I just immediately kind of went there, and that agent had said that it was a three something. And I said, a 300 blackout. And he said, yeah. And I said, well, there's one over there in the gun rack. And he said, no, there's not. And apparently SLED had been there sometime that morning or whatever. He said, they already checked. There's not one over there. And I said, yes, there is. And so later on, when they got there was one there.
So, and you located it for SLED?
Yeah.
So this would be
the night, early morning.
Y'all. So again, comparing it to Karen Reed, right? This would be reason number 3. Again, why they called him. They're laying the foundation for this expert. So just to recap so far, reason number 1 would be because Mark Ball immediately said that he independently thought of the boat case. Reason number 2 was, what was it? Oh, the dishes, that he put the dishes away. So neither of those really have anything to do with the integrity of the crime scene. But reason number 3 why they called him does, which is that SLED didn't see a 300 blackout in the gunroom and Mark Ball did. Compare that to, again, any of the details from Karen Reed and think about like that's one of the things they're going to try to point to. Like SLED fucked up the investigation because they didn't notice 300 blackout in the gunroom. There was like 50,000 guns in that gunroom. I mean, it's like, and that it didn't make a difference one way or the other anyway, right? But
Hours 2 or 3 o'clock before you left. Had you seen the gunroom?
I had.
Were there guns on the pool table and whatnot?
I walked in there. The door was shut. I think the door was shut between it and the sort of a transition hall. You go through there, and then there was a bathroom, and then where the freezers were, and then it exits out onto the porch. And then straight ahead would be, I guess in the original house plans would have been a garage, but it was kind of a den game room that Alec had turned into a recreation/gun room and large room. And I walked in there, and there were 3 shotguns on the table, pool table.
Right.
And some other stuff, some shells and stuff. And
when you went back the next day, the daylight hours, early afternoon, it looked like things had been put up.
They had been put up. There were no guns on the table. There were no shells, no nothing there. And so I asked what happened to that. And I was told that the maid had put them up. And so I went and asked her.
Was it Blanca?
And yeah, I went to Blanca, and she said, yeah, I was told to clean up the room. And so I put them up and put them in the rack.
And
he was told by Alex, though, to clean up.
You point out to the SLED agents the guns that were on the table that you thought you'd seen the night before?
I didn't point out the guns. I told them that there had been guns there.
When you're on the property on the, I guess the morning, on the 8th at some point in time, did you observe an employee that had been working on the property for an individual by the name of CB Rowe?
I did.
And did you take pictures of his vehicle for some reason?
I took pictures of a vehicle. I didn't know whose vehicle it was.
this
It
part's
was a vehicle that had pulled up underneath of the, again, if you were standing in front of the hangar where the big door is, moved into the right. And there was a truck that had pulled up in there and it didn't have a license tag on it. And when I walked by it, there was a jug of Clorox and I can't remember what else was in there, but it was a jug of Clorox. And I just thought that was odd. So
Where
I
was the Clorox?
was in the bed of the truck. And I took a couple of pictures of it and turned them over to SLED.
And now
why did you take pictures?
Just looked odd.
Right. So I would agree that looks odd. So this would be reason number 4 why they called him. However, it's a moot point because CB Rowe was in Atlanta, Georgia. I believe it's Atlanta. He was in Georgia at the time of the homicides and, had nothing to do with it. But this would be something that the defense thought, again, it was worth calling him for. We'll see if the cost risk analysis works out in their favor when we get to cross.
2 people had gotten killed and, there's Clorox around.
There's been, I won't make a statement. Did you see any coolers on the property down there?
I did.
Where did you see a cooler?
When I walked around the bottom part between the skin and shed and the hangar and the other shed, there was an open cooler there, looked like a Yeti style cooler. And I can't tell you whether it's a Yeti or not, but it was one of those thicker coolers. And there was probably a dozen beer cans around it that night. And the next day when I walked by, it was still there.
Okay.
I just thought it, with all the people and the hoopla that had gone on, that it didn't look very good.
Oh, did you, was that the only thing that stood out about the cooler, the beer cans around?
The beer cans, yeah. Looked like somebody had unloaded a boat or something, right, and just kind of thrown them out of the boat and forgot about them and left it.
What kind of law do you practice?
Civil.
Okay. Plaintiffs, defense?
Mostly plaintiffs. Occasionally I'll defend a small business or a farmer or something like that.
Right.
For the most part, it's all
during
plaintiffs.
the course of your practice, have you had experience with getting cell phone records of parties to find out information?
I have. It's pretty regular now. I mean, just about every defense lawyer asks and every plaintiff's lawyer asks, because so many people are texting and talking on the phone when they rear end somebody or crash into somebody or whatever. And you want to know if you ask them, were you on the phone? And they say no. And, it shows up on the bill, then they probably were on the phone.
And as part of your, I guess, concern about Maggie and Paul and Alec, did you pull his cell phone records?
Well, I was asked to pull them, and yeah, we provided them to both SLED and to your office, I believe,
right,
for Alec's cell phone records.
And if you're trying to get information from an opposing party or something about cell phone records, are the records more reliable than the actual handheld phone device in your experience?
1402.
Did you hear the objection? As a lawyer, then you don't respond until the court rules. Response to the objection.
There's been testimony about deleted call logs, Your Honor.
1442 is relevant. Yeah, I don't know why they're asking Mark Paul.
Objection's overruled.
I don't know that aspect of it. That's a technical.
Yeah.
I get the records because they're more
We've already
accessible
had
than getting a download and going through the.
We're going to have more.
There are cases that you may want to get a download, but the run-of-the-mill cases, truck wrecks and stuff, the records of the cell phone call records tend to answer the question that I'm asking.
What he's saying is that in the realm of civil, typically the CDR records, right, are going to be sufficient, and you wouldn't actually have cause for like a Celebrate report, right? So he doesn't really know in comparison, for the question being which one's more reliable.
You've known Alec for 30 plus years?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize his voice?
Yes, sir.
And the reason,
at one point in time, were you asked to identify his voice on
the reason he asked that question is because, remember, there's calls that were missing from Alex's phone that were on the call detail record that were missing from the Celebrate report. And one potential reason could be that Alex deleted calls and text messages, right? That's why he's asking that question.
Video of down the kennel.
Yes, sir.
And did you do so?
Yes, sir.
And you determined it was Alec's voice?
Alec, Maggie, and Paul.
And you told that to Sled?
Yes, sir.
Have you listened to a tape that's been played in this courtroom about whether Alec said, I did him so bad, or they did him so bad?
401, 402, and beyond the scope of this witness.
I think that's for the jury, and not that it matters.
I was sent a snippet and asked the question,
Okay.
what it was, and
Hang on, I'm not getting your response. So let's, Your Honor, we'd like to play the snippet from State's Exhibit 153 for this witness.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is from Alex's second
Your Honor,
interview.
I would object. I believe that this witness was not present for this conversation, and again, would object under 401 and 402 in relevance to his commentary on that particular exhibit.
This is overruled.
And sitting there talking today, it's just so bad. It's so bad.
sounds like they to me.
Right.
I played the snippet multiple times, and
And is it consistent with what he told you that the night of the murders?
it is.
So it's
You remember in
the 5'2" assassins are supposed to
February
be
2019 that Paul Murdaugh was involved in a boating accident?
I do.
And you're aware that he was criminally charged?
I am.
And then Alec, and I believe Buster, were civilly sued.
Yes, sir.
And did you work on the case formally?
Not formally, no. I was about to get in after the murders, along with several other partners.
Did leading up to the murders, did you have conversations with Alec about civil case and the criminal case?
I did about the civil case to begin with. And then when the charges came out, I talked with he and Randolph.
What was Alec's, if you know, what he expressed to you, his priority between the two matters was?
Well, obviously, the criminal matter was much more pressing for him.
And in your conversations with him, did you gain understanding of his concern about the civil?
This is going to exactly what Echoes of Clarity's question was about the financial crimes being the state's theory of motive, right? That's why they asked that question, because they knew he would say this, that it seemed to Mark Ball that the criminal case was more pressing than the civil case. And that, you know, the inference there being that the civil case wasn't that big of a deal. He wasn't worried about the discovery and of the financial records and whatnot. I mean, I believe Mark Ball, right, in that Alex maybe could have acted or seemed like the criminal case was more important. But I think in reality, and maybe in hindsight, right, would Mark Ball answer that differently? If he was saying, if he were asked, what do you think now? It might be a different answer. But what did he think at the time? The criminal case was more important based on how Alex acted.
Yeah, somewhat.
How concerning was the civil case?
I mean, obviously, anytime you get sued, you've got to be concerned about it. And, you know, it was the whole boating accident as a whole was very negative towards him, towards Paul, and the entire family, or his entire family. And so, you know, it was obviously it wasn't a nothing, but at the same time, I read the complaint. Several lawyers in my firm read the complaint, and at the time that he was sued, the causes of action against Alec were drafted probably to try to get as much insurance coverage as they could, which is what you do as a plaintiff's lawyer. You're looking for coverage. You don't want to make allegations that get you out of coverage. And it was very vanilla against him. And the allegations against Alec were that I sort of referred to him, and others did as well, as sort of bad parenting. You had an adult child that the allegation was that you allowed him to go out and drink. And when you're 18, you pretty much get to do what you want. And you've reached your majority. And so I thought it was very defensible as to those causes of action at that time, or that cause of action.
Sure.
And I think he did too, but I don't know what he thought.
Right. Did it, some point in time, Alec Was he forced to resign from the firm?
He was. September
And,
the 3rd.
What day was it?
September the 3rd.
And after that, did you have opportunity to look in his office?
I did. He resigned on the 3rd. Then there was the incident on the 4th. And I left the scene over there on Salkehatchie and went by the office. And I'd also been in his office on Friday after he resigned.
When you were in his office, did you find any paperwork that looked like he had been working on for the voting case?
Not until the 5th.
Okay, what paperwork did you find on the 5th?
The 5th, I went in and started really, because we have an obligation to those clients that he was representing, and I didn't want files just laying around. This was Labor Day weekend. All this hoopla and emotion of, the murders, the issues with Alec leaving the firm, and then that Saturday. And so that Sunday, I went in to the office and went to his office and started going through to make sure that any client files were put over in stack, over there. And as I was going through, I found checks that he had deposited with his telephone that were some of the funds that sort of started all this mess with the Ferris case. They were laying, one was on his top of his desk, one was in a drawer. I pulled out one of the drawers and there was a tablet, a legal tablet that had numbers written down on it as far as debts and assets and, just kind of the scribblings of kind of what you owe and what you got.
Would it be something that you would normally see on a net worth statement?
It would be the same information. When I think of a net worth statement, I think of the form that a bank sends you.
Right.
But yeah, it obviously, he was listing what he had and what he owed.
Is it something, the type of format you've seen in civil litigation where defendants are required to produce net worth?
Not in the same form, but the same information.
I skipped another topic. After Maggie and Paul's death, did you collect her jewelry?
I did. I got a call on the Wednesday, I believe, after the murders on Monday from the coroner. His wife and my wife had worked as surgical nurses at Hampton Hospital together, and then my wife ended up being the supervisor over that area. And so I knew them very well, and I've known Rich for 30 years. He called and said that Lori had cleaned up the jewelry and, whenever Alec wanted it. And I said, well, I'll come get it. And so I met him, Ronnie Crosby, and I came over to his office and picked it up, signed for it, and I carried it back to the house.
And within the jewelry, you remember the wedding ring and wedding bands and other jewelry?
There were rings. I can't tell you. There was a thing that sticks out to me was she had a diamond bracelet on and it was in pieces. And he said he tried to find all the pieces, but there was still some missing. But I wasn't paying attention so much to, it just didn't feel right snooping around in somebody else's stuff.
Knowing Alec for 30 years, do you develop an assessment of his relationship with his family, Maggie, Paul, and Buster?
Well, I'll tell you this. The person I thought I knew loved his family, or appeared to love his family very much.
Here we
Take the
go.
calls, he'd do all of those things. After, September the 3rd, I'm not sure I know that person. And so, but he always seemed to be devoted to everything. Their ball games, he would aggravate the hell out of me when you'd be in a deposition and they would call and he'd answer it, and you'd be in a meeting or whatever, and he always took their calls. Whereas my wife and my children never called me unless it was a true emergency, and Alec took their calls whether it was they needed a gallon of milk or they had something important to tell him. I mean, he always took their calls.
And did you see them together frequently?
I did. They went places. You'd see pictures of them. I think Maggie was a pretty prolific Facebook, text, whatever. I'm not on any social media, but my daughter or my wife would show me pictures of where they had been or ball games, different things like that. I never saw anything that indicated to me that there was anything out of the way with any of the relationships, including the drug stuff. I had no.
Yeah, let me ask you, were you aware that he had opioid addiction?
None.
And were any of the partners aware that he had opioid?
None to my knowledge. I mean, that was not a subject matter that ever came up. I mean, it was, and Paul, I think, has been sort of demonized by this whole fair, and it's just not fair. I mean, Paul, it's like a lot of young people I know, they kind of are trying to find where the fence is. Sometimes they get, going a little fast and, blow through some things, but Paul was a good kid. He was always polite to me. I never had one single solitary issue with him at all. And I knew he had done some things, that most kids, are mischievous do. And on at least one occasion, I went to Alec and told him that I thought Paul needed to be throttled back a little bit, that I saw some videos of him driving fast. And I don't know what Alec did, but our firm was very much of a family. I mean,
This is really
if you
sad.
were a member of our firm, and it didn't matter whether you were a lawyer or one of our folks. I mean, our staff is family as well, and if they have a problem, we all have a problem. And so we look out for each other, and we did. Unfortunately, Alec betrayed that
Yep.
when he stole the money.
Yep.
But the outward things that I saw of Alec with his kids and his wife were just that. I mean, they were what I observed. Nobody knows what goes on behind closed doors, but they seemed to enjoy each other's company.
All right. Maggie, course and
All right. Gonna go on to Cross here.
Mr. Waters?
All right.
All right.
Cross.
Mr. Waters, could I steal one of your waters there?
Absolutely. He was pretty good at hiding who he really was, wasn't he?
Yes, Creighton.
Obviously.
Do it. Yes.
You known him for
sir.
34 years?
Wow.
I knew him for 34
And
years.
this is exactly, remember, this is why I kept saying the cost risk analysis, because dude, this is epic, right? Like, here we go. This is the risk that they took. Wow.
He was pretty good at hiding who he really was, wasn't he?
Wow.
Obviously.
You known him for 34 years?
I knew him for 34 years, or I have known him for 34 years.
Y'all are pretty good friends?
Also,
Interacted many times a week?
we had his son Buster and my daughter were in school all the way from kindergarten on, and I would see him at work early on. He didn't work for us immediately when he came out of law school. He worked for Jim Moss and Coon. And then he came to us about 5 or 6 years after that.
But you shared a business with him for how long?
Probably 20 some odd years.
He was your partner?
He was a partner.
You trusted him?
You have to. And I did.
And outwardly, to your appearance, he was a good lawyer. He was a partner to you. He was someone you could trust and rely on, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first
Outwardly, from what you observed.
Yes, sir.
He was a good partner. He was a good lawyer. He was someone in part of your business, somebody that you could trust and rely on. Is that true?
Yes, he was.
And outwardly, you thought that he had a good relationship with his family. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But you have just testified that you didn't really know this man, did you?
Obviously, I did not. I mean, had we known the things he was doing, we wouldn't have been law partners.
You were asked about the kennel video.
Yes, sir.
And you've had a chance to review that kennel video.
A couple of times.
And you and I have talked quite a few times. Is that correct?
We have. I didn't see the kennel video until probably a month or two ago.
But you've reviewed it here recently. Is that correct?
I have several times.
All right. And any doubt in your mind that Alec Murdaugh, Maggie, and Paul were on that kennel video at 8:44 p.m. on June 7th, 2021?
None.
No doubt in your mind.
No doubt.
Do I need to play it for you again, or no doubt in your mind?
Played it all the way here.
Well, let's talk about that just a little bit. And we'll talk more in some detail, but I want to go ahead and cover this. You saw Alec the night of the murders.
I did.
And you knew Maggie very well. You knew Paul very well.
I did.
And you went to the scene where Alec was. Is that right?
I did.
And did you even ride with Alec or take Alec back over to the
I'm
house?
pretty sure he rode back over to the house. I think he and Randy, because their vehicles were impounded over there.
And did you eventually, as things started to move forward, sit down on the couch with him back at the house?
I did.
Fix yourself a liquor drink?
Probably a heavy one.
I get it. And did you talk to Alec about what he did that night?
I don't know whether it was, I know on the couch we talked, but I talked to him several times, including
Drink the vodka drink.
Before.
It's a soda drink. It's the lager
the
drink.
masses got there, trying to figure out, do you know anything? Do you have any idea who did this?
Because you were very concerned. You want to get to the bottom of this, right?
For a lot of reasons.
For a lot of reasons. For the family, for what happened to Maggie and Paul, for the law firm, for all the people involved.
All of it. I mean, it's safety of, if it was something to do with him and the law practice, We didn't want somebody to show back up the front door and harm our folks. We didn't want them to harm any of the other lawyers' families. If it was some person that was deranged, we just didn't know. I mean, this isn't an ordinary occurrence in your practice of law.
You thought you were his buddy, been partners for 34 years. Y'all are sitting on the couch. Is that right?
Like family.
And you start talking to him. Is he responding to your questions appropriately?
He was.
Answering the correct subject matter?
He was. He was very upset, obviously.
Sure.
I mean,
But he was answering your questions. He wasn't unable to make sentences.
He was. Yeah.
And did you talk to him about what he did that night?
Yeah.
And did he deny ever going down to those kennels to his buddy and law partner of 34 years?
He said that he ate dinner, laid down on the couch, took a nap, and then left to check on him.
And now you know that's not true from seeing the kennel video, right?
Dude.
And that wasn't the only time he told you that, is it?
No, at least 3 times.
At least 3 times. And this would be over the subsequent days?
Yes, sir.
Subsequent conversations that you had with him?
Yes, sir.
And he was always clear that he never went down to those kennels after they ate dinner?
It was the same version of it, but it wasn't always just me.
Okay, and we'll talk about that. Who else was present in some of those conversations?
Well, I mean, there were other law partners, and I can't tell you exactly who all was there. But, I mean, I know that on that Thursday following this, I heard him say it then.
Okay, and there were other law partners there?
Yes.
Were their family there?
I don't know whether they were in the room at the time or not. I just know there were law partners there.
Was Jim Griffin there?
I can't speak as to what, he was present on the property, but I don't know whether he was there.
And did Alec tell the same version of events, that he never went down to those kennels?
Yeah, he did, but I don't know whether Mr. Griffin was there. We were there before Mr. Griffin was there.
In his conversations with you, did he ever change his story about who he checked first at the scene, supposedly?
I've heard it both ways, and I don't know whether it's just I don't know whether it's just because of the trauma of the situation, but one time it was, the first time I remember, he checked Maggie first and then went to Paul. And then I heard him say at one point that it was Paul and then it was Maggie. It didn't really matter to me. It wasn't something I really was picking up on because it was horrendous either way. I mean, I can't imagine seeing my wife dead and my son dead in such a brutal manner. So I never put any real stock in that. But it oscillated.
It did oscillate from what he was saying.
From the first time I heard it. But
the story changed.
Well, yeah, as to which was which.
Over the days following this event, this law firm, as you said, was like a family, right?
Was.
You thought you were very close to this man, just like you feel close to your other law partners and their families and the staff and everybody else.
It wasn't just the lawyers that felt that way. It was, I mean,
the paralegals.
The paralegals were there. The law firm shut down. They were also we had to go on a heightened alert. I contacted SLED about what we should be doing because there was a statement that came out about they didn't know of any danger to the public. And we're left with trying to make sure that the 60 or 75 people that work with us are all safe and they go home to their families. And SLED responded. I called the lieutenant over here and he called me back that evening and, was very helpful as far as trying to tell us, he said, I don't know of any specific threats, but, here's some precautions. And I think what y'all are doing is the right thing. And they were helpful. But there was still that undertow of, who did this and are they going to, and people were just on edge all the time.
And you're not a criminal lawyer or prosecutor, I think you said.
I'm not.
But still a lawyer. And so you and your partners, including his brother Randy, were very focused on trying to figure out what happened here. What is wrong here, correct? What happened on June 7th, 2021, right? Very focused on that, were you not?
We were. I mean, it was taking a lot of time.
But he was not, was he? You've said that before, haven't you?
I have said that, but I don't know, Mr. Waters, how I would respond if I'd lost, and I told you the same thing. I don't know how you're supposed to react when you lose your wife and your child in such a brutal manner. But no, to answer your question, I didn't see him on the phone like I was trying to call clients and did you hear anything? Did you see anything? Those kinds of things. So, I mean, the answer is no, I didn't see him doing that. I wasn't around him all the time, but no, I did not.
And you've already testified that you and other law partners and family and staff were very concerned about potential threats because of what happened on June 7th. Is that right?
Very concerned.
And you thought it odd, though, that he was not concerned about any threats, even to Buster, correct?
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't put it that way. The night that this happened, I asked Alec where Buster was, and he said, we've gotten a hold of him. Brooklyn's bringing him. And I said, are you sure he's all right? And he said, yeah, he's riding with Brooklyn. And I said, you think he needs any protection or something along those lines? I don't know that it was exactly those words. And he said, he'll be here in a little while. He'll be fine. But he was so addled. I didn't hang anything on anything Alec was saying.
But after that, in the days that followed, you continued to interact with him. He never asked for any protection or expressed any concern about protection for Buster, did he?
Not to me, he did not. And the only thing I can tell you is the 4th of July, he came to Ronnie Crosby's house, and he had a pistol in his bag, which was, to me, was unusual. And of course, in classic Alec, Buster, and Paul style, he ended up leaving the bag there when they left.
This law firm's been in existence how long?
There you go.
1910
1910.
was.
And-
We're no longer.
I'm sorry?
We're no longer. We're
It
no
was.
longer
Was until he came along, right? Until all this happened, right?
Yeah.
until September of 2021.
September 2021. And was a relative of Alex, his great-grandfather was part of that initial law firm, is that right?
His great-grandfather was the beginning of that law firm.
And was he also the solicitor for the 14th Circuit for this area of the state?
He was from, I believe, 1920 until 1940 when he was killed in a train accident.
And then did the defendant's grandfather become solicitor?
Buster
The
started.
chief prosecutor for this area?
Buster took over in 1940 and was the solicitor until 1946. And then Randolph was appointed by the governor and then was until he was 72.
And his father became solicitor, is what you just said, is that right?
Randolph.
Until about when?
Randolph was 82 when he passed away, so 10 years ago, maybe, around there. And Buster left the solicitor office in 86 when he became 72. At the end of 86, beginning of 87, I think Randolph took over, and Buster became the assistant solicitor
All right. And how long was Randolph solicitor?
until about 10 years ago. And was still an assistant when he passed, I believe.
Do I?
I believe he was still an assistant solicitor.
Mr. Randolph was?
Was.
And so was the defendant too, wasn't he?
He was in some form or fashion.
He had a badge. Did you ever see a badge that he had?
I did.
Where did he keep that badge that you saw?
Oh,
Usually it was on the corner of his dashboard.
Driving around with it in front of his dashboard?
A lot of times, yeah.
This family is very, very powerful. Were they not very influential in this community?
I mean, they had a very good name. They had, they were known to help you with your problems.
How important was that family legacy to the defendant?
It seemed to be very important.
I think you've said that it was more important to him than anybody else that you observed.
It seemed that way. I mean, whenever there would be discussions of name changes or anything, he would be very involved in that, much more involved in that than he would be in other business matters.
And he even talked to you about wanting, that being the defendant, wanting to be solicitor as well.
At one time, yeah.
You talked a little bit about the scene. And there were, when you arrived, there were other law partners there as well. Is that right?
Not when I arrived. Randy was there.
Randy was there. Other law partners showed up.
They showed up over the next hour and a half or so.
Okay.
From Jasper County, from Beaufort, from all over.
And there were a lot of powerful attorneys at that scene as it was being processed, including the defendant. Is that right?
Well, obviously, Alec was there and the rest of us. And then I don't know of any other lawyers at the scene other than us being our firm members.
And was law enforcement always polite and respectful during this entire process?
Absolutely.
And when they came to the house that day, the video where the Jeff Croft came in and searched for those guns, were they polite and respectful?
They were very polite.
Did they have a long conversation because they knew family was in the house about trying to do this as delicately as they can without upsetting everybody and doing some big search and running everybody out of the house and all that stuff?
Katie, and I apologize, I can't remember her last name. She offered to take off all of her identification, her gun and all of that. And we told her that wasn't necessary. Okay, I can.
Speak a little louder.
Okay, sure. That's
You
usually
scoot
the
up a little
problem.
bit, it might help, so you don't have to lean forward.
Yeah. I mean, Katie offered to really, be very behind the scenes, so to speak. And everybody, I've not had, the vast majority of them have been extremely polite and very, very responsive to anything that we ask.
Because of all the family there and the tragedy that happened, they were very delicate and respectful of that when they came to the house that day. Is that correct?
In looking back, they probably were too much.
But they were.
They were very.
And that's because that's going to come up with the expert.
You said that Alec would always ride in his Suburban with that badge up in the front dashboard, to your observation, right?
I don't know that he always did, but a
lot
lot of the time.
And he also generally carried a pistol in the car too, didn't he?
I didn't know that. I can't testify.
You've heard that now, haven't you?
I've heard that, but I didn't know that.
What was Alec like with the cell phone? He was on it all the time, wasn't he?
He was on the cell phone all the time.
He would constantly be using it, constantly responding to calls in the middle of conversations, always had it with him, to your observation, being his law partner for 30 some odd years. Is that correct?
He was an obnoxious user of the cell phone.
And would it have been unusual for him to go down to those kennels without his cell phone with him?
I mean,
You said that, haven't you?
I don't know whether I've said it or not said it, but I would think it would be unusual for Alec to go anywhere without his phone.
Uh-huh. Now, the reason we were talking about that, right, is because his phone went silent, right, during the time of the murders.
What was he like as a lawyer? Was he a very academic or type lawyer, or were his skills elsewhere?
I mean, Alec was a very good lawyer. I mean, he got good results for his clients. He got, he could look at a set of facts and really do well with them, figuring out where to go with the issues, where to push and where to not push and pull. And he was very good tactically. I wouldn't say that I'm a great academic lawyer. I think I'm pretty good at figuring out where the seams are to figure out the solution. And I think Alec was much more like I am in that respect, as far as looking at facts and talking with people. Alec never met anybody that he couldn't talk to. He could talk to a fence post.
Talk to a fence post.
Really good.
I think you said that people
That's
were his
great.
trade.
They were.
That's great
And he
testimony.
understood the emotions of the cases very well, did he not?
He did.
And he could be very convincing with people, as you've come to find out from all that you've
His ability to manipulate.
uncovered. Is that correct?
Absolutely. He convinced us
Mhm.
since 2006.
Effortlessly and easily.
That's what I'm saying. This was the defense asking for this, right? Like, come on. Remember, because you get more latitude on cross, right?
Lied to you for years and you didn't know it.
Didn't
Is
know
that
it.
correct?
Didn't know it and didn't catch it. In fact, it just, the way he was doing it was very, very cunning.
Cunning.
Honey. Remind the jury who Jeannie's second juror is. It's been a long trial, but remind them who she is.
She is our in-house accountant, CFO. She's the money person, but she goes beyond that. She did management stuff. She would be the person that at one time she was kind of managing the non-lawyer staff, but she could still rein in the lawyers as well.
And in the wake of all this financial stuff that came up on September 4th, she was one of the ones tasked with going through and figuring out the extent of what he had done. Is that correct?
She and I worked a lot.
And you worked on that as well. Is that correct?
Correct. One of the things that has come up, and there was this issue that happened back in 2017 where we had, at the beginning of the year, the law firm depletes all the money, and then you have to start off the year. Well, money's coming in, and you may not have enough to cover your bills in January and February. So we do a loan, and generally the partners, ones that wanted to participate, would put money in, and then they'd get paid back as soon as we got on a cash positive in the new year. And there was an issue in 2017 where Alec was paid. He didn't put the money in, but the check was written to him by mistake. And I've gone back and looked at it and made sure that his name and Randy's name appeared at one over the other. And it was just a fat finger or just a missed thing with the mouse. The check was generated to Alec. And then there was a second check generated, one in March, one in April. The one check was negotiated in May, I think. The other check stayed on his desk and was negotiated the next October. Well, what that did was that threw out and this is in our operating account. It wasn't client money. So it threw our operating account out of balance. And when we started looking at it, then we realized that he wasn't the one that was supposed to have gotten paid. We had basically a powwow. Our president, Danny Henderson, went to him, talked to him about it, and Alec swore that it was just a mistake, and he paid back the money with interest because Randy had been out of his money. It was
Paid it back with stolen money, correct?
well, I didn't know that, but I mean, he paid it back, and I think there had been testimony that somehow that got swept under the rug. It did not get swept under the rug at all. It was investigated, but everything seemed to make sense because the check was written to him. He cashed a check that was written to him. And while I might know whether or not I had an extra 123,000 or whatever it was, or 21, Alec always seemed just sort of disheveled with his own funds. So it made enough sense, and there wasn't enough there to get in a brouhaha and terminate somebody or create more of a fuss than it was, but it wasn't swept under the rug. Everything seemed to fall into place at the time. Now, obviously, had we known any of the other stuff at the time that we found out in September, then it would have been a different story.
But bottom line is, it got discovered. Oops, it was a big mistake, he says. He pays it back, and people move on, right?
And that was in 2018.
That was in 2018. And we're talking about the check written that was supposed to go to his brother that went to him instead.
Right.
And he was never one to loan money for those operating expenses generally. Is that right?
I think he'd loaned once or twice, but
Once or
not,
twice.
it wasn't regular.
Right.
And
And not around this
that's
time.
important, right? Because in other words, so what they're saying here, so that's the money, they talk about how everybody chips in, or not everybody, but you're supposed to, or you're encouraged to. Alex didn't, typically once or twice, for the funds, for the operating funds for the firm, right? For the different partners. And so what happened was, of course, here Randy had contributed, right, the $123,000, whatever. And so then on accident, because their names are right under each other, Alex got paid Randy's check, right? So what they're saying is, Alex, it should have been normal. Like the normal thing would have been, if you're Alex and someone writes you a check for $123,000 from the firm, and it's like, why am I getting paid this? This doesn't belong to me. Like that should have been odd for him. And so he cashed it, right? And then when it was brought up, oh, that wasn't so good, then he repaid it, right? But the fact that he didn't say something to begin with, that's what Creighton is bringing up. Kane, welcome back. Why is Heather talking in code again? No idea. Is she talking in code? I don't know.
Correct.
I didn't go back and look at that part of it.
It was $125,000 roughly, something like that.
121, 125.
All right.
I was more concerned about how it happened to begin with. Randy's initials are RM, and Alec's initials in our system are RAM. So that was.
And what he did was he gets that check, and instead of saying, this isn't $127,000 for me, he actually goes to staff a couple days later and says, I lost that check. Cut me another one, right?
Right.
Yes, sir.
And then he cashes that one, right?
God.
He eventually cashes.
He cashes the
First
second
one.
one
Yeah.
in pretty short order, correct?
He cashes the first one
Yeah.
in October the next year.
And
He
then
cashes-
sits on the other one for an extended period of time and then cashes that one, right?
He did.
Wow.
Steals the same money twice, right?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
What was the word you used before, cunning?
Very cunning.
Wow.
And you mentioned that it wasn't swept under the rug, but he said, oh, it was a big mistake, and he pays the money back, and then people move on, even though because, okay, it's just Alec, that sort of thing, correct?
Right.
Right.
But there are other instances like that too over the years. For example, using private planes for personal use and billing that to the firm, is that right? Or explain that.
Some of that, but the biggest thing was the credit cards using. He just wasn't a very good rule follower at all. But
With other people's money, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, anytime
Oh.
you're in a law firm or you're working for somebody and you've got a card or a check that's got their name on it, then you owe them a responsibility to spend it properly. And
It's other people's money, right?
it's other people's money.
And he would spend personal use on the credit cards, and y'all have to talk to him about that, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was going on.
And the thing is, too, this also goes to this whole thing of to where he was, private planes, whatever. He was using the firm's or clients, I guess in this case, we're saying the firm's credit card. So in other words, anything that could have been considered extravagant or lavish or costly, right? His personal expenses. He wasn't even using stolen money to do that, that they didn't know about at the time, right? like all the millions of dollars or whatever, those are being tucked away. He was using, you know, the law firm's credit card or whatever. And it just goes again to like, he wasn't spending the money, you know?
Repeatedly, correct?
Up until the end.
Oh,
Put
that's
tuition on firm credit.
Kane said, I woke up with a raging headache because I was chasing my dog all over the place in my dreams. So that is both funny and awful. I'm sorry you have a headache, but that is really funny. I have dreams like that all the time where I'm doing something crazy, like, and then it seems real. And then I wake up and that, you know, haven't had a dog chasing one recently, but I can relate. Cece, welcome. Long time no see, my friend.
Credit card for one of his children, correct?
He did.
I had to talk to him about that, right?
Yes, sir.
And he'd pay it back, and then people would move on, right? And that'd been going on for years, had it not?
It had, but there were other people that would
But not like him, right?
not to that
Not
degree.
like him.
Not to that degree.
You talked a little bit about the boat case.
I love Creighton. I mean, he doesn't have any notes. I mean, he wanders around, right? I mean, which I get, I would want to be the same way. It would be really hard for me to stand still because when I'm thinking, I tend to want to walk. But he just, and the thing is it just gives it such a natural flow, right? It's a conversation. It's a conversation. He's like this with every witness, right? It's a conversation versus like checking things off a box. And honestly, this type of questioning is why he was so successful whenever he crosses Alex, which is one of my favorite things of all time in any trial ever. Actually, it's probably my absolute number one favorite thing. Well, Alex on cross for this case, which we will be getting to probably on the next episode.
But back in May of 2021, Jeannie came to you and told you about what Annette had discovered about them receiving the expense check in the first case, but not the fee check, right?
Sometime in that time frame, yes.
And your initial concern was, and you were concerned that he was going to try to hide assets because of the boat case. That was part of your concern, and the firm was not going to participate in that if that was what was going on.
That's correct, that he was either going to structure them or leave them in somebody else's trust account until it had passed. I mean, we weren't going to fudge our books for that benefit.
And you were aware that in the boat case, they were seeking a personal recovery against Ellen, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that caused you concern because this firm was not going to participate in helping him hide assets because of this boat case, correct? That was your concern.
He or anybody else.
Yeah, or anybody else. And you had continued conversations with Jeannie over the next few weeks about this because she couldn't get a straight answer as to what he had done with those fees, correct?
Myself and Jeannie and at least two other partners. Lee Cope.
Another partner?
And Ronnie Crosby.
And Ronnie Crosby. And couldn't get a straight answer, could you?
Well, we weren't getting a straight answer, so we continued, but we didn't want to make it a big deal if it wasn't a big deal, but because we didn't have the information, we couldn't make a decision.
And then on June 7th, 2021, Jeannie went in there to demand that straight answer, correct?
Yes, sir. I didn't know that until June the 8th.
But you knew it was coming to a head, didn't you?
Yeah. I mean, Jeannie's tenacious. I mean, she's going to get to the answer. She's not going to let go until, and it wouldn't just be this, it would be anything.
But unlike the other times, Alec didn't have the money to pay it back and make it all go away, did he? This time.
I didn't know that.
But you know that now, don't you?
Well, yeah, obviously the whole world does.
Accurate. Lounge Wizard Creighton. Kane, this is Kane's nightmare.
Who?
Maggie was your friend?
Kane's nightmare. This is very interesting. So I'm going to summarize Kane's nightmare for anyone who's listening. So Kane had this nightmare. Okay. So he was chasing his dog all over the place and he ran into a house that had a 300-pound Rottweiler with a sharp spiked chest collar. And then he had to explain to the owners of the house for over an hour. But the guy who owned the house was cool and invited him to go fishing. Wow.
Maggie was your friend?
Who?
Maggie was your friend?
It was all of our friends, yes.
Paul was your friend?
Sure. He was dear friends with particularly my youngest daughter.
He was a good kid?
He was a good kid. I mean, he had his issues like everybody else. You know, I don't know anybody who's raised children. If they say they're perfect, then they need to write a book. But I mean,
I think any of us want to be judged by what we did when we were 18 or 19.
I don't want to be judged with what I did, or I really don't want to be judged with how I raised my children. But those are individual decisions. But Paul was a good kid. He was always polite. I could have picked up the phone and called Paul and said, "Hey, I need some help over here on my farm." That kid would have come in a heartbeat. He was just a good kid. Now, did he do some devilish things? Absolutely. I hear about him, and, you know, occasionally if I saw him, I'd say something to him about it, but he was a good kid. I mean, he great outdoorsman. He grew a garden. I mean, Randolph, who they called handsome, I mean, he'd do anything in the world. And after the boat wreck, the two of them.
I will say
almost-
the tending to the garden is very interesting. That that still, I think, is a huge deal, because boy, does that really give more context to who Paul was as a person, because that's a very specific individual that can tend to a garden, you know?
Glued together. And I mean, it's just a total waste of a kid that had
Total waste is accurate.
never found his potential yet, but would have, I'm quite confident.
Oh, so sad.
After this tragedy happened to the family that was this law firm, everybody was focused solely on that, coming to support one another and coming to support Alec Murdaugh. Is that right?
Absolutely.
And the last thing on anyone's mind at
Here we
that time
go.
was those dadgum Pharisees.
The daggum
Isn't that
Pharisees.
right? And you've said that.
We actually, at least myself and one or two others said, well, we'll have to put that on hold. I mean,
Yep.
it was a conscious, it
There
wasn't
you
just
go.
we're not going to subconsciously, but we consciously said, we're going, the man just lost his wife and child.
Mhm.
There's no way we're going to be cruel. We'll get back to it later. And we did.
Got back to it later. A couple months later, right? Or a month later.
A month later.
You're advised that, oh, wait a minute, Chris Wilson says he has those fees all along, right?
It's what I was told.
Because in the wake of those murders, he had managed to borrow some money from Johnny Parker, right?
I found that out later.
And he had managed to have Palmetto State Bank through Russell Lafitte give him $350,000 in undocumented funds, correct?
I found that out later as well.
Just like
After he
before,
determined.
you get an email saying, yeah, I'm Chris Wilson, I got the fees. And that kind of put the matter to bed at that point in time, right?
That was in July, yes.
Paid it back again, or at least you think. And just like before, people move on because you're still dealing with the tragedy of this terrible set of murders, correct?
By July, we were dealing with that and still this idea of the boat wreck, you know, and what he was going through. I mean, you rally around your family and your friends.
You rally around him, right?
Yeah. And that's not to any way throw cold water on any of the claims of the people in the boat wreck,
Sure.
but everybody deserves a defense. And, you know, you defend your friends and your family, but you do it morally and honestly.
It's what people who think they're friends do, right?
You hope they do.
Mm.
September 3rd, or thereabouts, Annette finds this Chris Wilson check in Alex's office, right?
September the 2nd, I believe.
September 2nd, right? State's 313.
I can't see that phone.
I mean, this is amazing, right? Because this I mean, the defense is asking for it, right? Creighton is taking this witness who's, you know, obviously a great witness for the state, who the defense called, and it's like turning it in to say turning him into a witness for the state is just such a vast understatement. So as far as the cost risk or whatever, cost risk analysis, it's like, well, yeah. That's lying.
Sure, they recess at this time. Please go to the jury room. Please not discuss the case.
What about a wildcat, like the wildcat that Alex talked about in this case? All right, coming on back.
Jury is present, sir. Sir, thank you. You may proceed.
Please, Court, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
All right. I think when we left off, I was showing you states, what is that, 313, I believe? And that's
313.
That's the fairest check that was found in the defendant's office that he had lied to everyone and told that he never received.
This is the first one.
One of them, at least, correct?
One of them, the first one that we knew of.
And then we're around September 2nd or something like that. And around that same time, Jeannie starts spreading or researching in y'all's system Forge, and then finds all the fake Forge checks. Is that right?
She used the query Forge to see whether anything had been put into an annuity, any fees had been moved or put under an annuity, and the lists came out of, I don't know, 10 or 12 different cases.
And y'all called the real Fords and said, y'all have any of these clients? And they said, no. Y'all ever banked at Bank of America? They said, no.
We did, but in that list, like the fourth or fifth one was a client that I was representing, and the money was to be held in trust. And when we pulled up the documents, supporting documents, it had a notation on it that it was invested for 3 years, which I knew couldn't be. So I went and called the client. Client verified that he hadn't authorized anything, hadn't done anything. And I immediately told him that his funds would be put back in there. And I walked back across the street to Jeannie's office and told him we had a big problem.
And that was Thomas Moore, correct?
That was Tommy Moore.
That was a highway patrolman who had been injured, correct?
Correct.
And Alex stole his money?
He did.
And they had been friends, to your knowledge?
As far as acquaintances, friends, I'm not sure what their relationship.
And I'm not going to go through in great detail because it's already been done. But generally, you and Jeannie were probably the main drivers of the investigation into all of this theft in States 314, this spreadsheet.
All of us were involved, but I was with Jeannie a vast amount of the time. I was with her a vast amount of the time, going through and auditing them and checking to see.
All right. And ultimately, you had to reach out and talk to a lot of these clients of Alec Murdaugh's, right?
I did.
And you had to tell them what had happened?
I did, including 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, another one.
And you had to tell them that Alec had lied to them, right?
I did.
And they said, Alec lied to me. He never told me that, correct?
Response?
I'll move on.
Okay.
You had conversations with all those clients, the clients that you dealt with, right?
I dealt with the majority of them, yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 314. Just real quick.
Just
Go
real
through
quick.
and just don't have to go into anything more, but just list the names of people that you had to deal with personally over what he had done.
Well, I was involved with the one for Barrett Boulware with Ronnie.
All right, let's talk about Barrett for a second.
Oh, dear.
That was one of his close friends, right?
All right.
He was.
And
Can you
Barrett.
describe the money that he stole from Barrett?
Barrett,
Barrett. So Barrett is one of Alex's close friends. And remember, Moselle belonged to Barrett. And the way that Alex got Moselle, if you guys can believe it, again, thinking about where did the money go? Well, it didn't go to pay for the house because Barrett signed the title for Moselle over to Maggie Murdaugh for $5, if you can believe it.
Barrett had
Oh,
a
wow. Interesting.
fire on a piece of property that he had that burned down a house. And there were proceeds for cleaning up, and then there were proceeds for various and sundry things that were associated, as well as the structure. And we started looking at it and figured out that the $75,000 had been stolen. And then later on that there was an additional amount that never went through there.
How much was that additional amount?
$279,000 according to this exhibit number.
That was a close friend of his, correct? To your understanding?
I would say that was one of his closest friends.
One of his closest friends.
That's who he ended up getting Moselle from.
And when he stole that $75,000 from Barrett Boulware, Barrett was sick and needed that money to put his wife up in a hotel near the hospital he was at, didn't
Barrett was dying of colon cancer, yes.
he? Needed that money. Alex stole it anyway, right?
I assume he needed the money.
All right, keep going. Just again.
The next one down is Jacob, the estate of Jacob Hirschberger. And at first,
Again, we don't need to get each one, but that's one of them that you had to deal with.
that's one that I just dealt with 2 weeks ago, and we're still straightening it out.
But you had, the firm had to straighten it out and deal with the money because he took it, correct?
We are now. We're in the process of it.
After talking with the clients and everybody else involved, right?
Correct.
All right, go on to the next one, please.
You want me to give the names, or
Yeah, just give
Mr.
names.
Anderson I dealt with, Dion Martin, his family I dealt with.
All right, let me just lay it out. So Christopher Anderson, you said, that's somebody you had to talk to yourself?
Yes, sir.
And y'all the firm had to pay money for what he did, correct?
Yes, sir.
Dion Martin, was somebody you talked to yourself?
I did, and along with his
Been
parents.
horribly injured in an accident
He had brain injury, correct?
and had a brain injury.
Yes, sir.
And you had to talk to him about the defendant lying to him with his brain injury, correct?
And his parents,
And his parents and taking his money, correct?
correct.
All right, keep going.
Elise Mallory.
Elise Mallory, and she had a relative who died, correct?
She did, and I had
Very
represented.
sweet old lady. Have you met her?
Well, Elise,
That's what I mean.
she's not.
Welcome
No, I'm
to
sorry.
Hunter, South Carolina.
The person that you dealt with, the personal representative.
And then,
Is she a very sweet, nice lady? PR?
yeah,
In that case?
I haven't had a single one of these clients that weren't nice people,
Very nice people.
super nice people.
And he
And
took advantage of each one of them and lied to them, correct?
yes, sir.
Tell me some more names.
The Risher case, I wasn't involved in
What
it.
a
Johnny Bush,
scumbag.
I dealt with him. I talked with JJ Jinks.
To your knowledge, Johnny Bush considered himself a friend of Alec Murdaugh's?
I don't know whether they were friends, but they were good acquaintances. Johnny was a little bit different. He overcharged him or gave him the impression that it was the $95,000 was for expenses. It was not.
So he lied and told him that there were expenses that had to be paid, and instead Alec Murdaugh stole that money from his good acquaintance, Johnny Bush, correct?
That's correct.
Keep going.
JJ Jinks, I talked with JJ, but I didn't deal with the paying him back part of it.
But the firm still had to pay him back for the lies that Alec Murdaugh told, correct? And for the theft.
Correct.
All right, keep going if you would, please.
The Christiani matter is still ongoing.
All right, keep going if you would, please.
And then Randy Drawdy, that matter's over. Tommy Moore, I've dealt with him. His money's back in trust where it's supposed to be.
All right. Tommy Moore was a highway patrolman that got injured in the line of duty, correct?
He was.
And Alec lied to him and took his money, correct?
Correct. This is not all of them either.
So that's the ones for now, correct? That's the ones that are on that list that's been admitted to evidence here, correct?
Correct, but there's a good many more than this.
Wow.
Were you aware in your conversations with the defendant that back around the time of the recession that he had gotten into some land deals that had gotten
I
into some
just have to
financial?
say, I also love Creighton's timing. Like that pause there after Mark Ball says there's a great money more. That pause was powerful.
Issues.
I think it was squeezing him. Yes.
And then not long after that, he had some big cases such as the Arthur Badger case and the Pinckney UPS case and the Plyler case in which he got a large amount of fees from very large recoveries, correct?
Badger was the UPS. Pinckney was the tire case.
Okay.
But yeah, he got very big fees.
All right. And you thought that with all those fees that you knew who he got because he's your partner and you get to see the books, you're the treasurer of the firm or have been for an extended period. Is that correct?
For the old firm, yes.
And you thought that the money that he legitimately got from those cases had solved those problems because it was a lot, wasn't it?
I think I, along with everybody else, thought that he was totally out of any debt.
But on top, but you come to find out on top of the fees that he got, he also stole millions from those clients, correct?
Yes, sir.
It wasn't enough for him, was it?
Clearly not.
I'm almost done. Going back to that scene that you went to. You didn't see any blood on Alec Murdaugh that night, did you?
No, sir.
And when you went back the next day, you went back because y'all had attempted to call, y'all had called the coroner to get the names, and he had given you the names of some companies that their job is to come out and help clean up scenes like this, correct?
That's correct.
And y'all had called them, but nobody called back, and you just felt like you had to do something, so you went to the scene. Is that right?
Well, we were trying to also see what we could find out, if there was anything that we could do to lend assistance. I mean, this was something that was, I mean, everything stopped.
Everything stopped.
The whole world did.
And being a friend like people would be and just trying to do whatever you could, correct?
Friend and, we're lawyers. We try to figure out what happened to things.
And you went in that feed room and observed the things that you saw.
Did.
And you also ended up getting blood on your sleeves, correct?
I did. I didn't know.
Up high, correct?
On my shoulder areas and on my pants.
I asked you a little bit about the defendant's cell phone use. Was it like him to have very short phone calls, or was he one to talk for a while?
I mean, he would cut you off with one phone call coming in on top of another. He'd call you about something and say, "Oh, I'll call you back." Click it off, and
But he'd start talking about something, right?
Yeah, but I mean, he would. It was regular.
It was regular. He would typically talk for more than a minute, though.
I mean,
said that
I would
correct?
assume so. I mean, most people a minute, it's not much of a conversation.
It's not much of a conversation just for a minute, is it?
No.
The night of the murders, did you see a golf cart up at the Moselle residence
I saw it in front of their house.
in front of the house?
Yeah, if you drove up the driveway, it was over to the left.
It was parked in front of the house.
It was parked off to the left side of the house.
A golf cart.
Going back to September, and y'all find out about the Ferris fees, and y'all find out about fake forge, and y'all have a meeting of
forge?
partners without Alec there and without Randy there, correct?
Well, first of all, on the 2nd, which was Thursday,
Right.
when the stuff with Forge came up and you started looking down, when I made the phone call to Tommy Moore, and first thing Deanie did was start grabbing our check. All we could see was our end of it. So if a check was written off of our trust account or our operating account, these were mostly trust checks. If it was written off trust account, we could get a copy of our check. We didn't know where it had gone from there, and we could see the disbursement sheets, and we could tell where they were deposited by looking at the back of the check, which you don't normally do. I mean, it's just not. And when you started seeing commonality to it, and then the Moore thing was concrete. I mean, there was just no way that money couldn't have been written out because it was being held. He had an ongoing workers' comp claim.
What I'll do is when there's a good breaking point, I'll try to do a little, if it's possible for me, an overview of this case for our friend Cece, who doesn't know this case at all. I'll try to do like a little like an overview. Yeah.
That was a statutory lien. You couldn't give him the money. And
Bottom line is, without rehashing the whole story for the jury again, y'all knew he had been stealing at that point.
that's when we found out, and then I met
Didn't know how much. In fact, you found out a whole lot later,
a
correct?
whole lot. We had about 6 at that time. I met with our president that night and Ronnie Crosby and set up a meeting for the next morning, and we met, and then Randy was tied up and then came. And at that point it was unanimous. And then Randy and Danny went and talked to him.
And then when confronted
He
with
admitted
that,
it.
and he was forced to resign, is that correct? Or y'all terminated him?
Well, he could either resign or be terminated, but it was a 30-second decision.
And what day was that when that happened?
That was Friday.
What day, you remember?
That would have been September the 3rd.
Third?
And we immediately started into all the things you have to do when you find out that a lawyer's been stealing in your firm, which has been absolute teetotal pure hell since then.
So everything was coming home to roost.
Total pure hell.
The storm was arriving again for Alec on September 3rd when y'all confronted him. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It was over.
And then on September 4th, what happened? What did you hear about?
I had spoken to Mr. Griffin just to let him know that we had terminated him. He already knew. And about 11:30, 12 o'clock, whatever time it was, I was on a tractor, and he called me and said, "You're not going to believe what happened." And I thought, my first response was, "Don't tell me that jackass killed himself."
Right.
And he said, "No, somebody shot him." And I just said, "I
Wow.
don't believe that."
You don't believe that. A lot of people thought right away, that, oh my gosh, the real killers are back. Correct? The chickens were home to roost again for Alec, and all of a sudden he's a victim again, correct?
Oh, come on, Jim.
Objection's overruled.
Yes.
I went to
Wow.
the scene. I went straight to the scene.
Oh,
But
man.
I didn't believe it.
You didn't believe it? Because you have training as a lawyer, right?
I don't know whether it was intuition, training, whatever. I
Oh,
just didn't
man.
believe it.
And what did you see at the
Wow.
scene that confirmed that this time?
I got
It
out.
didn't work.
This
Danny
is
and
huge.
Ronnie were there, standing there, and I said, I don't buy it. And we walked up
Here's the
towards the
thing.
car. And I think
Here's
I
the
said
thing.
it.
Here's why this is a big deal. The jury's heard a little bit about the side of the road. They heard it from law enforcement, right? In the state's case in chief. This is the first time that they're hearing from somebody, like testimony wise, that it was all bullshit, that it was staged. I mean, I guess it came out in the state's case in chief that Alex finally admitted it. But the difference being that people immediately who showed up, while he had duped them for all this time about these other things, they're like, nope, don't believe it.
The scene that confirmed that this time.
I got out.
It didn't work.
Danny and Ronnie were there and standing there, and I said, I don't buy it. And we walked up towards the car, and I think I said, it's got run flat tires, and the tire's not flat. Before we got to it, Ronnie said, it doesn't even have a spare. And then when we got up to it, you could see at 9 o'clock where somebody had stabbed the tire. And we hung around there, and then when Sled showed up, I think it was actually David Owens showed up, or Ryan Kelly showed up, one of them. And that's when we told him we had fired him the day before. And what had happened, we were in consultation with a lawyer we had to hire on Friday to figure out what to do and how to do it. And when this happened, we thought they needed to know.
And you were told that Alec claimed at the scene that he was shot by some unknown assailant, correct?
That's that was the story.
But
I
you
just-
knew this scene had been manufactured by Alec, correct, when you arrived there?
I didn't know that. I suspected. It just didn't look like, I mean, it's a shiny Mercedes black car with no holes in it, a single shot. There's the back hatch isn't open. There's no nothing. I mean, it just doesn't look right.
And just when accountability is arriving again, the defendant manufactures himself being a victim, correct?
That's what it turned out to be.
Thank you, Mr. Ball.
Redirect.
Wow.
Briefly,
All
Your
right.
Honor.
Redirect.
Mr. Ball, to your knowledge, has the law firm, KMPED, repaid all the money to the clients that's owed, as well as insurance company have pitched in?
To this point, we're holding some money as of 2 weeks ago. And in one of the matters, we're trying to get that money returned. We're having to go through a PR.
And the list of names that you read off, those folks, if they were entitled to the money now, they've received it. Is that right?
The people on that list have, yes, and there's a bunch more that have as well.
And the law firm is currently out a lot of money. Is that correct?
We are.
As a result of Alex?
Well, the law firm and the partners in the law firm.
Yeah.
We've had to pony it out of our pocket.
You personally have had to pony up.
Yes, sir, along with my partners.
And when Alec was resigned or terminated in September, he had some cash flow coming into the firm that the firm was able to keep and use that to pay some of the claims.
No, sir. All of our funds, doesn't matter what I earn until it's declared at the end of the year. It's law firm money.
I understand that. So law firm money earned off Alec's cases that was the firm money when he left.
Well,
we're talking a couple $1 million.
First of all the cases are owned by the law firm. They're not Mark's cases. They're not Alec's cases. They're law firm cases. Cases that Alec was working on generated monies, and we internally decided a formula that we were going to use because people had to complete those cases. And we've allocated much, much more than ordinarily. Our expenses are taken out in a different way, but we allocated a bunch of money to paying those. Yes.
I understand. But the income from those cases, north of $2 million, perhaps?
Yes, sir.
And in your firm and Jeannie Seconder and others have cooperated with SLED and the Attorney General's office in their investigation of Alec's misdeeds in relation to those client matters, have they not?
We have.
And as a result of, I mean, you're aware that Alex has 90 plus pending charges against him for financial, the stuff you just testified about, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've been subpoenaed here today to testify in the murder case, correct?
I've been subpoenaed since this trial started.
And you know this is the murder case.
Yes, sir.
Now, immediately after the murder of Maggie and Paul, and you talked about Alec's demeanor, did he come to work and was able to work on cases?
No, sir. He came, he was out for a while. I think he went to his in-laws and stayed. He didn't, after the funeral was either Friday or Saturday, I can't remember. And then Randolph died on Thursday after this. And then Randolph's was on Sunday. And Alec he was staying between Randy, John Marvin, and whoever else, his mother's house. I think he went to his in-laws. I know he went down to visit with his brother-in-law and sister-in-law.
Sure. And
but no, he was not. There was a period of time he wasn't doing it. He might come by, and he would be in his office, generally looking at sympathy notes.
And from your observation, was he in any frame of mind to do any productive legal work the month of June?
No.
The month of July?
We sat down and talked about it as partners, and not with Alec, about what we were going to do, because there's deadlines and things that have to be done. And so we were going to try to figure out how we were going to delicately kind of start stepping in on some of his cases and making sure everything was being done according to what needed to be.
And I think you testified about how the firm, partners in the firm, lawyers in the firm were reaching out and using your resources to try to find out perhaps who played a role in killing Maggie and Paul.
We absolutely were.
But were you careful not to go out and do the investigation yourself and just relay the information back to SLED?
Right. I mean, we weren't trying to be private eyes or any of that. We were just trying to see, and I relayed numerous things to the various officers, and I would preface it by, I don't know whether this means anything, but you never know. I mean,
And was, to your knowledge, was information being relayed through Alec's attorneys to pass on this way?
well, I know I dealt with you on various things up until the stealing.
Sure. And to your knowledge, was Alec consenting and cooperating with SLED in their investigation?
As far as I know, yes. I mean, I wasn't with him during those interviews or anything else, but as far as I know, he was, and I would ask him, where we stand, if you heard anything,
And were you aware that Alec Buster put up a reward?
I was.
And are you also aware that when Paul was criminally charged in the boating case, Alec came under criticism for interfering in the investigation? You remember that?
I was.
And in fact, there's been some pretty public allegations about that, about Alec, that had surfaced before Maggie and Paul had been murdered.
Absolutely. I mean, they were criticizing him for advising people and stuff, but I'm a lawyer. I'm a parent. Daddy, one of my kids has some problem or gets accused of something, or one of my friend's kids, I'm going to put my lawyer hat on and advise them to be quiet until their parents get there and get counsel if I think it's a serious matter.
Sure. You were asked about Alec's cell phone use and about whether he would take the phone down to the kennel. Have you ever been down to the kennels with Alec?
Yep.
Okay. Have you been riding the property with Moselle with Alec?
I have, not a whole lot. I mean, as time went on, our families got older, and when you don't have children, you're doing a lot more things together on the weekends and stuff. And as your children get older and they're in college, and he was going to Walford and different places where Buster was, and
Sure.
Your interests are different as well. But yeah, I would occasionally, or if he was building something, he might ask me what I thought about it or show me something. I mean, I saw his duck pond and, rode around the property several times.
Was cell phone coverage spotty down at the shed in the kennels?
It can be, it varies. I mean, it can be. I don't remember specifically where and what, out where I live, if I go in my house with a metal roof, this morning somebody was trying to talk to me and I had to walk out on the porch. Other days I can talk just fine in my house. I live 8 miles, 9 miles from where this place is.
Interesting.
And I don't know whether it's a metal roof or whether I'm just at the end of
Wow.
wherever a cell tower is, but out in my area, which is Rome Gully,
Sure.
it can be spotty.
And
I find fascinating with all the research we've done with the cell phone stuff where, like, I wonder what accounts for that, right? Like he's saying there's some days where he'll be in his house and he can't get any service, and then other days where he can, and there's no, like I don't know if Twiz is still listening, but that's interesting. I mean, I of course everyone's experienced that, right? But usually it's like you're moving, right? So it's like you get coverage and then you lose coverage, like if you're driving, for example, or if you're in a place. But what's interesting is like when you've got a situation like he's describing where it's their house, right? So every single day he can be in the same place and see the difference, right? Like be in the same room and like one day it works and one day it doesn't. That's really interesting to me.
And you mentioned about spending time at Moselle and when the kids were younger, before Alec got Moselle, you had a farm.
I do.
And would Alec bring the boys over to hunt on your property?
Mostly Paul.
Mostly Paul.
Yeah, I mean, Buster would come some, but Buster was older, and then obviously when Buster started college, he wasn't around as much. But
Yeah,
Paul
cloud cover.
was very avid hunter. And
Like that's what I figured, but like I don't know how is that a real thing, or is that just something that like I mean I don't know, cloud cover. I mean that was what I was thinking, but then I was like I don't like with all the work that we've done with like oh my god, Coburger, it's like they're radio waves, right? So it's like they move at the speed of light. I just don't know how clouds would affect it, even though I feel like that's what we've all been told. So I'm not sure.
was over at either my place or Ronnie's place a lot.
And he and Alec were together a lot doing that?
Paul?
Or he and Paul, Alec and Paul together a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. And Paul was with his grandfather a lot.
And I think you mentioned that
Okay.
Paul would leave stuff.
No. Okay. So there it is. I just looked it up. So right. So again, because radio waves, like I said, right, cloud cover can affect it. So because it says that the water vapor in the atmosphere can reflect or refract the radio waves. Interesting. So that's a real thing. See, in my mind, I'm like picturing it, and I'm like, how would they be? That's interesting. Rain, snow, fog, clouds, and high humidity can cause cell reception drop off. Interesting. So that is a real thing. Wow. Amazing.
All three of them, but
Huh.
they would just, they'd leave a gun, they'd leave a coat, they'd leave a flashlight, maybe all three. And it was just sort of a running joke that you had to kind of go around and gather up their stuff after they left. And that was just them.
And did you remember one time Paul had left a gun over there for a couple of months?
He did. And Alec left one time, I believe. And I cleaned it and put it up, and he started asking around where his gun was. And, we just sort of played with him a little bit and then gave it back to him.
Right. I think you testified moving September the 4th. You had gotten word about a shooting involving Alec, and I think your words were that jackass had killed himself.
That was what I thought immediately.
And why did you think that?
Because of all that had gone on. We had terminated him, or he had resigned the day before. This financial stuff was starting to come out. And, I thought, he'd lost 2 family members, and now he's got no job. And,
Yeah.
It seemed feasible. I mean, I had been concerned about his mental health from the time of the murders up until then. In fact, I had suggested that he go see somebody for grief counseling. We were all grieving their loss, and it's one of those deals that you can tell when somebody's not hitting on all cylinders. And he obviously was. I would come by his office and he would be crying. Or I would ask him something. I remember him asking me one time when he was going through he had a stack of sympathy cards, and he said, should I send them all back a note? And I said, Alec, people don't send you sympathy cards to, get a note back from you. There's no way in the world you can do that. And he said,
when he was terminated from the firm and you were concerned about perhaps what he might do, did you ever think maybe he'll go kill a family member?
Oh.
Did that ever cross your mind?
No. You talking about when we terminated him?
Yes.
By then, Maggie and Paul had been killed.
Well, he had family out there.
He did. I never thought of any of that. Listen, when September the 2nd hit,
this is a risky
it
question.
changed everything that I knew about Alec.
I
would have never.
This is a risky question. But the question, what Jim is getting at, is did you, even with all this, would you have thought he killed his family? This is one of those things that you don't want to do, right? Because he does not know what the answer is going to be. You're never supposed to do this as an attorney. He does not know how Mark Ball's going to answer this question. Oh boy.
Thought of any of that.
Oh boy.
Listen, when September the 2nd hit, it changed everything that I knew about Alec. I would have never believed that a guy that, was like family would have ever stolen from me, would have stolen from his family, would have stolen from his clients, or any of that. And so immediately.
So basically, you can't say he wouldn't do murder, right? Because he's not the person I knew at all. That's what
you've got this rage, this emotion that you've got. And then on the 3rd, we go through this whole ordeal of determination. And then the 4th, it hits. And you're like, did the jackass kill himself because of anything else? And then as time progressed on and you see the scope of it, I don't know the guy that after September the 3rd and leading out, I don't know who that guy is. That's not Alec that I knew,
right?
And Alec that I loved, and Alec that all of us loved. Did he have imperfections? You bet. Did he do things that aggravated the hell out of me? You bet. But you don't kick your brother out the door because, they snore at night or they've done things that aggravate you. You get past it. But when they do things that are criminal and they do things that affect not only him, but he's torn down an entire legacy, a law firm. I spent 34 years, or 33 years, I guess, in this one place. It's the only law firm that I've ever worked at. I put everything in it. It's all my children have known, my family's known. It's gone. We had to change the name. We've had to do all these things because of his acts on this financial stuff. And when it comes to that, I'm mad as hell. You just don't know how mad I am. But on the other hand, I'm not saying that because he did that, he's done what he's accused of. And so that's, that's sort of the bottom line of it. His actions he was doing that way back, but we never knew it.
Sure.
And when we found out about it, it makes you doubt everything. And it's just human nature.
Yep.
But I don't have one shred of anything. All I can do is just point to what I saw.
And you pointed to the roadside shooting and what you saw, you thought that jackass tried to kill himself.
Absolutely. And I may not have said jackass, but it's about as
And
non-church
logically,
as I
to
want to get.
you, it made sense why he would want to kill himself in that moment.
Sure. I mean, he lost, as far as I was concerned, he'd lost everything. He lost his job and he lost, forget the job, forget the money, forget what's going to happen to him. He lost his wife and his child. And
Are you aware that he had $12 million of life insurance?
I didn't know what he had. I assumed he had some life insurance, but no,
You didn't? Why?
I never had that conversation with him. And quite frankly, I'd have to see it to really believe it.
That's right, you
Thank you.
would. Fuck yeah, you would. Recross coming on up, people.
Recross.
You have to see it to believe it. Yep, or
I
do.
think you just said that what you know now about this man who'd been your partner and friend
Get
for
it,
34
right.
years causes you to question everything you thought you knew about him. Isn't that right?
It does.
You were asked about all those clients that had to be repaid money, and none of that money came from him, did it?
No, sir.
Y'all had to pay that money, right?
We did.
How much?
I would say at this point, probably north of 10 or $11 million. Now, insurance paid for some of that, but I mean, there's been a substantial chunk of that that came out of our pocket.
You were asked about Alec having some cases that were coming in, but you explained, though, that this is June, and that disbursement's not going to come to him until December. He's not going to be able to get that money until December, correct? Any of what he's entitled to, which isn't all of it, correct? Because it belongs to the firm.
Right. Everything belongs to the firm until the end of the year when you meet, and then you divide up money. And
that's
we
why
have
he
a
stole the fares
formulation.
fees in March, because he needed the money right then.
I would assume so. I mean, the money was gone, and it was paid in 3 checks.
Okay, so that actually, so see this big. So remember the question we were talking about how much money you steal? So over 12 million. So that's we're, you know, before I kept thinking there was a figure 8 in there somewhere. I don't remember where that came from. That might have been again just from one thing, but over $12 million, because that's what he was just saying. So I just Googled it too.
You said that in the month after the murders, he wasn't really working on cases, but he sure managed to arrange to cover those fares fees to pay him back so that everyone could forget about it, didn't he?
$12 million they know about, right? I mean, I just have to throw that in there.
Not all of it. He managed to do that, didn't he?
Yeah, well, part of it. I mean, I think there was $192,000 that didn't
That he convinced Chris Wilson to cover for him.
convinced, or Chris had to cover it, one of the two.
You were asked about him cooperating with law enforcement in the murders,
Lounge Lizard Creighton.
but he never told law enforcement that he was down at the kennels just minutes with the victims before they died. He never told law enforcement that, did he?
Huh? Oh, foundation.
I think it's responsive to redirect.
You can testify if you know.
I don't know what he told law enforcement other than what's been out there in the public.
Well, let me ask you this. He denied to you 3 times that he ever went to those kennels, did he not?
He did.
His buddy, his friend, and his law partner, 34 years, told you 3 times, I was never there.
That's correct.
And you know now that's a lie.
When I saw the video a month or so ago.
Thank you, Mr. Ball.
Step down. Let me call your next witness.
Your Honor, the defense calls Dawes Cook. Dawes Cook.
Oscar.
Raise your left hand. You swear the testimony that you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
Cece, if you're still listening, let me know, because now would be a good time for me to give a synopsis of the case. But the next witness we're going to go to is this expert who I've been talking about. This is Kenneth Zercie, who is he's an OG dude. This dude's awesome. Remember when I said there's like these great, and there's Miss Becky, great expert witnesses. This is the one who does the crime scene investigation, right? Similarly, again, like what they wanted to have for Karen Reed. This is the dude for that. So he's going to be up next.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Do I have a seat if you want me to stand? have a seat and adjust that microphone to where you can speak into it well. And if you would, please state your name and spell your last name for us, please.
Yes, ma'am. Kenneth, last name is Zercie, Z like zebra, E-R-C-I-E. Good morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Zercie.
Yes, sir.
Please tell the jury a little bit about yourself.
Uh,
Where do you live?
in Madison, Connecticut.
Okay. And what do you do in Madison, Connecticut?
Currently live with my wife, and my son lives up the street from us. Currently employed by the Henry Seeley Institute of Forensic Science at the University of New Haven as the director of training. In addition to that, I'm also on staff at the
I'm
university.
sorry, I can't hear you very well. Maybe it's just me, but
Poot.
I'm also on staff at the university as an adjunct professor in various forensic science disciplines.
okay, let's talk a bit about your background.
Spencer, welcome. A synopsis. Okay. Well, so because Cece was here a few minutes ago and knows literally nothing about this case. I don't know that any of y'all are in the same position. I don't think so. But I don't know, you know, like Spencer, I think you're a bit more up to speed. Same with you, official. So I don't need, if I don't, you know, if y'all don't need to hear like a full synopsis for some, like, you know, right. So I'm talking about a synopsis of the entire case for people who've never heard of it. So different type of synopsis. But this guy is just now getting started. So anyone who's just now getting here, you haven't missed anything. But I already just said, you know, just a minute ago, like he's going to be testifying as to the adequacy, you know, of the investigation. This is a defense witness, so they're hoping to show that it was not adequate. We'll see how they do. But this witness is awesome. Oh, okay. So Spencer's asking about today. So we watched Coroner Armpits for fun and the two Gray Boys for fun. But the only witness in terms of new witnesses so far today have been Mark Ball. That's been the majority of the live stream so far was Mark Ball. And he just finished, and now we're on to Kenneth Zercie. So yeah.
You've been involved in law enforcement in your life?
Yes, sir, I have.
Tell the jury, please, where you began.
In 1974, I became an officer with the New Haven Police Department, also in Connecticut. I was promoted to the rank of detective. Most of my career there, for my 11-year duration prior to retirement, was with the identifications unit, responsible for crime scene processing, evidence collection, photography, and preliminary examination of physical evidence that's found at a crime scene. After that, I retired based on a disability. I was injured and was almost immediately hired by the state of Connecticut at the Forensic Science Laboratory located in Meriden.
I'm sorry, and tell me what that was again. What was that position?
The second career, if you will, was at the Department of Public Safety, currently called the Division of Scientific Services Forensic Science Laboratory, originally brought in as a latent fingerprint analyst, also doing footwear and tire tracking examination, as well as becoming the senior person as far as crime scene related activity that the laboratory would respond to assist investigative agencies. Over a 29-year career, I was promoted through the ranks and eventually retired as director of the laboratory.
And that's director of the Division of Scientific Services for the state of Connecticut.
Yes, sir.
And in your duties there, you indicated you started off not as a supervisor or as a supervisor?
Not as a supervisor, as a criminalist, right, with a specific function.
And a criminalist doing what kind of forensic work?
Starting primarily with fingerprints, latent fingerprint identification, and all the processing techniques involved. Because I had also experience doing footwear and tire track from the police department, I was given that task. And again, because of the crime scene background, also ended up as one of the senior people going to the major crime scenes when the laboratory services would be requested, and eventually ended up supervising the photography section because of that type of background as well.
So photography is important in processing a crime scene?
Absolutely.
Is that just for fingerprints or footprints or tire tracks or everything?
It involves the entire scene. It's the only way to bring the crime scene before a jury after the incident has occurred. Right? So it can be reviewed.
We're going to talk about this a little bit later once I've had you qualified in these different areas. But after, and how long were you at the Division of Scientific Services?
For 29 years.
Right. Now, also, and you ultimately became the supervisor of that department for the state of Connecticut.
The director of the laboratory.
Okay, so you were there from July of 84 to October of 2012.
Yes, sir.
And what did you do after 2012?
I've been an adjunct professor at 4 different universities, off and on during that period, as well as approximately 20 to 25 years prior
This
to.
dude is like literally, he's awesome. This expert is top notch. This is like the best you can get. He's got all of the experience. He's testified as an expert. I'm sure we're going to hear exactly how many times, but you can just tell how he is so like used to doing this and just the way he talks to the jury. Now, Poot treats him really, in my opinion, disrespectfully and rudely. And it's part of why this, but here's the thing. Poot will try to push him to go make these opinions as to the SLED's investigation. And what I love is that this expert is not willing to do it, right? It's not like a Mike Sutton, the dude with the 5'2" children who on redirect makes this opinion. There's no way that Alex could have been the killer. It's just, the way they say it here in the Low Country, getting out over your skis. He won't get out over his skis. So he testifies literally to what the things so a lot of it is good for the state. And he just is not a hired gun. And I just appreciate that. And I would say the same thing about the next witness, the next expert as well, the cell phone dude that the defense brings in. He's also a phenomenal expert witness. I really would hope to see both of these guys again at other trials. That's one of the things I love, right, with these experts, when you've got a great expert. Ellen Reamer was another great one, the forensic pathologist, that I'm like, like we were all saying when we were watching Ellen Reamer, like they should have, like BK, they should have hired her, but anybody, right? Like when you got a really good expert, you're like, I hope to see them again at another trial. And maybe we will. Hopefully this dude is still alive. I think he's amazing. And I also love the next dude as well. Again, the iPhone dude who we're going to hear from.
Retired.
Yeah. Another Dr. Russell.
That. I also had a private consultant business that I've kind of.
The only thing I will say that makes him different is that Dr. Russell, I don't think had testified as an expert witness that much because she's really more still practicing, right? If I like, guys remind me, had she ever testified as an expert before? I can't recall, but in terms of the experience and being so qualified in so many different things, definitely. But some people, it's like when they're really expert witnesses, that's like their job, right? They are an expert witness, and that kind of takes over, especially when you get to be older.
Go by the wayside a little bit.
So what's the Henry C. Lee Institute of Forensic Science?
It's located at the University of New Haven. It's a separate entity under the university, and we're involved in doing scholarships, training and education, providing consultant work in cases, whether it's for the defense or the prosecution, but more to stay involved with the community and provide modern technologies.
Okay, and then you're the owner and principal analyst for Forensic Consultants of New England, LLC. What is that?
Again, that was the private business that I had on the side for doing consulting work.
Are you still doing that?
Technically, this case falls under that today.
Okay. Now, what's your educational background?
As far as criminal justice and forensic science, I have an associate's degree in criminal justice administration, a bachelor of science in what was called police science, basically a hybrid between administration and the forensic applications or sciences, and a master's of science in forensic science.
That's all from the University of New Haven.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you have a resume with several pages of different teaching things you've done. I'm not going to go into those in detail.
Like, look at that Poot.
Now,
dude,
you have taught a number of courses. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Everything from footprints to bloodstains to tire tracks to crime scene supervision to, it just goes on and on and on and on. Have you ever been qualified by any court to testify about fingerprint identification that is in a federal or state court in this country?
Yes, sir, I have.
And how many times?
Approximately 300.
300 times.
300 times for fingerprints,
all
guys.
the courts or several of the courts?
I can remember the states that they were in, but the specific ones, probably not.
Connecticut, I suppose.
Connecticut, Rhode Island, New York, Massachusetts,
Yeah, it's just
Florida.
all over the fucking place.
That's enough. Okay. And how many times have you been qualified on footprints, or more technical would be, what would you call that?
Footwear tire track examination or imprint analysis.
Imprint analysis. How many
Probably
times?
about 200.
300 times you've been qualified by a state or federal court to be an expert on that topic.
About 200 as far as footwear and tire track.
I'm just looking it up here. What I'm able to find online for Dr. Russell is numerous trials. It says multiple state courts, numerous trials. So, okay. So yeah, so there you go. Now it doesn't say testified as an expert, but it does say testified. So anyway, I'm sure we'll hear it again at the trial. I'm not going to go looking for that, but the point being, because she's still a practicing doctor, right? And so that's why, it's harder, again, people that really make it their job being an expert, right? It's like, if you're still a practicing doctor, because that's something that's really important to her, then usually your job is not to be an expert witness, right? Because there's some people that's the way to put it. There's some people who then it becomes their job, right? Versus their job is to do the thing, but then they come in as an expert. So it's just a difference. Meg's back.
Now, what about, and maybe I'm getting this term wrong, crime scene management or crime scene analysis? You've taught courses on that, correct?
I've taught and been an active participant at crime scenes, yes.
Okay. How many times have you been qualified, if you have, by federal or state court to testify on that topic?
Qualified, probably 400.
400 times?
Yes, sir.
And you've testified?
Yes, sir.
And this is both state and federal courts?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would move to qualify him as an expert in fingerprint analysis, footprint analysis, tire print analysis, and crime scene analysis management. Sir, tell me what the term is. I'm not screwing this up. Crime scene.
It would be crime scene examination as an overarching title.
There you go. Crime scene. Whatever you just said.
You know what I mean? It's so rude. He's got, dude.
He said it, I didn't hear it. How many times have you been qualified in tire impressions?
Approximately 200.
No.
Tire and footwear.
He's so qualified.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He is so qualified.
Now let's talk a little bit about, I have a PowerPoint here somewhere. I believe I sent you all. Yeah. Can we call that up, please? Can you prepare the PowerPoint?
Yeah, I mean, so like,
testimony here
he's
today?
not, like, for example, one of the reasons I'm saying that is he's not even listening to the answers. Like, he'll ask a question and then he'll be like, I'm sorry, what did you say? Like, he's not listening to the answers. He wasn't really paying attention. When he was reading through his extensive credentials, because the dude's so experienced, he's like, I'm not going to go through all this. It just goes on forever, And it's like, so usually you can say that in a way that is like making it seem like it's not annoying him, right? Like, like when you've got an expert who's so qualified like that, right? Where they, it's like Jose Baez does a great job of this. When it's like, you've done this one, like he can make that same thing of like, I'm not going to, we would be here all day if I read all of it, but like the way Poot does it, he's like grumbling, like he's cranky, like, it's the tone. And then even there, he's like, look, he asked him to clarify the field and then he still he's not even able to repeat it, like this part. Here you go.
Analysis, management. Sir, tell me what the term is. Make sure I'm not screwing this up.
So,
and this is both state and federal courts?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would move to qualify him as an expert in fingerprint analysis, footprint analysis, tire print analysis, and crime scene analysis management. Sir, tell me what the term is. Make sure I'm not screwing this up. Crime scene.
It would be crime scene examination as an overarching title.
There you go. Crime scene.
Crime scene examination. He literally just said it. He wasn't listening to the answer and he doesn't even know. It's just rude.
He said it, I didn't hear it. How many times?
Yeah, it's not funny.
Can you prepare the PowerPoint for? So, is this the PowerPoint?
It's the first slide, yes.
Okay, and what is this showing us?
Basically, it was put together just to give a quick demonstration on what can be done with physical evidence at a crime scene and some of the base requirements that are involved.
Okay. This says recording of imprint, impression evidence, seizure of item, photography, lifting methods, and enhancement. That's sort of a guide about what we're about to see, correct?
Yes, it's also an outline of what could be done with physical evidence at a crime scene and then later on at the laboratory.
Okay. Next slide, please. Now, this says photographic evidence, enhanced photographs of the question imprint impression for use in inter-comparison examination with known footwear outsoles or transparencies of known footwear outsoles. Well, explain that. What does that mean?
With all types of evidence, especially at a crime scene, as I mentioned before, photography is one of the keys, documenting the evidence in place. In many cases, you can't take the evidence back to a laboratory, so you have to rely on the photographic images. If they're taken with quality equipment, quality cameras, and in a proper format, a lot of work can be done with them. They can be associated to a known and a question. Photography is still the key for bringing the scene either into the laboratory or into the courtroom.
And are there certain, and we're going to see this in just a minute, certain requirements, I guess is the right word to use, on how those photographs are taken, depending on what you want to use them for?
Correct. There are different types of photography, just as we have portrait photography here, the media that's present. All of that is a form of documentation.
Okay, we'll talk about that in just a minute. And by the way, intercomparison examination with known footwear outsoles or transparencies of known footwear outsoles. What does that mean?
There's a difference between taking a picture of something and then taking a photograph for examination quality, where you do need the detail to find the individual characteristics that might be present for a comparison. And again, it would be a known, whatever the known object is, whether it's a shoe, a fingerprint, could be a tool mark, it could be any type of pattern, and the sample that's found at the scene, okay, or against the instrument that may have caused that mark. The more detailed the images, the better the quality of the examination, and the more reliable the showing of the detail and proportion. So the side-by-side comparison is your known and your question.
Okay, because most of these are basically eyeball examinations, either under a microscope or looking at it just with your naked eye, correct?
All of the above.
Right. Okay. Next, please. Photographic techniques, FUSS. Tell us what that means.
It's just an acronym to help the photographer remember to do certain things, especially when it comes to analytical photographs. You want to take whatever the image on a picture or inside the viewfinder of the camera, such as the gentleman has, and fill that entire image that captures the picture. You're maximizing the amount of detail that can be retained either in a digital format or a film format. The opposite would be taking a medium close-up where you show an overview, multiple items, or something as a wide angle shot of the entire courtroom. So there's a whole series of photographs that go with this method. Secondly, using a scale. If it's going to be used for analysis, you want a known reference in there so that you can recreate the image later in a dark room or on a computer so that the image is now in life-size proportion. So again, if I have an article of footwear, I can place that or take a sample from it. That would be 1-to-1 or life-size. I can recreate the image, either taken from a crime scene or the stand of the photograph, using that scale to that same reference. I can also recreate that 1-to-1 so that I can get a size proportion right as part of the analysis. It would also be an elimination. If the sizes were different, it couldn't be from the same source. Side lighting is a lighting technique that's used, right? When the photograph is taken,
So,
if it's an object of interest, and if you're
Again,
using
he's like no notes. He's just knows all this stuff because he's just done this so much and he's super experty. By the way, Jeff and Shalia's book is on Amazon. You can get it.
for analysis, you may want a side light coming in at different angles to show the different detail that might be there, especially in a three-dimensional picture. Two-dimensional, it helps, but it's not as critical. All right. And lastly, several shots. You want to take multiple exposures of each image. With digital photography today, it's a lot easier because the image pops up so you can see that you've captured it. In past technologies, you had a photograph on film and you couldn't see the result until you processed the film, which is usually long after you've left the scene or the incident. So there's several advantages to the newer technologies.
So this is a special note. Film plane must be level, parallel to the imprint impression.
Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
The film plane is actually the back of the camera. It's where the image is actually captured. That film plane, if my object is here, it would have to be here. I want those two images parallel. It avoids distortion and vignetting. Okay, the way the angles may come up. If you think of a tall building, right, and you look up at it, the building tends to come together. The same thing happens with angular photography. Okay, there's distortion that occurs, and even in close-up images, right? By using the scales and making sure that your film plane is parallel to the object that you're taking, right? You try to avoid that distortion as one of the considerations. And again, it would give you a more accurate rendering.
So when you take this photograph, you can compare it to a footprint, a fingerprint, a tire track.
Mhm.
You want it, the photograph to be, the camera's lens to be parallel to that, so you're looking straight down at it.
Yes, sir.
That's one of the shots you should get, but that's the most important shot.
For analytical quality imaging, yes.
Right. If you, I mean, you're not taking it for to send on the mom. It's for analytical purposes, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you have other shots from the side or whatever, and that helps you, if you see a detail, get more perspective on it, if you will.
It could, but it also shows the orientation to the surrounding area. And again, that three-shot sequence, close-up, medium close-up, and then an overview. You're telling a story through pictures.
So let me chop and sort of go off script for a second. You started with the what police department and when?
City of New Haven.
And what was your role or job when you started?
Initially as a patrolman, doing patrol activities. Spent a year in the Corporation Council doing civil investigation. Unfortunately, I got hurt.
And
After that,
how did you get hurt?
On a burglar on the premise call, I fell through a drywall and ended up destroying my left knee.
Okay. And so you had to leave the police department after that?
No, well, it was about 9 years later.
Okay. So did you continue to be a patrolman after you hurt
No,
your knee?
I was promoted and went into the identification unit
Again,
after leaving the
You already
Corporation
went through all this and Poot just wasn't listening.
Council and was performing crime scene related activities, basic investigation.
So,
Again,
so when you first started, I mean, you were a detective at that point?
when I first started as a patrol officer, was promoted to detective.
Okay, and when you're doing crime, responding to murder scenes or house breakings or whatever?
Yes, sir.
You were a detective at that point? At some
Plainclothes
point?
officer or detective, yes.
So when you responded to the scene, did you take a camera?
Yes, sir, always.
Okay, and did you follow fuss?
Yes, sir.
And so, I mean, this was required by procedure and policy at your department, correct?
Yes, and also the teaching in the specialized schools that I'd been to
Okay, and you started that in the 80s?
in the 70s.
70s, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
So this is what
this
you've
is
done
really
while you were a
offensive.
police officer for a span of decades, correct?
Yes, sir. I've
Starting in
also
the
taught it.
starting in the 70s.
Yes, sir.
So this isn't some newfound procedure. This is something you've done for 4 decades.
Correct.
Okay, next, please. So this is use of a tripod. When photographing evidence with detail, a tripod must be used.
It's recommended. It makes it more stable. You don't have to worry about even the pulse
So
in your
this,
fingers.
y'all,
And depending on the length of the exposure that's necessary, causing it.
this whole thing about using a tripod is going to be one of their biggest things. Like, think about this compared to Karen Reed. Think about this compared to Karen Reed or any other case. Okay. This is going to be one of the biggest points that Poot's going to try to drive home is using a tripod to take the pictures at the crime scene. That's going to be one of his main points of criticizing it. And listen to what this expert just said about the freaking tripod. And Poot really tries to push him on this to get him to be like, yeah, it's required when it's not. Check it out.
You've done for 4 decades.
Correct.
Okay, next, please. So this is use of a tripod. When photographing evidence with detail, a tripod must be used.
It's recommended. It makes it more stable. You
Recommended.
don't have to worry about even the pulse in your fingers. And depending on the length of the exposure that's necessary, causing any vibration or defocusing that might occur.
And this is a process, a procedure, and this shows a guy shooting out in front, not straight down. That would be incorrect.
For a documentation or an analytical photograph, yes.
Okay.
What happens is his camera's at an angle. He's doing a flat object here. And again, the distortion effects that I explained earlier.
Okay. And this is also a procedure you followed for decades.
Yes, sir.
And is it a procedure you taught when you taught police officers?
Yes, sir.
And is it a procedure you heard about when you attended classes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, next, please. And what is this depict?
Here we have 2 examples of the position of a camera, right? They're line drawings on a tripod showing the proper orientation to an object being photographed, right? The film plane, even if the item is on an angle, the camera and the lens would also be on that same angle, right? Again, to avoid distortion.
So you ought to have a tripod and it ought to be, the lens ought to be parallel to whatever it's shooting at.
It makes it easier to have the tripod, yes.
Right. Next.
It makes it easier to have the tripod.
Demonstration, the same thing.
Listen to how
It's a
Poot-
demonstration showing what happens when you don't do that. If you look at the object on the bottom, the black dots, you'll notice that they're distorted, right? They're not in proper proportion and there's some angularity to them.
Okay, next.
So notice how Poot tries to change the languaging again. He like this part.
So you ought to have a tripod and it ought to be,
You ought to have a tripod. You ought to.
the lens ought to be parallel to whatever it's shooting at.
It makes it easier to have the tripod, yes.
It makes it easier to have the tripod.
Right. Next.
Poot.
Is this demonstration the same thing?
It's a demonstration showing what happens when you don't do that. If you look at the object on the bottom, the black dots, you'll notice that they're distorted, right? They're not in proper proportion and there's some angularity to them.
Okay, next. Okay, now, tell us what these photographs are of, where do these come from?
These are images that I took at a homicide scene in the state of New York, right? Essentially, we were asked to come and assist.
All right. Quick break here. I need you guys who were here for 20 minutes. I need y'all's help to look at this. Okay, hold on, just to unshare, reshare. Okay. So you know their baby who they've already decided is going to be celibate and whatnot, like, you know, all that. So here's a good picture. What do you guys think of this? Like, you know, is this what's the deal with this baby? Is this a normal baby? Is this a cute baby? What do you guys think of this baby? Curious what y'all think about that. Because I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean or anything. Heather's laughing, but I've seen a lot of babies in my day. Spencer says he doesn't know. I've seen a lot of babies. Spencer, were you there for the Twin Flames? I don't think you were. You would actually have loved it. I hope you can be there for when we do the compilation. It's a bad angle. Sorry. You guys, I'm so excited so it's probably going to be our next members only. I know it was supposed to be the trivia. It's still going to be trivia, but I think we're going to do trivia on the weekend because I have to get the questions together. I'm just so excited to get this compilation video done, and I'm kind of almost done, but I'm also saving. So it's going to be a Twin Flames party. You guys, we're going to all be injured from the laughing. I'm still injured from last time. I've got so much stuff that I'm excited about doing. And anyway, could be pooping. That's fucking funny. Okay, what is so funny? So we did a whole thing on the Lori Vallow live streams that led to one thing led to another. And it was this whole deep dive on this cult called Twin Flames. And these are the cult leaders. And we ended up, for hours. It was amazing. But it was so good that I said, we're going to do a best of. I'm making a compilation video of like the funniest, because it's like they were funny, I guess you could say, funny / disturbing, but also everything everybody was saying in the chat was so fucking funny. So I'm making a compilation video. But there's also the videos like on their YouTube and shit. Wait, what are you saying? We just switched? What? What official? I'm not sure what you're talking about. I know, right? The way he described buying that on eBay was so fucking weird, right? He was like, get it on eBay. Oh my God. Oh yeah, we switched topics. I just pulled up I just paused the testimony. I'm sorry. Because I'm saving stuff to do for the, I'm saving pictures just so I can include it in my presentation when I make my thing. And I came across this picture and I just had to stop everything so I could ask you guys what you thought of this baby. That's all. Okay, he says he recognized him. Okay. Official was there for part of it. P Fox was there for part of it. Yes. The gong on eBay. And I love that he doesn't even give you any more specific information, but it is, look at Spencer with his objections. I love it. Yeah. So, right. The portal people, it was part of that. So Lori, it was part of that. So we were covering what was going on with that case, but because there's a connection with like the cults and there's a lot of similarities. I stumbled across this culty thing called Twin Flames, and it was so good. I couldn't pass. I was like, we have to watch this. So, Meg, I must have missed your answer. Or you said it was a bad angle. Is that what you're saying, Meg? About the bad angle? That's what she said? Anyway, okay, so now we'll go back to the trial. Okay.
Mutual aid, similar to the different agencies here helping one another. By going to New York, we had certain things that maybe their laboratory or their crime scene unit didn't have access to.
Tell me what the difference is.
Well, the two photographs show a kitchen area. On the right-hand side, you have what looks like a kitchen, right, a sink. And if you look directly down on the floor, there's kind of a reddish stain that you can barely see. By using various chemical processing methods, as well as photo documentation, right, the picture on the left, I was able to bring up a lot more footprints that were occult or latent. They were kind of invisible, just in very light blood residue.
Wow.
And the screening test that we use to try to develop those, right, reacts with the proteins that are in blood and causes a color change so that they're more visible, even if you couldn't see that area in the beginning, right? Similar to a latent print that's invisible when you touch the surface.
And what's a latent print?
It could be a footprint, it could be a fingerprint, but it's whatever residue is there that's left on a surface that you can't normally see without some type of enhancement.
Okay, and so you participated in putting the chemical on the floor here?
I put the chemical on the floor.
And what was it?
It was orthoethylidine.
Say that again?
Orthoethylidine.
Okay, and what year was this? Approximately.
Mid-80s?
In the 80s. So this is not some newfound chemical. It's been
No,
around.
sir.
It's not newfangled.
Okay, and this is what y'all were doing in the 80s?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so did you just spray it on the floor? How do you apply it to the floor?
It's sprayed with an aerosol, very similar to misting from a deodorant can or hairspray,
Okay. And how long does it take to raise these previously invisible footprints?
almost instantaneous.
So once those are raised, what's the next step?
If we go to the next slide.
Next slide.
Basically setting up the tripod, the camera, right, to do photo documentation. The other option is literally to cut the sections out of the floor or counter or whatever the imprint or impressions are and take that with you.
Did you just take photographs? Did you cut up the
We
floor?
relied on photographs in this case.
Okay. And this is a tripod we see, so you're shooting straight down on the image.
Yes, sir.
Okay, next. And what is that?
That's an example of what the footprint actually looked like after enhancement. Any of the bluish, greenish areas were not visible right in the beginning.
So wherever we see blue or green here, you couldn't see that
Oh, that didn't
on the
show
print
up
on
for
the
me.
floor. But once you did this, what had previously been invisible was now visible.
Correct.
Okay.
Photographs would have been taken before the spray and then after.
Next. And what is this?
Again, it's an example of a partial footprint or two. In this case, it's actually on plywood and it appears to be in a blood-like substance. The scale is there just for size and
The
measurement.
scale is important, right? Next. What is that?
This is after enhancement, after applying the same chemical.
Go back. Forward. So again, you applied that same, what was the name of that chemical?
Ortho-otyladine.
We've heard some testimony about something called
Good point. He's never
LCD. Is
gonna-
that the same thing or similar?
It's similar. It's a protein dye stain and there's several others.
And would it raise, if you sprayed it like this and took, I mean, would it raise the?
It
imprint?
could.
Would it do the same thing?
Quite possibly. Each one of the reagents has a sensitivity level. Some are more sensitive than others.
And you don't use LCD?
We've used LCV, we've used amido black, we've used phenolphthalein.
Who doesn't even
So
know what
there's any
the
number
shit
of
is? I guarantee
options,
you.
and a lot of it has to do with the color. You want to have something different than the background color so that you have contrast. And that's the other part about photography. You need contrast to see something.
So like LCD, I think turns things
Purplish,
purple. So if you have dark background, you would not want to use LCD.
most probably, yes.
Okay. Next. Is that it? Okay. What time is it? Your Honor, it's 4 minutes till 1.
Oh, here
This might
he
be a good
goes.
time to break.
All right,
Here he
ladies and gentlemen,
goes.
we will recess until 2:15. Please not.
He
discuss
loves having
this.
his breaks. We're glad you left the cult there, official. All right. And we're back. The hurdles.
I think we want to do stage number 1. Okay, we'll start that, please. Can you play that for us, please?
Look past over there. Actually, hold on. The people just won't do it. Fire rescue might have some more sheets we can steal. That's right. It shouldn't be.
Okay, so you recognize that as Palmer body covered by a sheet?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We just saw some officers apparently taking that sheet off. This officer in particular stepped inside the feed room. Has that officer stepped inside the feed room?
The one on the extreme right of the image, yes.
Okay. And did you notice any protective covering on their feet?
No, sir.
And I call them booties. What do you call them?
Shoe cots or booties.
What?
Shoe cots or booties.
So booties, okay. And is that,
Booty.
what if anything is, under the procedures you understand, is the purpose of those?
It's to keep your shoes from contaminating the scene with any residue that may be on them. And secondly, also not to allow the imprint pattern from your footwear to contaminate the scene.
Okay. Is that procedure that you teach? Is that procedure that's accepted? Is that, what is that?
It's standard operating procedure.
Standard operating procedure around the world?
It should be, yes.
Okay. Now, go forward with it, please.
There is. There's more.
You can see that officer is 2 feet inside the feed room?
Yes, sir.
No booties?
Correct.
Okay, keep going.
I don't think you can fit it in through the bunker over there. Not unless it's the shortest thing in the blackout segment. I don't think you put that phone down. I haven't asked the dad about the phone, but dad did say he came over and checked their pulses. Beyond that, I don't know what else he did. He did have a shotgun with him. I have secured that in my vehicle.
Yeah, but they set up a shot. Yes, the one I would say, hey, well, I want to bring things up. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but that's because it's hit.
Let's go to McDowell body cam, stage 6. And that was, for the record, Green's body cam, stage 1.
There is parts next to him there.
All I want to do is say, if I can, get where you can lift it on each corner. Lift it that way. You go right here to the office. So the desk over there. Yeah. All I want you to do. Fire rescue might have some more seats. That's okay. That's right. It shouldn't be by fire rescue.
There is his law partner is back there.
Is that the same shot, but shot from inside the feed room?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay, thank you. You can turn that off. So let me ask you a couple questions about what we've just seen.
Yes, sir.
You indicated just a moment ago that they should have had booties on, and you've explained why.
As a basic precaution so that they don't contaminate the scene, and also the scene doesn't contaminate them.
Let's talk about that sheet that was on Paul's body.
Yes, sir.
Tell us, first, would you use a sheet to cover a body
Depends on the circumstance.
under these circumstances?
Under these, in that the victim is not in a public access area,
Right.
possibly. If there were other signs of contamination, in the last video, you could see raindrops coming down. But instead of a porous sheet, they'd probably use a tarp of some sort.
Something that's not absorbent?
Correct. And as a last resort.
And why would you not want to use something that was absorbent?
Well, one, because it absorbs, but it absorbs both ways. The water hitting on the sheet would go into the matrix and the material. And anything that's under it, or in this case on Paul's body, could also be absorbed up into the sheet, whether it's blood or other biological fluids that might be present.
And if you had used a sheet or any other material,
All right. So point number 2. So first point where he was like trying to suggest that this was a shitty investigation. And they didn't use a tripod when like that might have made things easier. Second thing, using a sheet instead of a tarp for Paul's body because they didn't have a tarp available.
would you, once you've done using it, would you discard it or would you save it?
Which really
and have it
only
analyzed?
mattered. Remember,
It should be preserved.
It wasn't raining, right? So that it makes a difference too. And then it started raining. But anyway.
That should go with the remains, right, presumably to the medical examiner's office, and then be turned over to whoever the investigating agencies are, right, for further analysis.
And what would you be looking for?
Because there's physical contact between the sheet and the victim's body, any trace evidence such as hairs, fibers, or other materials that may be loose could be picked up, especially when it becomes moist, right? It now becomes like a sponge and actually picks things up and takes it away. You don't know what's not there.
So let me understand this.
Oh boy.
If somebody had walked by, let's say the assailant had walked by that body, and we're all losing hair all the time, some of us more than others. But if you run your hand through your hair, you'll lose hairs, right?
Yes, sir.
And if the assailant walked by there, and it looks like he was, the assailant, I think everyone agrees, was relatively close on that second shot anyway.
Objection.
In
Objection sustained.
a hypothetical, if the assailant was close to somebody and walked by them,
The reason
is
he's
there
saying
a
that,
possibility,
remember, the reason he's saying this is experts are allowed to answer hypothetical questions.
probability that hair or other trace evidence from the assailant would end up under that sheet and between the sheet and Paul's body?
It's possible, yes.
Okay. Now, with the possibility, is that the reason you say save the sheet and have it processed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's also talk about well, first of all, you've read all the records in this case. You looked at all the evidence that was taken from the scene. Do you find any record that that sheet was saved?
I saw no indication of it, no, sir.
Okay. Or processed?
Correct.
Paul's clothes. He was clothed. What should be done with those?
Again, once they're removed from the victim, whether it's done at the medical examiner's office or in another location, again, they should be submitted to the laboratory for analysis. And again, it would be trace transfer evidence, hairs, fibers, or other materials, as well as any of the wound patterns that would appear on the outer garments themselves. Looking for things like gunshot residue, pattern analysis. It would be very helpful.
Do you see any evidence in any report of those clothes being preserved, let alone examined?
With the documents I've been provided, I have not seen any.
Okay. Now, you just recommended doing some things in your 30 years of doing crime scene, 20?
40.
I'm sorry, I don't want to exaggerate. 20 years of doing crime scene work, going to crime scenes and preserving evidence. Are these the kinds of things, or these things that you've done on your crime scenes in the past?
This is what I'm saying. Exactly. Right. Like there's not even a comparison. Like this is a joke. Like you cannot even compare the two. And Spencer, since I know you're not as familiar with Karen Reed, or probably not familiar at all, Karen Reed is the case that the retrial is actually, they're in the jury selection process right now. So it's about to start. red Solo cups were used to collect blood in the snow, and that's not the end of it. Miss Mandy, welcome. Like, in other words, when we think about the most atrocious possible, even using your wildest imagination of crime scenes, right? Like, nothing can really top that. And honestly, the best thing I can do is just play the Waterfall music video, because the Waterfall music video includes images, exhibits from trial of the red Solo cups, of the Stop and Shop bag, of the snowblower. And it's also funny, and I know you'll get a kick out of it as well anyway, Spencer, but you'll see the Solo cups and you'll see the Stop and Shop bag and you'll see the leaf blower rather. It's just so, and the reason, the other thing is, it was in the retrial, the defense wanted to bring in an expert to do exactly what this guy is doing, and it was denied. That just came out like yesterday. So let's play this real quick. All right, here we go.
Do 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 do. 339 camping time. Jackson United, it's time to shine. There's snow, there's snow, there's snow, there's snow. To the window, to the wall, to the wall, to the bartender's last call. At the waterfall. I sleep, sleep, motherfucker. I sleep, sleep, goddamn. I sleep, sleep, motherfucker. I sleep, sleep, goddamn. They'll crunk and act and meet. Run simply, restfully, have too much drink in their minds. Everything's fine, they've been after party, gather about 50 damn times. To the window, to the wall, to the wall. The bartender's last call. At the waterfall. I sleep, sleep, motherfucker. I sleep, sleep, goddamn, goddamn. I sleep, sleep, motherfucker. I sleep, sleep, goddamn. Do 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 do.
I mean, I swear all the time, Meg, but I have to say, Heather, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that Waterfall comes up so much in other trials, aka Karen Reed, because here's the thing, because now every time that the Waterfall Ba is mentioned, it's like gives an opportunity to segue into the Tiny Waterfall, which again, a good thing and a bad thing, depending on how much derailed things want to go. But the Tiny Waterfall, I just love the Tiny Waterfall. I will die. Can we watch it one more time? We sure can. Shake it like a salt shaker. Yep. Yes, we can. Watch it one more time. We can. Your wish is my command, guys.
Do 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 do. 339 camping time. Jackson United, it's time to shine. There's snow, there's snow, there's snow, there's snow. To the window, to the wall, to the wall, to the bartender's last call. At the waterfall. I sleep, sleep, motherfucker. I sleep, sleep, goddamn. I sleep, sleep, motherfucker. I sleep, sleep, goddamn. They'll crunk and act and meet. Run simply, restfully, have too much drink in their minds. Everything's fine, they've been after party, gather about 50 damn times. To the window, to the wall, to the wall. The bartender's last call. At the waterfall. I sleep, sleep, motherfucker. I sleep, sleep, goddamn, goddamn. I sleep, sleep, motherfucker. I sleep, sleep, goddamn. Do 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 do.
Also, shout out to the OnlyFan and shout out to Little John and the East Side Boys. Also, the proposed jury questionnaire that y'all came up with especially DSN. It was really DSN that started it all. Again, Karen Reed, the proposed jury questionnaire. And I think you guys have seen, I made it look just like the original. And I don't ever use Reddit. I don't know anything about that, but I know that that's the type of thing that, like, anyway, I put it on Reddit or whatever you do. Like, I posted it on there, and I'm like, I don't even know what happens if that's what you do. Like, I just like did the thing. I'm like, I don't know what's going to happen, but it's been blowing up on the Justice for Karen Reed Reddit channel. I don't even know what it's called. It's been blowing up on that. And people are like going crazy for like people are commenting, and it's really funny. It's got a bunch of like votes or something. I don't know. But anyway, so glad you enjoyed it, Spencer. So yeah, so you saw the red Solo cups in the Stop and Shop bag. You saw those were all like exhibits at trial. I got lucky with the area code because 369 being the area code for Canton. So Heather's laughing. It's pretty huge. Also, this one will be a good one as well here. These are a couple clips from the first trial, Spencer.
You would use a solo cup.
I'm sorry, what?
Objection, Your Honor. Solo cup. That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
Obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
What's that?
You know how long 22 seconds lasts.
Yes.
Hard as a rock, freeze thaw effects on penetrometer resistance. You know, his head's as hard as a rock.
These are defense attorneys here.
Your Honor, I can't do this in 2 minutes.
And the last one where I'm going to play, actually, this one's super relevant to the testimony we're watching right now. Here's Alan Jackson literally talking about this exact matter of them wanting to bring in an expert to do what this guy's doing right here. And that the Commonwealth would never dare to bring in their own rebuttal expert because there's no one you could pay enough money in the world who would come in and look at the Commonwealth's investigation for the Karen Reed case and not be able to just either laugh, cry, or refuse. I don't even know. But here we go.
Mr. Brennan said, what if I called in a Massachusetts state police officer to say that this was the best investigation ever? I have 2 words. Do it.
There we go. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to bring their expert in. It's a fucking injustice. Anywho, Heather, don't make me get the tiny waterfall. Meg says, I hope the canyon. I read that as crayon. I don't know if you meant to say crayon. Did you mean, Canton? Oh, Canton. By the way, I have that, guys. I have that. I have all 206 pages. So we will go through it. I don't think it'll be used in trial, but yeah, I don't think it'll be used in trial. But we will go through it for sure. Do it. Yes. Okay. So now we're going to go back to Mr. Zercie here and not pull up video of the tiny waterfall because then that will be the end.
Depends on what stage the crime scene is being examined. If it's at the very end, you finished all your documentation, you finished your evidence identification, you finished all your photography, your sketch maps.
The thing is, if it wasn't so tiny, right? It's because it's so tiny.
As long as there's not an exigency, an emergency that's present, and i.e. that would be life safety. If it's been determined, or the presumption of death, in this case from both victims, you can slow the investigation down, right? There's no longer an emergency to rush through everything, and you take everything through a very systematic approach. Trying to be as detailed as possible.
Have you done that in the past?
Yes, sir.
And if this had been your crime scene, would you have saved that sheet and saved his clothes?
Definitely.
I'm sorry?
Definitely.
Okay. Now, let's talk about Maggie, and I'm just going to cut to the chase on this. Maggie had the same kind of sheet over. Would you have done the same thing?
Yes, sir.
You would have saved the sheet, sent it for analysis, saved her clothes, sent it for analysis.
Bagging and tagging each thing separately so there's no cross-contamination between the items.
Each item bagged individually so there's no cross-contamination.
Correct.
Was that done in her case?
Not to the best of my knowledge.
Okay. Now, let's talk a little bit about, let me see, I'm going to try to expedite this a little bit.
Try, Poot, try.
Okay, let's go to the Elmo, please.
Elmo! Woo!
Tell me what's the number on that? States 39. This is States 39 for the record. Now, you understand, what do you understand this to be?
It's a photograph, and it's from a report from Agent Worley from SLED.
This is of the feed room floor?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, now, earlier we saw you spray some things on a murder scene in New York.
Spray
We're
some
gonna get to that in
things.
just a second. Have you, I think Agent Worley identified or testified that, in her opinion, based on her experience in footwear, that Paul's shoes were in here somewhere. Is that correct?
A pattern similar to the shoes that Paul was wearing is present, yes.
Okay. Now,
I love how he corrects Poot time after time. Time after time. If you're Poot and you lie, I will correct you. Time after time. Anyway.
Did she also indicate that she also found patterns consistent with one of the law enforcement officer's shoes?
Yes, sir, she did.
That may very well
Oh
be
my
the guy
God,
we
Heather,
saw
don't
step into the
even
vehicle,
tempt
right?
me on that Tiny
Awesome.
Waterfall.
Okay. Now, if you had come on this crime scene and saw this, would you felt compelled to do more that we've heard from Agent Worley?
For several reasons, yes.
Okay. First of all, what would you have done and why would you have done it?
I wouldn't have walked into the room. Right?
Okay.
You stand back, you make your observations, and you determine a course of action. And everything is done in a sequence at a crime scene. Right? Again, the first part is viewing it using a visual examination. Once you've identified areas of interest, then you determine the methodology that you're going to use to either collect, seize, document, right, the type of evidence that might be there.
So what would you have done? If you looked in the door and you see this, what do you do?
I would have started from the doorway and worked towards the back of the room.
Started from
and
the
then it's a
bottom,
small
now we're
enclosed
here.
area. So you work from front to back.
When you say work from front to back, what do you mean work? What would you do is right inside the door or right outside the door?
You would start documenting with close-ups, and in the case, yes, sir, that there's an imprint just to the right of the door. That would be my first area to do detailed photography and imaging, right, for later comparison.
And as you work your way back, are you careful not to step anywhere? You're wearing booties? What are you doing?
You're wearing the shoe cuts or booties. In addition to that, we would usually build a bridge, basically take two.
All right, Heather. All right, Heather. All right, Heather. Good God. All right. Just a real quick Tiny Waterfall, because I just made a command for it.
Have been a fixture in their online videos.
I got to show you that waterfall, though. Oh, there's a little waterfall coming out of the spa.
Also, though, to go along with it, I found another picture too, guys. I found a picture. Hold on. You will die. You will die in a good way. Any of you guys. Honestly, it's funny, I think, even if you weren't there for this, but anyone who missed it can either A, follow up on replay by, and it's all time stamped, or B, join us for the best of compilation, which we will be doing soon. So, okay, you guys. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Let me show this to you guys. Oof. It's too much for me with the tiny waterfall and then this picture that I found. Heather's this huge like Niagara Falls. Oh dear God. The way that this dude loves this freaking pool. Okay, hold on. You ready? You ready? You guys ready? Okay, so first of all, look at the way he's posing on the slide. Even it's like he's trying to be an Abercrombie and Fitch model or something from back in the day. I don't even know. Look at the pants rolled up though. I cannot, dude. Is that the filter? What do you mean? The tiny waterfall being the filter from the thing? Probably. It's just a spigot. It's like a drainage hole, and he calls it a tiny waterfall. Right. Right. Yes, exactly, you guys. It's not a waterfall. It's the twin flame. Don't worry. Anyone who's like, what is this? You guys can either, again, you can go to the Lori Vallow streams, not from earlier tonight, but there's two that are back to back from the other day. but also the compilation that we're going to have coming up, you'll get all caught up to speed with all the hilariousness. This is the Twin Flames universe cult. It's like all the culty things, but also plus they make people change genders and get gender reassignment surgery, and then some. They do a lot of things. Yes, it is. You guys have no idea. It is. There's a wealth of things, and they have the YouTube channel that they're still going strong. There's so much out there. These people have a really they just talk. And anyway, it's amazing. And it was so great that literally for hours and hours and hours, we just watched the interview with them and then videos that they were making for their YouTube channel. And we were all hurting from laughing. And, it's, it is. Talk about accurate PFOX. Talk about a slippery slope. Yep. By the way, so they are being criminally investigated right now by the IRS and the feds and also the state of Michigan. So hope they enjoy that slide and the tiny quote unquote waterfall while it lasts. Oh, I see what you're asking. No, they've not actually killed anybody yet, or to our knowledge. That's not part of it, actually. But it's all the other brainwashing and all the other harmful stuff. But also there's a lot of there's a lot of criminal activity, but they've not murdered anybody that we know of. Mm-hmm. Tonka, what are you referencing in the Idaho case with twosies? Water company probably investigating them for the use of waterfall. Oh my God. For use of water with waterfall like that, right? I know. This is what I'm saying, you guys. It's this picture. There's endless things in here, and it's a weird picture in a lot of ways. Why is he lurking in the shadows? Right? This is from the Vanity Fair something or other. And they didn't do anything to make him not lurk in the shadows. They could have, I don't know. And it is definitely not flattering for her. Although I will say it's not going to be easiest to get flattering, no offense. Oh, they most certainly do. Echoes of clarity, Trisha. They do think they are twin flames. They invented this whole thing about twin flames. And by the way, the other thing is it has to be from the twin flames can only be from a 100% masculine and a 100% feminine. They don't believe in any gray area. So when they had their cult and it was mostly all women, that's why they started having some of the women become men so that they could continue to promote their thing. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's so good. And the picture with the bye-bye. This dude is next level. I mean, he thinks he's Jesus. He's very there's a lot of similarities and overlaps with other cults, but there's a lot of things that make them different, which is what's really funny about it. Is this a thing? Is this another thing? Is there a twin flame thing that's a different twin flame thing that I don't know about? This is a thing. So I don't know if there's another twin flame. This is a thing that they invented. They invented this program called Twin Flames Universe. They invented so if there's a twin flames, I don't know what that is, but this is, so they have their own version of what twin flames means that they made up, which is again, it's 100% masculine and 100% feminine. And it's really all about, you're supposed to find that person and then have great sex pretty much. Well, that's what they promote to get people to join. And then they brainwash you and steal all your money. Right. And that makes sense. That makes sense. And that could be where they got it from. For sure, Spencer. Their child needs to be taken from them. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah, agreed. Totally. Totally. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. What's she got? What's her tattoo? What's she got? What do you guys think of this tattoo? What is that? Weird. Some weird looking mermaid, not an attractive mermaid. Like, is that supposed to be the back or the front of the person? Like, what's the situation with this? Can I move it over? There we go. Now it's centered better. What is going on with this tattoo? Because it kind of looks like that's a face, but then what's going on with the frontal region? Is it ambiguous for a reason? Because, you know, would it be weird if it was a dude? Would it be weird if it was a female? Like, did it used to be a female and she had to get the boobs removed? I have no idea. Yes, totally. It is definitely yes. And they mentioned the tarot or tarot, whatever. They mentioned that in some of their videos. They do mention that in the thing with the cards. So there is that. You know what? Possible. It's possible. That's a good point, P Fox, because it does look like they're in water. And it makes sense that if she's going to get a tattoo and he was anywhere and he was around, he'd be like, it has to be of me. Where's the penguin though? I'm not seeing a penguin. Where's the penguin? I'm thinking it's like a mermaid, but like what's going on with the boob area though? Okay. So, right. No, and I mean, I wouldn't think that. It's just you. So you said, I guess, I don't know what you're saying they believe here, but something maybe. Okay. So basically what I'm gathering is like, there's another meaning of twin flames that I don't know about, but if there's some overlap with tarot, like then that could be where they stole that from and misappropriated it, you know, as people tend to do. Well, of course, you know, I wouldn't have thought you do. Can someone explain to me where does the 10 twin flames come from that they stole? Because that makes sense that they stole it. That totally makes sense that they stole it. I mean, homeboy, Mr. Jesus, right? Oh my God, let me go the other way. Mr. Jesus right over here, you know, one of his previous names, he stole from a book. Speaking of stealing things, it was from the book Ender's Game. He changed his name for a period of time to some name from that book. Both of these two people have changed their names a lot of times. And see, now they changed their last name to Divine, which is just so on the nose, though, isn't it? Oh, God. So they just have the one baby, but they have this huge house. And what they had going on was they had their quote unquote students that were living there as slaves, basically. That's why they needed all that space. Interesting. So Meg says twin flames means you are two halves of the same soul and it's known by some to be toxic. Well, that makes sense for what we have here. Interesting. Yeah, so they are, you know, these two are basically con artists, right? As that's what their people will say, criminals. And so it's a real shame because basically what it is, they got people that come in there that are looking for a soulmate, right? That's what they want. Like to Spencer's point, they're like looking for a soulmate, right? And they want a soulmate and, you know, and then they come in there and then they get gaslit the fuck out of, and then many of them are told they need to change genders, among other things. And then all their money goes to these people. Twin Lames is right. So while you're clear, so yeah, you can click. Thank you for clarifying. I'm hanging on, but only go back to pulling up the majigger. One more time. One more time. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Years, this house and the grounds have been a fixture in their online videos.
I gotta show you that waterfall though. Oh, there's a little waterfall coming out of the spa.
Oh my God. Don't go chasing tiny waterfalls. Oh. Okay. In spirituality, a twin flame is considered a profound connection between two souls, often viewed as two halves of the same original soul. The relationship transcends conventional romantic bonds, serving as a mirror. Oh, is that where they stole the mirror mirror technique from? I bet that's where they stole that from. Serving as a mirror that reflects each partner's strengths, weaknesses, and deepest desires, promoting spiritual growth and self-discovery. So they definitely stole this. That's 100% definitely what they stole. Although they took all this and they warped it into something fucked up. But yeah. Got it. And then they took the mirror thing and they turned that into that mirror technique where you look at yourself in the mirror and blame yourself for everything. Incredible. Okay, back to Mr. Zercie. Here we go.
2x4s, lay them in an area where there were no imprints. Put a piece of plywood and actually stand on that so that you're not standing on the surface that the imprints are on. They're commercial.
What he's talking about here is, let me back it up a second. So how you would do this so that you to take these pictures where you don't leave footprints behind.
Right of the door. That would be my first area to do detailed photography and imaging, right, for later comparison.
And as you work your way back, are you careful not to step anywhere? You're wearing booties? What are you doing?
You're wearing the shoe cots or booties. In addition to that, we would usually build a bridge. Basically take two 2x4s and lay them in an area where there were no imprints, put a piece of plywood and actually stand on that so that you're not standing on the surface.
This sounds very smart to me. I remember the first when this trial happened back in the day, not back in the day, whenever, feels like back in the day. And I remember watching this live, and I remember when he talked about us building a bridge thing, I was like, oh, that's brilliant. And I still think that every time I watch this testimony.
The imprints are on. There are commercial products that are available that look like Tupperware boxes that you can literally stand on and do the same thing. So it preserves and protects the area that you're interested in doing the detailed work that you may be able to get more evidentiary information from.
And once you've done those photographs all the way back, what do you do next?
In this case, once the initial photographs were taken, determine if chemical processing is necessary or could I seize the item. In this case, it appears that these imprints are on a concrete base. It's a little difficult to take the entire concrete foundation and remove it, but it has been done before. In this case, again, now we work from the back towards the front using some type of enhancement reagent to try to increase the amount of detail and the clarity.
That agent is what you sprayed in New York on the floor.
That would be one of them, yes.
Those images that aren't visible to the naked eye.
Even if some of the image is visible, it can give you additional detail in the periphery or other area where there's just trace amounts.
Okay. And you work your way to the front, taking pictures as you spray?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, once you've finished that, are you done with the floor?
No, sir.
What's now? What do you do now?
You want to take overviews to show the work that you have done, right? And show any modifications that you made to the scene. Mm-hmm. And again, make the determination, can I take the area that print's on with me? If it was a tile floor, we could pull the tiles up. But again, because it's on concrete, we'd have to rely on the documentation.
And these are still 90-degree straight down shots?
That would be the analysis part. You would still take general photographs on an angle showing the relationship.
But as you work your way up and work your way back, those would be vertical. I mean,
yes, sir.
Okay. And then you're taking general photos from different angles.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then what?
With digital, you would make sure that the photos came out, that you had an image captured, and that it was sufficient for whoever needs.
Okay, now
you would also take a sample of the blood from those areas for later typing or DNA analysis, should it be necessary.
Did you find any evidence that they took a sample of this blood and analyzed it?
No, sir.
So we surmise it's Paul's blood, but it could be somebody else's blood there too?
Possible.
And the only way you could rule that out is to take samples?
Is to take a sample, do an analysis, and try to identify the donor.
And that was never done?
To the best of my knowledge, no, sir.
That's right.
Okay. So then we have.
That was in the thing we watched. They said that in their interview with what's her face, the girl Avery, who I thought did a great job.
A number of surfaces. Let me have them put up number 26, stage 26. Well,
They make a deck of tarot. Am I saying that correct? Why am I questioning how to say it? It's like I know how to say it, but now I'm questioning it. Anyway, do they make a deck of those cards that are squirrel themed?
there you go. That's the door to the feed room?
Yes, sir. The door frame on the right, door on the left.
Okay, did you see any evidence that they not dusted, that's old-timey language, that they processed that door or any other surface
Old-timey language.
in the feed room for fingerprints?
Not to the best of my knowledge.
Now tell the jury, please, in a summary fashion, what you would have done. Well, first of all, do you have to see a fingerprint before you lift it or whatever you call that?
No, sir.
So how do you determine whether or not they're fingerprints you can't see? What do you do?
The base processing methods, again, depend on what technologies the agency has. The simplest and the oldest is dusting with contrasting color fingerprint powder and a brush
Poot says that's old-timey language. Well, dusting is actually how it's done, Poot.
by just applying it to the surface and dusting it through. If a finger or palm
And that's
or
the
foot
thing.
or toe has come in contact with those
That's the
areas,
thing.
the secretions from the ridge
That's the
detail.
thing. There's so many videos. Like a lifetime, you wouldn't get through them all. There's so many. So I'm going to try to pick some good ones to do next time as well. But we did cover quite a number of them in our journey from the other day. But yes, it's very good.
Right, leaves a pattern behind. Those latent fingerprints now become patent or visible.
Kane, you literally just missed the tiny waterfall.
They can be lifted, they can be photographed. They also help tell you what was touched and how things were handled. So it would help in reconstruction as well.
That's the oldest technology there is though, right? The throwing dust down, fingerprint dust?
At a crime scene, yeah.
Okay. I'm not talking about going into the lab and using super glue or whatever. Say at the crime scene.
Yes, sir.
What is the more modern? Do you use lights or do you use chemicals? What do you do at the scene?
The first method would be to use an alternate light source.
What does that mean?
It could be
Alternate light
anything
source?
from a flashlight held at an oblique angle to see if you can find any smudges or smears. More sophisticated portable laser units, right? Laser is an acronym for a light source that produces a wavelength of light at a very specific number.
Did you guys know
More
that?
common today.
Did you guys know that? The word laser is actually an acronym. Each letter stands for something. Like, I cannot even, that is so amazing.
Alternate light sources. These are various colored lights, and usually they're light emitting diodes or LEDs at different wavelengths of light. So in concert with a pair of glasses that are filtered, you can get a shift and you may be able to pick up fluorescence or luminescence. One of the problems is that our secretions, the oils, the fats, and the salts don't reflect. They don't give off light. So you would need to process those if you discovered one with some type of chemical staining that would act as a fluorescent. And essentially it would be similar to my watch, that when it's dark, it glows.
So are these new technologies or, I mean, is something space age stuff or has it been around for a while?
The light source technology has become simpler and simpler. It's now battery powered. Literally, it's a very simplified flashlight. There are also very sophisticated ones. The technology has been around for about 25, almost 30 years.
Okay. And not uncommon to be available to law enforcement labs?
No, sir. I would expect every laboratory to have some type of alternate light source.
Okay.
And the oldest traditional is ultraviolet.
Ultraviolet's a black light?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So simple mobile black light, you can look at.
Scanning the surface to see if it gives you any information.
I think Mr. Zercie is trying not to laugh at Poot some of these times.
And what if you didn't use the powder or the light, what else? What else could you do?
There's chemical fuming stains that you can use, and the simplest is super glue or cyanoacrylic acetate ester.
Can you do that on a scene?
With a door like that, if I chose to do that, literally you could bag the entire area, place a super glue packet or super glue with an accelerant in it inside the chamber, now inside the plastic bag, and fume the entire door. The other would be to take the door with you and process
But
it
that
later.
takes a while, doesn't it? The super glue process?
Not necessarily. Okay, half hour, 25 minutes.
Okay. And could you spray it with something else?
Again, the same reagents that we used on the footprints to make those visible, where there was limited amounts of blood-like material, could also be used there.
And you could do that on the door. You could do that on the door frame. You could do that on any object, the methods you've talked about, on any object, literally in that room.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you see any evidence of any fingerprints, any effort to lift fingerprints, when I say left, to identify the fingerprints in that room or anywhere else on the property that night?
Again, not to the best of my knowledge.
Okay.
Hang on, guys. I think I just did something. Hold on. Let me see if this works. Oh my God. Not that this works as an overlay, but now I can easily just click on this whenever without having to unshare, reshare because it gets annoying. But I just wanted to be able to show this to Kane because there you go. Look at the posing. There it is. There it is.
Let me talk just for a minute about Let me find the one I want. Here we go. How about put 190, stage 195 up, please? Okay, maybe, let's see if we can turn that in a little bit. There we go. Now, how about make it closer?
Make it bigger.
The other way. Okay, tell me what this is, please.
It appears to be a photograph of multiple footwear impressions, three-dimensional renderings, and a soft surface.
Okay, and this picture was taken, do you remember who took it?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay. And they have a document here that will help you with that. Let me suggest this just about the chase. You remember reading a statement concerning Solicitor Duffy's? Yes. Okay. And it was taken on the night of June 7th.
That's the indication in the letter.
Okay. So tell me what we're looking at here.
Again, it's a soft soiled surface. Someone or some people have been walking through that area multiple times.
And did you attempt to identify any of those footprints by comparing them?
Just by looking at the basic patterns, the flat surface ones that have relatively no detail, just the outline of the footwear itself, could be consistent with these sandals that Miss Murdaugh
was wearing. What about these other shoes?
There were no exemplars that I was made aware of taken by SLED to do a comparison or to try to eliminate them.
Could you tell whether Maggie's shoes were walking over the other footprints or were the other footprints walking over her imprints?
If those are from Maggie's sandals, they're on top of the other ones, but they're also going in two directions and some are superimposed over the other.
When you say, okay, let me ask the question this way. Are Maggie's imprints on top of the other imprints or are they on top of hers?
In the area.
He really wants to get an answer that there's other footprints on top of Maggie's versus Maggie's being on top.
That they appear, yes.
I'm sorry?
In the area in which they appeared, the answer is yes.
Yes.
They were. They were made there after, right?
Are they on top of Maggie's?
No, Maggie's are on top.
Maggie's are on top.
So the other imprints were there and Maggie walked on top of them?
Apparently, yes.
Okay.
Haha.
Now,
So you see what I mean? Like he's not getting very far. Like none of this really helps. Like, I mean, this is like grasping at straws to try to nitpick, to be honest. I mean, because, and at the very end, this expert gives us his opinion, basically like, yeah, he doesn't, there's nothing. So just to compare that, right, in terms of just this versus like Karen Reed, where it's like incredible, right? But we're going to go ahead. Let's go ahead on to the other expert, the cell phone dude, because he's really awesome. Micah Sturgis. So we're going to get into more cell stuff, guys. Okay.
Just raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony you about to give the court shall be the truth? So
Hand on the Bible.
Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. You can adjust the microphone and see if you need to. State your name again for the record, please, sir. Sure. Spell your last name.
Micah Sturgis, last name Sturgis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sturgis.
Good afternoon.
To start with, can you just tell us about yourself? Where are you from?
Sure. My name is Micah Sturgis. I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina. I am the Director of Digital Forensics for Barefoot Professional Investigations.
Pull the mic a little closer.
Sorry. Better. I'm the Director of Digital Forensics for Barefoot Investigations.
Okay. And tell us about your experience in law enforcement and then cell phone forensics.
Sure. So from 2004 until 2016, I was employed by the Cleveland County Sheriff's Office. It's a full-service sheriff's office located in Cleveland County, North Carolina. They're on the border of North and South Carolina. During that time period from 2004 to 2006, I was a patrol deputy. In 2006, I was promoted to a corporal or training officer, where I trained new hires. In 2009, I was promoted to detective. In that capacity, I handled everything from larcenies to murders. And then I took on the role of the digital forensic examiner for the sheriff's office. It was the first one that we had, and I formed the digital forensics lab at the Cleveland County Sheriff's Office.
And before we get more into digital forensics, you've been involved in murder investigations before?
I have, yes.
Okay. As a lead detective?
As a lead detective, yes.
And then as you go into digital forensics, tell us about your experience with digital forensics in law enforcement, and then afterwards. And then after that,
great expert, right? Because he did law enforcement and then he does expert cell phone shit. But one thing I love him, he's so polite. And when he goes on, when he's on cross-examination, I remember like he thanks the prosecutor. He's like, "Thank you." It's just so funny.
Certifications and training.
Sure. As the digital forensic examiner for the sheriff's office, it was my responsibility to handle all the digital evidence that came into the lab. And I was also in charge of ordering things that needed to be ordered and stocked up on for digital forensic purposes. And during that time period, I was sponsored by the United States Secret Service to attend the National Computer Forensics Institute in Hoover, Alabama, where I was trained in mobile device examination, multiple tools, Celebrite, Blackthorn, which is a form of burla ivy, XRY, which is another forensic tool. Paraben was another tool that we used. And so I received that training from the NCFI. They also sent me back with several things, one of which being a laptop computer or a MacBook in order to do examinations on, and also a Ramsey's box or a Faraday box that I used to use whenever we had phones that came in.
And let's just, since we're kind of on it, could you go through the training you've had in digital evidence?
Sure. So I have had the basic and intermediate cell phone forensic courses, introduction, intermediate, and advanced, computer forensics, internet investigations, introduction to wireless investigations. I was a Lantern certified examiner, attended the Lantern cell phone training. Lantern is a forensics tool for Apple devices, primarily Apple devices, does some Androids. Apple iOS.
Well, so that's, I've never heard of that one until this, but yeah, specific to Apple. So
forensics, I attended that at the American Academy of Applied Forensics in Charlotte. Cyber investigations, I was nominated and sent to the National Computer Forensics Institute by the United States Secret Service, where I received my mobile device examiner certification. I also received Celebrite certifications while there at the NCFI, and Paraben mobile forensic training, Celebrite certified physical analyst, received XRY training at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, and took the XRY intermediate courses. In 2017, I attended the Infuse conference in Las Vegas, Nevada, where I sat for my ENCE written examination. Later came back to Charlotte and did the practical examination, where I was certified as an in-case certified examiner in 2017. And attended the Magnet User Summit a couple of times, received some training on their tool there at one in Las Vegas, the other in Nashville. And received introduction to alternate data acquisition training, wireless analysis training. I received my Lantern certified examiner from Katana Forensics, my XRY certified examiner from MSAB, the Celebrite mobile forensics fundamental certification, the Celebrite certified operator certification, Celebrite physical analyst certification, and then the Celebrite certified mobile examiner certification, and also my in-case certified examiner certification.
And can you tell us about how many extractions or
there's
acquisitions?
no way they can keep out cell phones.
Sure. Well over 500 logical physical acquisitions and extractions using Lantern, the Apple device forensic tool, Celebrite, Blackthorn, XRY, Paraben, and well over 750 images of hard disk drives or solid state drives of computers, and analyzing that data within either FTK or in-case. FTK's forensics toolkit. It's a forensic suite. Examining an in-case Magnet IEF, which is Internet Evidence Finder. That's what they started out as. They're now Magnet Axiom is the product that they produce and put out. So I've used Axiom to do multiple examinations with that. Image with hardware forensic imagers like the Forensic Falcon. Use Paladin to get live acquisitions, Macquisition for Macs, and Recon ITR for MacBooks. Also had to collect checkpoint encrypted devices with my time at the bank.
And that leads into, when did you leave law enforcement? What have you done since you left?
Sure. In 2016, I received a phone call from an individual who owned a private firm in Charlotte, and I went to work for him as a digital forensic examiner in the South Park area of Charlotte.
And
after that, I worked for him from 2016 until roughly 2019, and then I went to Wells Fargo, where I was one of 24 examiners for the Wells Fargo and Company. After leaving Wells Fargo in 2021, I went and formed this lab at Barefoot Professional Investigations.
And have you ever been qualified as an expert by court to testify before?
Yes, I have in both criminal and defense work.
Okay. Criminal work, civil?
And civil as well, yes.
And in the criminal cases, have you been on the defense side, the prosecution side, both sides?
I've been on both.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in digital forensics in a murder case before?
I have, yes, in 2015.
And was that for the prosecution?
It was for the prosecution.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer the witness as an expert in cell phone forensics.
No objection.
He's so qualified.
Mr. Sturgis, before we get into the what we're here to talk about, are you paid by the defense to be here?
I am.
And how much?
My rate is $300 an hour for any type of examination work or consultation, and then $600 an hour to be on the stand.
And does that go to the company that employs you?
It does.
Wow.
In your experience, are you aware of anyone who does this work for free for the defense?
No, I'm not. In fact, I do IDS work. And
What's that?
IDS work is indigent service, so people who can't afford defense experts, and I do that work, and the state pays me.
Turning to this case, have you? What information have you reviewed regarding cell phones in this case?
Everything that I've been able to look at and review has been provided by the state.
And specifically the extractions, where
Right,
they're from?
specifically the extractions of the mobile devices and reports that they've produced.
So you haven't done anything independent of what the state has provided?
No, only the state's data.
Okay. And have you had a chance to review the timeline that's been introduced into evidence in this case? I believe it was, I don't have the exhibit number on me, but the large timeline of events was.
The one provided by the state, yes.
And as far as the cell phone information goes, is that timeline accurate?
It is there, with the exception of a couple of things based off interpretation of the data. But for the most part, yes, it is accurate.
Is anything missing?
There are two instances where there's some things from the knowledge seed database that aren't in the report that I've been able to locate and identify.
Okay, and we'll later on get to that, but we won't have to belabor it because we'll just sort of be filling in those gaps. But there are three phones here. You know, Paul, Alec, Maggie, Murdaugh. What did you do with Paul's phone, if anything?
With Paul's phone, the
Kane, are you saying that this dude looks like Creighton? Because I don't see it.
action reports that I received, there wasn't much data after 8:49, somewhere in that time, on 6/7. So I didn't really focus much on that one. With Alex's phone, that one reviewed the steps that were there in the Apple Health sections. And with Maggie, I really focused my attention on Maggie's.
Okay. And so we'll focus on her phone. Was there any GPS data on her phone?
There was GPS data, but there was nothing from 6/7.
Remember when the GPS data started?
It was 6/9.
Okay. And you mentioned when talking about, I think, your qualifications, Faraday bags or boxes. What are those?
So a Faraday bag or a Faraday shield is something that completely takes the device off the network.
All right, guys.
It also prevents GPS signal from reaching the.
So this is good. We're gonna get a really good overview because Faraday's come up a bunch, right, with other things. So let's take a listen.
Boxes. What are those?
So a Faraday bag or a Faraday shield is something that completely takes the device off the network. It also prevents GPS signal from reaching the device and changing data to the device.
You could describe your experience working with those in law enforcement?
Sure. So part of my responsibility as when I worked at the sheriff's office as head of the digital forensics lab was to make purchases. So I would purchase these Faraday bags for our patrol officers. So when they came out on scene and came across, if we had an instance of a crime where a phone was used and they needed to seize that phone, they had access to those bags, either in their cars or back at the office in the shared vault room where they could go in and put their evidence up. And if it's a good bag, which, if you buy the right bag and the phone's put in there the proper way, then it prevents signal from reaching the phone.
And then did you mention a box?
Yes. So it was a Ramsey's box is what I called it. Secret Service provided that to me when I left their training. And with that box, what I would do is I'd take the phone from the Faraday or from evidence that was in the Faraday bag wrapped up, put it inside the Faraday box, or the Ramsey's box. It has two gloves I'd shove my hands into. My computer and the forensic software would be plugged into the side of the Ramsey's box. It was a powered box. There was a light on the inside, so it had a window I could look into, and then I could manipulate the bag and open it up and pull the phone out and keep everything in that Faraday shield.
In your opinion, if Maggie Murdaugh's phone had been secured in the way you just described, would it have GPS data from 6/7?
It likely would have.
Can we show what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 278?
So her data was overwritten. But also, it was sitting out there on the side of the road the next day. So,
So do you know what the little arrow in the top left of the phone screen is?
Yeah, that's a locations. I'm sorry. That's a location services arrow.
And I probably should have asked first. This was admitted as a photo of Maggie Murdaugh's phone in the lab before the extraction. Have you seen this before? Do you recognize it?
Yes, I have.
And again, that arrow indicates
Yes, that location services are active on the device, even though the phone's in airplane mode.
Does that mean that right there in the lab, it's writing GPS data?
Yes.
You can take that down.
Great question from official. What if a juror has to pee? Good question. So if a juror really has to pee and it's an emergency situation, like they can't wait for a break, they can like raise their hand and get the court's attention, and they'll say, and then we see this all the time in trials, we're going to take a 5-minute break, right? Because normally their scheduled breaks are like 10 to 15 minutes or whatever. But if it's like something like that, they'll say, you know, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 5-minute break and something like that. Yeah. So usually if a juror like raises their hand, generally speaking, someone's going to go over there and ask them what it is. It means either they can't see something, or like they need to pee, or like they're going to throw up, or I mean, I've never heard of that happening. Usually it's one of the first two there. Because sometimes it's like they can't see. Actually, that's happened in this case several times where they can't see or they can't hear or something like that. But yeah, if they raise their hand, then usually one of the, a bailiff will come over and ask them. So official, were you born in the U.S.? Why aren't we allowed to see the jury? Because the jurors have the right to be anonymous. It's part of the whole thing. Part of it's for their safety, because you don't want to, if you're think about any case, right? If people knew that you were on the jury, I mean, you have the right afterwards to speak out if you want to, right? But like some people might not want to be known for being on a jury that resulted in a certain verdict, right? It could, people could feel like they might get threats for their safety, what have you. And yes, you can get, if you get subpoenaed for jury duty and you don't go, then yes, you will get, like usually it's like a fine. Yeah, I mean, any type of thing is possible, right? Like, no matter what trial it is, somebody's going to be unhappy with the verdict, whatever the verdict is. Always, right? There's two sides to every case, even civil or criminal, right? So if you're on that jury and somebody knows you're on that jury, then that can affect, all kinds of things. So now, of course, they have the right to speak out, and they will often do that. But yeah, the right for them to be completely, that's a huge deal, right? For them to not be shown. And for their names to be kept under seal for a certain period of time as decided upon by all parties. In fact, I think the names are never released, actually. Yeah.
I'll show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 156.
Well, no, I've been actually meaning to ask official that anyway, and I just forgot. I don't mean that in any type of way. I think foreign people are great. I wish I was not born in the U.S. Actually, but yeah, I've been meaning to ask official that for a number of reasons. Anyway, and I just thought it was a good opportunity.
Ask you if you recognize that.
I do. This is Alex Murdaugh's steps and Maggie Murdaugh's steps from the Apple Health
My
data.
intuition is good. Where's your
Your Honor, I would offer, I believe, without objection, Defendant's Exhibit 156 in evidence.
No objection. Submit it.
Pull up. It's the Apple. I want to just ask you to explain what some of these terms are. How does, obviously from the title, this is out in Murdaugh's phone. How does the phone come up with that steps number?
So there are accelerometers.
Mike,
I'm sorry.
closer, please.
I hope I sit up a little further. There's accelerometers inside the device. So whenever the phone is jostled or moved and there's the accelerometers move, then that accelerometer data logs a step. So independent upon where the device is, if it's on your waist or in your pocket, or you're holding it in your hand when you're walking, that movement of the accelerometer indicates those steps.
And what does, how does it come up with the distance that corresponds with those steps?
It uses the satellite's GPS.
And what does the start and stop times, what do they mean?
So in the Apple steps or Apple Health data here, you see, for instance, entry 26, that the between the times of 7:55:32 and 8:05:07, that 270 steps were taken during that time period.
Okay. Now, do we know when in that time period the steps occurred?
We know that the steps or the logging of those steps started at 7:55 and 32 seconds, but whether We don't know each individual step, when each individual step took place. We just know that sometime during that time frame, those 270 steps were taken.
Between the steps numbers and the distance, do you have an opinion on which one is maybe more accurate?
In my opinion, the steps are going to be more accurate.
Why is that?
Because of the accelerometer and the hardware in the phone, they're more accurate.
Does that mean that the distance is not useful information?
It doesn't mean the distance isn't useful information. I think the totality of everything altogether is what we have to look at here.
The second page. And is this the same thing for Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
It is.
Before we get into time, just some other things to cover. There's been a lot of talk so far about orientation changes. You can take that down, that exhibit. What is an orientation change on an iPhone?
So an iPhone has two orientations. It has a portrait or up and down or a landscape, which is horizontal or sideways. And whenever the device is backlit, that's when the orientation change will log and show. Now, we're not specifically talking about like a phone. If you physically take the phone, you turn it like this. We're not talking about the physical.
Oh, official. That's really funny.
Since you're gesturing.
That's really funny. So you're saying you were supposed to be going to jury duty and you didn't go. Well, if something would have happened, it would have happened already. I mean, if you didn't get anything in the mail following that, like it maybe just got swept by the wayside. Normally what would happen is they would send you a follow-up letter to your address, right? And it would be like, come to court and pay a fine type of thing. And if you didn't do that, then you'd probably get more mail and it would be like, larger fine or holding you in contempt or whatever, right? But anyway, you would know by now if there'd been a problem. So you don't have to worry about that.
There's a phone that might
So what we're talking about is not the physical positioning of the phone, but the orientation of the data that you're reading on the device.
But were you over the age of 18? Because if you weren't over the age of 18, they were not for you because you have to be over the age of 18 to serve on jury.
Orientation change.
And what do the start and end times mean for an orientation change?
So when a orientation change is made, a start time is logged. That's the start time of the orientation change that you're seeing on the device itself.
And for Maggie's phone, what was the last orientation change? When was that?
That was 9:06 and 12 seconds, PM on 6/7.
And when did that one end or complete?
I believe that was 9:06 and 20 seconds.
And when it completed, what was the orientation of the phone for the rest of the time?
It was in portrait mode.
Okay. If the screen is off, can an orientation change occur?
If the screen is off, no, the orientation change can't occur.
If the orientation change,
hang on, let me back that up because that was a question that came up. That was a good question earlier.
if the screen is off, can an orientation change occur?
If the screen is off, no, the orientation change can't occur.
Okay.
If the orientation change happens in the database at the exact moment the screen comes on, does that tell you anything?
When I see that, when I see a orientation change at the exact time that the screen is lit up, if the device was in horizontal or landscape mode and then moved into portrait mode and the screen comes on, then all of a sudden, the exact same time, it changes into portrait mode. To me, that indicates that the phone was in a portrait mode position and then the screen comes on and then the orientation change takes place inside the phone.
So does that mean that movement when the screen is off can appear as an orientation change when the screen comes on?
When the screen comes on, yes. When the screen's backlit, that's when the orientation change. It cannot make an orientation change unless the back screen's lit.
Okay, cannot. So that's important to know. So Carla, so they don't even need to have GPS. So for example, you can have your GPS turned off and you could still have it counting steps. It just wouldn't be able to measure the distance. Just to make sure that that's clear, because it's the accelerometer in the phone that does the steps. For example, with the steps, right? That's the same type of thing where you could have the phone on airplane mode. You could have GPS turned off. If the phone is on, it'll still be logging steps. The only way that it wouldn't log steps is if it's just sitting on a flat surface or if it's turned off. But for the distance, that's where the GPS does come in. All that should be on in the solid bright reports and whatnot.
So kind of moving on then to, we've talked about orientation changes and they don't happen when the screen is off, as you said. Can motion of the phone turn on the screen?
Yes, very little motion can turn on the screen.
And what is the raise to wake feature?
So the Apple has a raise to wake feature that's set by default. Currently this phone, and unfortunately you can't see there.
Well, could you, if court's permission, could you come down to show the jury?
See a small movement. Can I put it right here? No.
Yeah.
The slight raising of the phone will indicate something. So when the phone's here, raise the phone, it raises the weight. So if you raise the phone like that, if the phone's flipped over.
Does this ever happen to y'all where you raise it to wake it and it doesn't wake up? And I'm like, wake up, damn it. I feel like that happens to be pretty, I mean, it happens, I guess. I don't know how often, but it definitely happens.
Phone back over, it wakes up. If you move the phone from this mode to here, the phone comes up. So that's the raise the wake function.
And was this feature turned on Maggie Murdaugh's phone on June 7th?
By all indications on the database, there were that it was there. Yes.
Are you familiar with the location of Maggie Murdaugh's phone when it was covered by law enforcement on 6 City?
I am.
And have you reviewed the recently received GPS data for Alex Murdaugh's Suburban when it was passing that location?
I did.
Okay. So do you know when the Suburban passed the location of the phone?
When it was leaving the house where the crimes took place, it was around 9:08 when it was passing the location where that phone was located. And then on the return trip back, it was 9:59, I believe 19 seconds.
Was Maggie Murdaugh's phone screen off during those times?
Yes.
Now,
I mean, I have mine set up to where it should raise to wake and it doesn't always light up.
now you're just here as a cell phone expert, right?
That's correct.
So can you offer any expert opinion on how a phone would tumble or bounce or move when thrown from a car going 40 plus miles an hour, into the brush on the side of a country road?
No, there's just too many variables, and I'm not an expert on physics. So.
Can you tell?
Neither was the supposed expert on physics who actually called himself an expert at physics. It's just physics. It's just trigonometry. Oh my God, that dude.
Tell us how much motion would be required for the screen to come on a phone.
Very little. Just reaching and picking this phone up like I just did there. The phone comes on. So very little.
Okay. And again, in the times that Murdaugh's car was passing, the screen never came on.
That's correct. Database indicated it was off.
So from my research, so for example, like for emergency services, like for example, like Amber Alerts and shit like that. So even with your GPS turned off, it can still be tracked for certain situations like that. But it's not like it would be accessible. Like apparently it would only be for those emergency services where it'll work even without GPS. Oh yeah, of course. Right. Wi-Fi. Right. So this says digging GPS feature, even if disabled, if you have location accuracy on your location, it can still be, yeah, of course. Yeah. GPS is satellites, right? So location is a lot of things combined. iPhone has its own proprietary, well, actually, so does Android. Both iPhone and Android have their own like cloud, or rather crowd sharing software, but it combines all of it, right? So there's like the GPS, there's the cell towers, there's the Wi-Fi, there's all this other shit. And so, which is why I will say, like, in order to make sure if you're wanting your location to not be tracked, like you need to turn it all off, and honestly, to be safe, power the phone off as well to be safe. And I did test this out the other day too, or not the other day, I don't know, recently, that you can be in airplane mode, right? But you can still have Wi-Fi toggled on, in which case that's an interesting thing, because then you're still going to be connecting to Wi-Fi, but you're just not going to be connecting to cell towers. At least on my iPhone, if you turn airplane mode on, it automatically disconnects Wi-Fi, but you can split it off. Like you can toggle the Wi-Fi on individually, which is interesting. Yeah, the crowd sharing. Yep. And that's the thing. Oh, I know my stuff. So you must have not seen my presentations that I've done on the Cell Phones Official. You must have not seen them because they're very thorough. Yep. I've done a lot of research. I appreciate you saying that. Appreciate you saying that though, because I've really done a lot with it. But yeah, okay, we'll continue on.
Turn to Maggie Murdaugh's phone. Show you what's been marked as defendants 158. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is it?
This is a PowerPoint presentation printed off that you put together, but it's based off of the knowledge C database data.
And to be clear, I typed it into PowerPoint. Have you reviewed every slide in that presentation?
I have.
Have you verified the data on every slide?
I have.
And you've confirmed independently the data on every slide?
Yes.
No objection. Your Honor, I would offer, it's been marked as defendants 158 into evidence. So I'm going to go through this. No, don't zoom the screen. So we're looking at just a very short period of time, right? He described the time period we're looking at.
Yes, this is on June 7th from 8:49 p.m. until 9:07 p.m.
All right, so we're going to go through here and just see exactly what was happening with her phone on that time. So it's the next slide, please. What's happening here?
At 8:49:26.
You can pull the mic closer, please.
Sorry. At 8:49:26, that's the last text message that was read by Maggie. It was indicated read on the device.
Next.
At 8:49:28, the backlight goes off.
And what does that mean?
Means that
the screen's
dark. Yeah, sorry.
And next.
At 8:49:31, the phone locks and it remains locked until it's recovered by law enforcement the next day.
Next.
At 8:53:08, the backlight comes back on. The phone's eliminated.
And next.
And at 8:53:12, orientation to portrait starts.
Next.
At 8:53:15, that's when the phone began logging the 59 steps.
Next.
And
it's on the screen. And
yeah, sorry. And at 8:53:20, there's Siri usage. This was indicated in the knowledge C database, and that can be done by squeezing the side button, hold on to it for a short period of time, and Siri activates at that point.
So this is a user interface, you know.
Yes. So yeah, it actually shows up as Siri UI, so it's a Siri user interface.
Next.
At 8:53:24, the orientation to portrait completes.
Next.
At 8:53:28, the backlight goes off again, so the phone's dark.
Next.
At 8:53:32, the backlight comes back on the phone and eliminates.
Next.
At 8:53:44, the backlight goes off again.
Do you have any opinion about why it just popped on and off like that?
I mean, there were no indications in the knowledge C database that any notifications came in or anything of that nature. The only thing I could think would be that the phone were jostled or lifted or somehow.
Well, that's important because if they see the backlight comes on, then they can match that up with the notifications from apps and shit, right? Because when you get a notification, the backlight would come on. So when they look at that and then they look at the Celebrate report and they see, okay, there were no notifications that came through, then it would mean it had to have been jostled or moved the phone. So you see how that's important there? Love this shit.
Ow.
Oh, wow, official. Congrats on your 1 year, 4 months for sobriety. That's awesome. I have a lot of friends who are in AA, NA, and the like, and I am just really, really, really happy for you. Congratulations on that one. Yeah, I'm sure the past 3 months are the hardest. That makes sense as well.
The light came on.
And next.
At 8:54:32, the backlight comes on.
Next.
At 8:54:34, there's an entry in the knowledge C database about the camera usage. Camera starts. So in that, there are in that database, and if you don't mind, I'll kind of expand on this. In that database, the knowledge C database is comprised of tables and rows and columns. And in that database, on that specific item where the camera was, there is another column that is called the Z structure.
Sorry, I'm just now seeing that Tonka also hit 12 years. Congratulations as well to you. That is incredible. Wow, look at that. I love that. So we've got 2 scroll. I mean, I'm sure there's others, but that is freaking amazing. Congrats to both of you guys. I love that. Amazing, amazing, amazing.
Metadata. And so if I follow the camera under the value string there indicating that the camera was activated, if I follow that line all the way across to where that structured database is, structured metadata is in that table, I'll get a PK number, a primary key number. That number was 571. In the Knowledge C database, there's another table within the Knowledge C database called Z structured metadata. So if I go to that table, because I found that number under the Z structured metadata column, if I go to that specific table in the database and look for that primary key 571, and I scroll all the way out to the end, I'll see a description of what that 571 is. And in that case, here, it was com.apple.springboard.lockscreen.scroll, which would indicate that it was a camera function on the lock screen, and that when you press that button in the bottom right corner of the phone that has the little camera indication, it'll scroll over to a camera, or you can swipe over from the left, and then it indicates that there's a camera there.
So was this some sort of attempt by the phone on its own at Face ID?
And it didn't indicate that it was a Face ID at all. It indicated that it was a camera.
And by indicated cameras, did it indicate that someone was a person using the phone activated the camera?
Yes.
Okay. Next.
The significance of that one is that he's trying to suggest that Maggie was still alive. That's the point of that. Sorry, there ain't no way, but that's what they're trying to suggest. I mean, my whole thing delving into this way deep is that it was Alex using her phone. But anyway, Barbara's done the best job in terms of anything with reasonable doubt. Not that it worked, but to try to make it, to show A, that Maggie lived longer, and B, that she lived longer than Paul, to separate the two of them out. Again, like when you look at the timestamp here, 8:54:35, he's trying to push that out. Why? Because then it's plausible that Alex could have been far enough away, or, maybe he left for Almeida, at the time of the murder, whatever. He's trying to change that time of death, because that 8:49:01 is what's so damning to Alex, considering he was there at the kennels the 4 minutes prior. So
At 8:54:35, the camera use ends.
Okay. And keeping in mind the time stamp, go to the next slide.
And at 8:54:40, the orientation to landscape starts.
Okay. And so how long was that since the camera usage?
About 5 seconds since it ended.
Next slide.
And then at 8:54:44, the orientation to landscape ends.
And next?
At 8:55:04, the backlight turns off and the orientation to portrait starts.
Now, what's happening on this one? What's happening?
Yep. So right here, the phone was previously in landscape mode, and it settled in at that landscape mode at 8:44. The backlight went off at 8:55:04. At that same time, the orientation of portrait starts, and this is indicative of what I was talking about earlier, when you rotate the phone while it's in, the screen's not lit, and then the screen comes on and the orientation changes once the screen pops on. It'll flip over to wherever the camera or wherever the phone is turned to. At this time, orientation to portrait ends at that time, and the orientation to the landscape starts at that time. So that's exactly what I was talking about. And then the phone stops logging those 59 steps at that time as well.
I'm going to kind of emphasize this. Could we go back 4 slides? All right. So when the camera use ends here, 8:54:35, going forward, one slide, we have an orientation change.
That's correct. To the landscape starts. Yes. Orientation to the landscape ends at 44 seconds after.
And then the next slide. So now that the screen has gone off, how long has it been since the camera use?
Let me go back to my. So it's 8:55:04. Since the camera use ended at 8:54:35, and then the backlight goes off at 8:55:04. So, what is that, a minute?
Is that 29 seconds?
Hang on, sorry. Yes, 29. I apologize. My math was terrible, wasn't it? Yes.
And then going forward, so what we had in that 29 seconds was an orientation change, and then the screen goes off.
Right, that's correct. Where are we going with that? Just flip the slide on me.
All right, so let's go back to the slide that's timestamped 8:55:32. Is this where we left off?
That's where we left off, yes. So here, the backlight's on, the orientation to portrait ends, and then the orientation to landscape starts immediately when the backlight comes back up on the phone. And then the phone stops logging those 59 steps at that time as well.
And the next slide, 4 seconds later.
4 seconds later, the backlight's back off again.
Okay. Now we'll go kind of quickly here. The next slide comes on.
9:03, the backlight's on. At 9:04 and 23, we have a missed call from Alex that starts. At 9:04 and 23, the backlight goes off.
But now let's go back to the previous slide.
One more.
The backlight went off at the exact same time that the call came in from Alex Murdaugh.
That's correct, yes.
And now the next slide.
And then we have a missed call from Alex that ends.
That's the
at
call
9.
we just saw, right, ending.
Yes.
Do you have an opinion on why the screen light would go off pretty much right when a call comes in?
The only thing that I could figure is when the phone came in, or excuse me, the call came in, the person hit the side button to turn it off and then put it down or flip the phone over.
Do you know of anything on the phone that would cause the screen to go off right when a call comes in and stay off during the call that does not involve human interaction with the phone?
No, I don't.
I'll go to the next slide.
9:05 and 44 seconds, the backlight comes back on. And at 9:06 and 12 seconds, orientation change to portrait begins.
Okay. And the next one, and we'll stop on that.
At 9:06 and 14 seconds, there's an incoming call from Alex that starts at that time.
And then the next one.
And then the incoming call from Alex ends at 9:06 and 18 seconds.
And the next slide.
And then we have an orientation change to portrait ends at 9:06 and 20
And
seconds.
stopping here, that call we just saw coming in from Alex, that was sandwiched within this orientation change.
That's correct, yes. It was in between them.
And next slide.
9:06:52, we have another incoming call from Alex that starts.
And the next one.
And then it ends, the incoming call from Alex ends at 9:06 and 59 seconds.
Now the last slide.
At 9:07, the backlight goes off and it remains off
I
until
really like the
9:31.
color changes for the backlight.
And do you know from your review of the GM GPS data where the Alex Murdaugh Suburban was at 9:07?
Yes, at 9:07. He was like traveling from the house or from his home to the house in I forget the name of the city.
Like right, precisely at 9:07, where was he at that moment?
The 9:07 would be the driveway, I believe.
Right, the driveway.
Yes.
And Maggie's phone, the screen did not come on again until 9:31.
That's correct.
And just one more time, how much motion does it take to turn the screen?
Very little. I mean, just the slightest lift of the phone turns the screen on.
Yeah, I need to hear that part again. Let me see something.
Or from
the review of the
59 seconds.
Now the last slide.
At 9:07, the backlight goes off and it remains off until 9:31 and 44 seconds.
Okay. And do you know from your review of the GM GPS data where the Alex Murdaugh Suburban was at 9:07?
Yes, at 9:07. He was like traveling from the house or from his home to the house in I forget the name of the city.
Like right, precisely at 9:07, where was he at that moment?
The 9:07 would be the driveway, I believe.
Right, the driveway.
Yes.
And Maggie's phone, the screen did not come on again until 9:31.
That's correct.
And just one more time, how much motion does it take to turn the screen?
Very little. I mean, just the slightest lift of the phone turns the screen on.
Court's indulgence.
Begging court's indulgence.
Here's your phone.
Conrad. Please work. I'm Sturgis. How you doing today?
Good afternoon, Mr. Conrad. I'm well, thank you.
I believe at the beginning of your testimony, you testified that you felt it likely there was some location data stored on Maggie's phone from June 7th that potentially was overwritten. Did I understand that correctly?
I said that there was data that was on the phone from June 8th and that, correction, June 9th, and that data likely could have been on there had it been preserved properly.
And explain to the jury just real quick, how does an iPhone store that GPS information? in generic terms, and then if I need to get more specific, I will.
Sure. So the iPhone keeps that data and it uses the GPS location, the GPS satellite triangulates with the GPS satellites and stores that data.
Right. And does it store it in a sort of cache?
It does.
All right.
It is cache.
And when it comes to iOS, as opposed to say a standard hard drive, iOS keeps certain databases caches fairly limited, correct? And it doesn't allow them to access the entire memory available on a device at any given point, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And do you know, or at least in your training or your investigation, have you been able to determine just how big a typical cache is, at least would have been for Maggie's phone during this time?
No, I didn't research that.
Okay.
No, I didn't research that. No.
Okay, so you don't know how long Maggie's phone would have potentially stored GPS information at this during 2021, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And just so I understand correctly, you agree that a iPhone will not record an orientation change if the screen is off, correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right. So I believe Mr. Barber handed you his phone to kind of demonstrate this lift to weight thing, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And do you know what model iPhone Mr. Barber has? Did you look at it?
Don't know exactly which iPhone he has.
Okay. And do you know what version of iOS is on Mr. Barber's phone?
I do not know.
And Apple updates its iOS fairly frequently, correct?
They do, yes.
Do you know, at least, we don't know what's on Mr. Barber's phone, but do you know what the current release version is today?
It's 16 point something.
Okay. Do you know your review of Maggie's phone, what version was on Maggie's phone on June 7th, 2021?
I believe that was 14.
That's a good question.
I think it was 14.6, if I'm not mistaken. It was somewhere in the 14 range.
And are you aware that in some of these iOS updates, some of these sensitivities and some of these settings can change, correct?
Depending on bug fixes and things, yes.
And are you aware of a change that occurred in iOS 15 that changed how iPhones record orientation changes or when they record orientation changes?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Okay. Can we go back to I forget, let's see, the PowerPoint? What exhibit was that? I believe it was it 155? Was there two? I just was aware of one. The 158? For this witness. This one. And this doesn't have slide number, so bear with me. But first of all, before we talk about Maggie real quick, you did review Paul's phone to a certain degree, correct?
To a certain extent, yes.
All right. And do you recall from your review of Paul's phone when the last time his phone was unlocked on June 7th, 2021?
I don't recall, no, I'm sorry.
And we can find the state's exhibit if we need to, but would you disagree if I told you it was 8:49 p.m. or shortly
If
after
that's
8:49 p.m.?
if that's what's in the state's exhibit, I don't disagree with that.
Okay. And I believe one of your first slides here is that Maggie's phone locked. Let's see, go to 1, 2, 3 slides. One more. All right, back one. I'm sorry. 8:49:31, and in your review of Maggie's phone found that her phone was locked at 8:49:31, correct?
That's correct.
And
Yes,
it was not unlocked until when? The next day?
the next day. That's correct.
All right, and that's when it's recovered by law
By
enforcement?
law enforcement, yes, sir.
And did you review Alex's? You said you reviewed Alex's phone to a certain degree too. I think you said the steps, right?
The steps, yes.
And in your review, did you find any steps on his phone between 8:09 and 9:02 p.m.?
Go back and take a look at that. (8:09 and 9:02 p.m.) Correct. No, I don't recall seeing that. I'm seeing the stuff in the knowledge seat here.
Okay. All right. But Maggie's phone's locked at 8:49:31, and it does not unlock till the next day, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Paul's locked for the last time around the same time, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And Paul's phone, in your review, to recall what time the battery died on his phone.
I don't recall, no, sir.
Would you dispute me if I said, and we can find the exhibit if we need to, his phone shut down at about 10:34 p.m.?
If that's what's in the report, I don't dispute it, no, sir.
And would you agree with me if I said that Paul's phone locking at 8:49 and remaining on until 10:34? First of all, it's about what, hour and a half
or so?
That's correct, yes.
And do you know his battery state when his phone locked at 8:49 p.m.?
It was in low power mode.
So it was less than 10%, 2%, something like that?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And would you agree with me when the fact that his phone remained on until 10:34 be indicative that it wasn't really handled much at all or used at all?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find any other evidence of any usage on Paul's phone after 8:49 that you can recall?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And when I say use, just so it's clear between us, I mean either answer a call, making a call, reading a text, sending a text, orientation change.
No user interaction.
Okay. All right. And so let's talk a little bit about the orientation change for a minute. So would you agree that the most likely reason for an orientation change is human interaction, meaning humans using the phone?
Yes.
Are there any other possible explanations when you see an orientation change? Are there any other explanations that you, in your opinion, that could explain an orientation change?
Only if a phone, was in one position, lit up, fell off, and landed in another position.
Okay.
But no.
And when you see a series of orientation changes, 30 seconds or a minute between each orientation change, it'd be difficult to explain that by a phone just kept falling on its own, correct?
Repeat the question. I'm sorry.
If you see a series of 3 orientation changes, just speaking hypothetically for a moment, if you see a series of 3 orientation changes, say 30 seconds separate them or thereabouts, or a minute separate them, could you explain that? Would it be very likely that a series of falls caused those orientation changes?
It depends on how many falls it was making, but being jostled around in a pocket, light on, being turned, if it's in a person's hand, to being turned back and forth, and that would be the only thing I could indicate with an orientation change.
Okay. All right. Can we pull that slideshow back up, please? Let's go forward 1, 2. Let's see. Okay, 8:53:15. There you go. And this is when Maggie's phone starts showing some steps, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And you would agree that the most likely explanation for this is the phone is moving in some manner, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And those accelerometers are recording, or the bounces are jostling, that would most likely be explained by steps, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Now, you can't tell us who's carrying that phone at this time, can you?
No.
All right, next slide. All right, and so at this 8:53:20, you say there's some Siri usage and a squeezing of the side button. And let's just, is that the only explanation of why you'd see the Siri pop up on a phone, is squeezing the side button, or are there other possibilities?
There's another possibility of her saying, hey Siri, and then that happens because it's a Siri user interface.
Okay, so there could be another explanation, but it's most likely someone squeezing the side button saying,
Could be the
hey,
side
Siri.
button say, hey Siri, but it's a user interface with it.
Okay. All right. Go to next slide, please. Actually, let's go to 8:54:34, please. Should be one more. There we go. All right, and here you say the camera gets activated, correct?
That's correct.
And you think the most likely explanation is somebody swiped the camera symbol on a locked phone, correct?
Right, either swipe the camera or touch the bottom button because it's coming from the springboard lock screen.
Okay, we say bottom button. Which button?
If you're looking at an iPhone and my most recent iOS, I think it's 16 point something, in the bottom right corner, there's a button that you can touch and hold and the camera comes on. But when that happens, it comes over from the left and the camera scrolls over.
Okay. And then next slide. And then 8:54:35. This is 1 second later. The camera use ends. Correct.
That's correct. Yeah.
And so, in your opinion, based off the fact that that was used for a total 1 second, do you think that was someone intending to actually use the camera and take a picture?
I wouldn't know, but I wouldn't think so. I mean, that's just a.
But the camera's only open for a second.
Right. They couldn't have taken a picture in a second.
All right. All right, 8:55:32. Okay. And we see the orientation change here at 8:55:32. Next slide. And the backlight goes off at 8:55:36, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
We'll go to the next slide. And the backlight's back on 9:03:52. So that's roughly.
Was that a screenshot? Where?
All right, 8:55:32. Okay. And we see the orientation change here at 8:55:32. Next slide. and the backlight goes off at 8:55:36, correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
We'll go to the next slide. And the backlight's back on 9:03:52. So that's roughly, how long is that? 8 minutes? I don't know if I'm gonna make you do math, but.
Yeah, about that. Yes.
And so the screen's off for that 8 minutes, correct?
That's correct.
Oh.
And so,
Right.
would you agree with me? It does seem likely someone's handling that phone Maggie's phone between 8:53 and 8:55, correct?
Yes.
All right. We see orientation changes. We see a potential button being pushed. Someone's got that phone in their hand, correct?
That's correct.
You can't tell us who, correct?
No, I can't.
All right. And then at 8:55:32, we see kind of an 8-minute gap in activity, correct? Between
Yes.
8:55 and 9:03, correct?
Yes.
Almost as if somebody put that phone down.
Yes, that's a possibility.
Whoever had it, correct?
Correct.
And you can't tell us where they put that phone down, right?
No, sir, I can't.
Did they put it in a vehicle,
That's very possible. I don't know.
a golf cart?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's go to 9:04:23. Yep. All right. And we see this incoming call from Alex. You
Yes.
said the screen turns off almost immediately, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
In your opinion, you think somebody actually hit the button to turn the
Somebody
screen
shut
off,
the
correct?
screen off,
Okay.
Tonka.
But the screen comes back on in 9:05:44. If we can go to that slide, correct?
Yes.
And then 9:06:12, we see an orientation change, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And 2 seconds later, we see what? Next slide, please. What is this? What is
That's
this?
an
indicate?
incoming call from Alex.
Okay. 2 seconds after the orientation change starts, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And then go to 9:07. Okay. And the screen goes off at 9:07, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And stays off for what, roughly 23 minutes?
Yes.
And you just testified with Mr. Barber that Alex's car was sitting just outside his house, correct?
That's according to the documents that I reviewed. Yes.
And I don't know if you have this information in front of you, but did you determine when that GPS data shows his vehicle start to move?
Yes.
After 9:07.
Oh, after 9:07.
Well, first of all, is his vehicle stationary at 9:07?
No, it's in the driveway at 9:07, but it's starts at the house at 9:06 and 52 seconds p.m.
When do you start to see motion?
9:06 and 52 seconds is where I start to see the motion there.
Okay. And 8 seconds later is when Maggie's screen turns off?
Yes.
For 23 minutes?
Yes.
And you agree that a iPhone, at least with version 14.6, when the screen's off, it will not record an orientation change, correct?
That's correct.
And you agree with me that you don't know what version of iOS that Mr. Barber had on his phone that you just did some demonstration?
That's correct.
Did you conduct any tests with the phone with 14.6 to see what movement can cause or what can cause that phone to the screen to come on?
I don't have any 14.6 phones.
Okay. All right.
So official, let me just answer this question real quick. So where the picture came from, so the way that anybody would have had it on the news, they would have had to do what I did and take a screenshot, I would imagine, because it's from this motion in limine from the state's filing. So here's the document. And then it looks like it's, they printed it or whatever, right? It has a state's exhibit number. I mean, it looked like photocopied. It looks like they printed it and photocopied it and scanned it in or whatever. So there it is. So that's that, you can't click on it and save it or anything. So hopefully that answers your question. Redirect.
Thank you, Mr. Conrad.
That's what I love. He says, thank you, Mr. Conrad.
Mr. Sturgis, you were asked about iOS version 15 and a change in orientation behavior. Is the raise to wake feature something distinct from orientation behavior?
No, the raise to wake is a separate from orientation behavior. Raise to wake is a separate application within.
Is raise to wake the feature that causes the phone to come on with slight movement?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that the raise to wake feature that you've already testified was active on Maggie Murdaugh's phone works any different than any iPhone today?
I have no evidence to prove that, no.
And again, you can refer to your notes. When Alec Murdaugh's SUV passed the location where Maggie Murdaugh's phone was recovered, the side of the road, was the screen off?
The screen was off, yes.
It was off as he approached it?
Yes.
And again, how much movement does it take to turn the screen on?
Very little movement.
And this is a separate issue from orientation changes?
That's correct.
But we're talking about, are we talking about movement activating the screen?
That's correct, yes.
Are we talking about the screen being sideways or up?
No, we're not talking about the orientation. We're talking about the actual raised awake function on the phone.
The camera usage, in fact, no picture was taken that you're aware of.
Right, that's correct. I didn't see any photographs there for that time.
But is it your opinion? What is your opinion about whether someone deliberately activated that camera?
I mean, they could have. They could have been an accident. I don't know. I don't know what the person could have been doing, but it was a user interaction with the device.
And there was talk about phones falling to change orientation. Can a phone change orientation without actually falling?
No, I mean, there has to be some type of movement for the phone from portrait to landscape.
Right, but you don't have to drop the phone?
No.
So
if it's sitting upright, I mean, if it's sitting on its side, I can flip it this way and the orientation changes.
If somebody's running with the phone, can it change orientation?
Yes.
Like a 5'2" 11-year-old?
Can we pull up what's been previously admitted as a Defense Exhibit 45? This is, as I just said, previously admitted. Do you recognize this as GPS data in a cache database?
This looks like a yes, cache for the ZRT cell location database. Yes.
And what's the timestamp for the first entry?
It's 6/9/21 at 2:51 and 21 seconds p.m.
In your opinion, would it be fair to say that if this phone had been extracted or put in a Faraday bag a couple of days earlier, we would have GPS data from 6/7?
And in my opinion, it's likely that we could.
We pull up the step data exhibit, the Apple step data exhibit. Okay, we previously talked about this, Alec Murdaugh's steps. Between entries 27 and 28, you see those time periods? Just want to remember that and go to the next page. Here we have Maggie's steps. Are there any steps, periods of steps that correspond between Maggie Murdaugh and Alec Murdaugh?
No, I don't see any.
So there's no period where both phones are stepping at this in the same period?
No.
Okay. And if we stay on this one, if we look at entries 5 and 6, the distance is almost identical, 31 meters.
Yes, it is.
Are the steps different?
The steps are different.
Is that a significant difference?
Not a significant difference for the 5 and 6, no.
So 59 versus 43, so is that 16? It took 16 more steps to go the same distance?
Yes.
So does that indicate shorter steps?
Shorter steps, yes.
Okay, just the final question is to emphasize here. You can't tell us what a phone would do tossed out a window. That's not your expertise.
No, I can't.
But you can tell us how much motion it takes to turn on the screen.
Yes, very little motion.
And you've demonstrated that.
Several times, yes.
And that feature of the iPhone was active on her phone.
Yes.
And it is totally separate from orientation behavior.
That's correct, it is.
No further.
Anything further?
Just a couple things. You said you reviewed Paul's phone. Did you review the video that's been called the Kenneth video in this case?
Yes, I have seen the video.
And did you have any information that would lead you to disagree that video was recorded at 8:44, about 55 seconds on the night of June 7th?
No, I don't have anything.
And the location data, would you agree the location data for that video was recorded at the kennels on the Murdaugh property at Moselle?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Ms. Barber was talking to you about steps data. And just so it's clear to the jury, and I'm going to speak in hypotheticals here for a second, but if you see the iPhone record steps over an interval of about 5 minutes, for example, it records a certain number of steps over that 5 minutes. Does that mean, is that phone trying to tell you that someone's uniformly walking at an exact pace that keeps them moving over that entire 5 minutes?
No, not necessarily.
Okay. They could stop at some point in the middle of that. Correct?
That's correct, yes.
And so they could stop and pick something up in the middle of a period showing steps, correct?
That's correct. It's just the steps between those two times.
All right. So you can't testify, you can't tell us if between, pull up the steps exhibit real quick. Next slide. All right. And looking at entry 28 on Alex's phone.
Entry what? I'm sorry.
28.
28?
Yep.
Okay.
And between 902 and 906, we see, what, 283 steps? Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right. And you can't tell us if his phone stopped at any point between those.
No.
Was
no,
that
it's just
roughly 4 minutes or a little over 4 minutes?
No, just 283 steps between those two times.
So he could have walked 200 of those steps in the first 2 minutes and then only walked slow down for the rest of the 2 minutes, correct? Or it could have been vice versa.
Yes.
Or he could have stopped for an entire minute somewhere in there. You can't tell us any different, correct?
It'd be unlikely to stop for an entire minute. I think if you stop for that long a period of time, a new entry would be made. But
do you know, is there a cutoff for iOS
no,
that would?
I think that just based off of what I'm seeing here, I mean, for instance, entry 29 and 30, you have about a 3 minute gap there. And
okay.
Yeah.
So maybe if he stopped for a minute, it would have started a new entry.
Could have.
Right? But if he
have.
stopped for a shorter period of time, you wouldn't necessarily have. Correct?
Right.
Okay. All right. And finally, Mr. Barber was asked you about distance, and I think I want to make sure I understood you correctly. I think you testified that you would consider the actual steps count to be more accurate than the distance. Is that correct?
Would, yes.
Have you found any research or studies that has measured or the accuracy of steps or distance in iOS devices?
I have, yeah, and for instance, I've had cases where the step count and the GPS data is different sometimes.
Okay. And in your opinion, the steps count is probably more the most accurate?
In my opinion, yeah, the steps count is more accurate.
Okay.
You may step down.
And thus concludes another day, people.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is it for today. We resume at 9:30 tomorrow. Please do not discuss the case.
There it is. We love you, Judge Newman. You're the best. So that's it for this one. The next thing that will happen for Murdaugh is him taking the stand. So buckle up for that one, everybody. But we will be back for more. I would imagine there's going to be more stuff for Karen Reed. Maybe there will be some more camera footage for upcoming jury selection. I've already got some new docs, as well as, like I said, I've got the Canton Police Department audit thing. So there's that too. And on our next BK live stream, we will be doing the death penalty motions. And we will also have several members only live streams coming up too. Like I said, with the compilation video for Twin Flames and also the members only trivia night. So that will be upcoming as well. But other than that, that's it for this one, guys. Love you guys. Y'all are the best. Thanks so much for being here and being an awesome squirrel. And I'll see you guys next time.